Good morning, everyone. Oh, what a beautiful day it is to be not only watching Counter-Strike, but here in Malta as well. It's Blast Bounty Season 2 presented by Polymarket. We're going to have so much fun because our LAN playoffs has begun, or just about to. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and standing beside me, we got Vu, we got MOUZ. MOUZ, I'm going to start with you because I feel like I can trust your energy and your judgment. I'm still warming up to Vu a little bit, all right?
What are you trying to say about Vu over here, all right?
I'm just saying,
He's full of energy. Look at him, he can't even contain it. He's growing vertically because he's got so much energy.
That is true. I have all the energy in the world for this matchup, for these games.
Okay, all right. So then where are you sitting, MOUZ? Vu is that high on the energy?
I feel like the only thing that's criminal about this is that I think usually you save the best for last. It might be the best for the first. That's the only scary prospect here.
Well, let's talk about what's happened over the last couple of days, right? Because it's been a while since we've gotten to see a little bit of Counter-Strike 4 Blast Bounty. Of course, we had a couple of days breaks to be able to come here to Malta, but we did also have our draft show yesterday. And whilst I was sitting here hoping that there was a team with a big enough ego out there to pick Spirit early on, it just wasn't the case. So what do you guys surmise from that draft show that we had yesterday?
I think the teams are taking this seriously. They're coming in, they're not joking around and picking Spirit early on, all right? We wanted to see it. We wanted to see a crazy pick, but I think that benefits the North American hopefulness in myself that Liquid at least had all the plans. They had plenty of time to prepare for this, to see exactly how they're gonna get destroyed.
This is the problem with VRS. Everybody just wants LAN victories, and so who can really blame them, okay? Everybody wants to see if they can just get a little upset versus one of the teams that are at the lower end of the most wanted rosters. And so, yeah, you obviously had Astralis, the Mongols, some of those being the early picks. People are scared of the big dogs in MOUZ and Spirit.
I am loving, by the way, looking at this, the bounties that are on a lot of teams. Of course, Spirit and MOUZ being our favorites, it makes sense that they're up there with how much bounty they have on their heads. But you're looking at the Spirit Liquid matchup, and Spirit have half of what Liquid have half of what Spirit have. And I'm like, is that indicative of their chances? Is it a 50-50 for them?
I'm not wavering on this at all. This is gonna be Donk's best event ever. This is not indicative of their chances. This is unfortunately indicative of their performance. I mean, I think they played really well online. The problem is Spirit coming into LAN, I think it's just gonna be light work.
What about the Astralis Pain one? Because that's also a similar sort of 50-50, you know, 50% of the bounty that's on them.
I'm not sure if I would surmise too much from the bounty differential there. More so just that I think it's actually a really close matchup. It's one that I'm actually kind of surprised that the numbers lie in those sort of directions, because that's one where you might see a bounty hunter being a team that actually topples the most wanted, because those teams have a little bit of history. I'm sure we'll get into it before that individual matchup, but it's a bit of a major rematch, so some revenge maybe to be had.
Yeah, I mean, that one's happening tomorrow, unfortunately, where we might be able to seek revenge there. Of course, Mongols getting picked by FaZe as well there, Vu. I feel like that one's not really too surprising.
I mean, this is the only ones where there was a question mark if there might be some changes. Maybe you have Pain against Mongols, maybe you have FaZe against Astralis. You know, you have the slight change up. Didn't end up happening. I think Pain, it made too much sense for them to pick Astralis. And when you're going into this one for FaZe, what, you're gonna pick MOUZ because they changed the player? You're gonna pick Spirit because they didn't look great online? It's obvious who you're picking here.
The only thing that might have been the little curveball here is because FaZe shares a permaban with Spirit, they could get a slight edge in the veto in that game of chicken to see, as you probably just force Spirit to ban out Inferno. But nah, everybody just wants to make sure that they can play the weakest opposition possible.
And of course, the last matchup that we haven't talked about here, MOUZ up against 3D Max. Again, put in a position 3D Max where they had to choose between MOUZ or Spirit. Probably not going to go down that Spirit line there. So yeah, MOUZ, it just feels like the more obvious pick for them.
I don't think there was a good pick for 3D Max. I mean, I think both of these Spirit or MOUZ are just much better in the current form. As much as 3D Max, they had some good games online. They took down Foot, they took down Magic. MOUZ is just a better team, and MOUZ dispatches of teams of 3D Max's level consistently.
I was surprised that in the draft show, their coach, Wasink, said that they wanted this MOUZ pick, they liked the veto, and then I just started looking at the simple veto numbers, and I was like, you want to play a map you have a 0% win rate on. Confusing stuff. Some big talk hopefully can back it up, but I would doubt.
Okay, your person next to doubt. I got a little bit more faith in that. Like I said, it was a couple of days, so maybe they're a little bit more prepared than what we're giving them credit for. And asking you guys who your favorite team is in this tournament right now feels like beating a dead horse to some extent. It's going to be Spirit. But instead, we can have a little bit of fun and talk about what players might be our favorite. Because if you guys head on over to Blast TV, you can make a fantasy team just for our LAN playoffs here in Malta. So this is all you guys. I obviously don't want to sway you. I might have a couple comments here or there, but who do you want to start off with? Who's your strongest?
The diamond pick is the hardest one. Okay,
Yeah.
we've got Frozen, great player. Stare, great. We've got lots of great choices.
Can't complain.
No, but I'm gonna edge towards Donk just slightly.
Just a slight favorite in Donk there. I actually think that they should have changed the diamond pick for this one to only have Donk, because everybody should just be picking that. And then for platinum, then you can include everybody else that was in the diamond category. That was a surefire pick there.
I mean, there were a couple of percentages for the other players. So some people going for the underdogs outside of dogs.
Some people play worst team wins. Worst team wins.
That's true.
There are
that is a
leagues
game mode, yeah. It's a little friendly league. Now, of course, not going to make it onto the leaderboards if you select anybody else. But yeah, I guess for the platinum pick there, actually something that you would have to consider. I'd say that there's a lot more options here, Vu. Personally, I'm going to probably have to pick an in-game leader, which I know is a little crazy. What's even crazier is there's 2 in-game leaders in the platinum category. There's Twist and there's Exertion. I think you know who I'm going to go with, though.
Both are reasonable picks. I think what's crazy is that Donk has, 90% pick rate, and Elige has 30%?
Yeah.
Do they know that these teams are about to play each other?
Exactly.
Elige is not going to be in this tournament.
Easy way to get an edge in this one for sure is go for Exertion over somebody like Elige. But for that simple fact that, the chance that Liquid win that matchup is minuscule.
But you're going for the glory.
Yeah.
If you're picking Elige. We're not picking Elige. we're smart. We're picking Xerxton.
Yes.
That's exactly who I picked as well.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. For gold there, this is where I think options open up just a bit. But if you really think that that Spirit is just going to dominate completely, you could go for Magix. On the other hand, I'd say for the MOUZ players, it's probably the safer option. You're probably getting the second place team there. So I'd say Spinks. I think that's my safe one.
No, I'm going to instill a new rule. Right? Everyone else gets to play at home with an advantage. They can pick up to 2 players from a same team. But for this test specifically, you can't pick 2 players from the same team. I'm going to make it that you have to pick a different player from each, only 1 player from each team, I should say. So we're going to have 5 different teams being picked here. You're not going to play by the rules that everyone else is. They need an advantage. You guys are the analysts.
All right.
Reason.
I know who I'd get. I know who I'd get.
Get me safe.
No shot.
Get me safe. Get me safe. He's going to be the best player of this stage.
Oh my goodness.
Get me safe.
No, I would have gone Jacob. I
think there are better phase players in the later rounds, Maui.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. I actually like where you're going with that, because I get what you would do in maybe the bronze category, for example, there. Okay, all right. Looking ahead, the foresight is there. Okay, I like it. Yeah, sure,
So
go
going
with safe.
with safe? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I like the new rule.
And then in silver, I think we have to go. We got Tikawak there, Maui. We have Fozy. Okay, sorry, misspoke on that one. We got Big Uzer, and we have Tikawak, and we have Kurzi.
Nah, I'm not going with a 3D Max player. I don't think that there's the likelihood they beat MOUZ is so low.
We should let Big Uzer.
Why not Jorko? Why not Jorko? We're not getting a Liquid player in the bronze category, right?
True.
Yeah,
True.
no,
I'm
taking Jorko.
He can perform.
I was going to say, even if they don't win, he could be putting up some good numbers for the fantasy team.
It's either possible.
It was for me. That was either. I think yeah. But Jorko's going to be fun. He might just get ruined by Spirit, but maybe the rookies got it in him.
I have faith that he's going to get destroyed. Into the bronze category, do we have a phase player to pick? Natew. I have so much faith in Natew. I've been talking for months about how he's the best player on phase. In the bronze category, the only phase in the bronze category. He's the one we're going for. I think. Darkmeister. No, they're losing.
I was just saying,
Natew. I'm in on Natew. Best French player at the event.
Okay. So I know that I put in the extra level of difficulty on for you guys, but how confident do you feel in this that you're going to get some good numbers?
Top 15%.
I was, okay.
Top 15, yeah.
When Donk has his best event of all time, as we've established, will definitely happen.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter who else is on that roster.
No. I mean, I would probably give Exertion the captain just because I just want that extra 0.2% on that boost, you know, or the, you know, increase that multiplier. That's what it is.
That's one of our reasonable picks that we would have picked even without this
Actually,
crazy rule. So Exertion makes
That's true. I did only bring it in when you got to the goals.
It was fun. It was worth it. It was worth trying it.
All right. Well, you guys can definitely head on over to Blast.tv. You can put in your fantasy team as well without the extra rules that I added on for our analysts who needed that extra level of difficulty there. Instead, we can have a look at our schedule. We've talked about our draft show. We've made our fantasy team here. But what's more important is exactly when we're going to get to see these teams playing. Of course, we did allude to FaZe, Mongols, Pain, Astralis. They're going to be tomorrow. Instead, today, we get to focus up and have a look at what is going to be a lot of enjoyment here because 3D Max up against MOUZ and Liquid up against Spirit. So two heavy favorites here, Spirit, MOUZ. It feels like you guys have to be putting in a lot of work and a lot of arguments to try and maybe show some people that there is a light and a chance of the opposite happening.
I think as much as we have some heavy favorites, we do have great potential for some maps to be picked up. I think you said in the draft show that Liquid's going to pick up one map. I think that is a great prediction. I think it's likely the same MOUZ 3D Max. There's a good chance that 3D Max pick up a map. The games are going to be competitive, even if we already kind of know, I think, who's going to win.
One of the best aspects of this happening right after the player break isn't just that people are rusty. I feel like people are often citing that as a reason that the favorites are falling, but it's because the map pool changed. And because of cash coming in, you're going to see teams who are specializing on it, who already have more reps in official matches because they've been playing open qualifiers, closed qualifiers, coming in with just a little bit more preparation. And I feel like that's where some of the upsets are going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, you look at most of the time a new map comes in, people aren't comfortable on it. It's kind of a handshake third ban. It's getting taken out before map 3 comes in, but you have 3D Max, as you're mentioning, 3D Max cash specialist, very good chance they pick it up on this one. And then you're testing, is MOUZ comfortable on cash? Have they played, I think 3D Max has like 5 cash games already. Do they have the reps to actually compete on that map? I think that's a great place for a team to pick up an upset, sorry.
No, you're right. I mean, that makes me so excited that it is going to be close. We're going to see that competitiveness, and we're going to talk about more of our first series very soon, but instead, we're going to go to a break. On the other side, it is going to be Liquid up against Spirit.
I know some people online like to paint you in a bad light when we say like you want a voice in the team. So can you tell me and everyone else like what you're actually doing when you're contributing with your voice and your ideas?
Well, this is anyone that plays my role. I don't know. I specifically get a bad rep for it for some reason, but anyone that plays like my roles, they're very active positions. So on CT side, like play a lot of rotation positions where they're just naturally going to see the most. You're going to be in the best position to like call for certain rotations or for repushes or stuff like that. So that's just your responsibility. Anyone that plays my spots are going to do the same. On T side, it's kind of like, I mean, I'm an opener. I think that's actually a good distinction that like the community has like come to like distinguish between like entry and opener. So I have like a lot of like set plays of like how I want to like get openings and stuff like that. But like I'm not necessarily always going to be like entering first into the site, which I can do and I do it when I need to. But it's not like my preferred. But in terms of like voice, I pretty much just give a bunch of suggestions. I'm just like, I think that this could be good. They're doing this, or like if you know the same thing where I'm playing a lot of active positions. I'm gonna see, you know, what the CTs are throwing or not throwing. So I'm gonna be like, this is an opening, we can do this, or like, I think we can exec here. Like, it's just, you know, giving a lot of like ideas for what I see.
Just lastly, I know you're facing Spirit today, but obviously it was kind of expected that you would face Spirit. Did this give you any advantage in like kind of being prepared for that already before even the draft show took place?
I mean, I think so. I think that they should have expected us as well, unless they were thinking someone's randomly going to pick them. But yeah, we've been prepping as soon as we beat G2 that we would be playing Spirit. You know, there's a very small chance it would have been MOUZ if someone went crazy. But no one went crazy, of course. So yeah, we've been prepped. We already knew the map pool that we were going to play. So we've had everything ready to go, and we've already like had some scrims to like practice our specific game plan. So we're very ready.
I've known you for a long time. I know you watch a lot of demos and players' POVs, right? So I'm sure you're watching a lot of Donk's POVs. How much does that help you coming into this? Because this is what I'm looking at. Maybe a 10-year difference between you guys in age, but I know you're sharp and ready for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be like very small things where like how he likes to do like different clears and like what I think is open. Like he has tendencies as well. And this was like actually something we were talking about yesterday, me and Keith, about like Astralis in 2018 and like why we couldn't get over the hump to beat them. We just thought that they were like too perfect. Like we thought like everything that they did was like for like a reason and like we should do the same. And like we just tried to do like our game, but just play better. And instead we should have been anti-stratting more. We should have been trying to figure out like what does he do like all the time. And it's the same thing here. Like Donk, he's amazing, he's great, he's the best player probably going to be of all time, but he also has habits and patterns and stuff like that. And you know, we can also try to abuse what we can, but at the same time, like it's hard to find. It's always going to be like very, very small things, right? It's not like he's making huge mistakes every round. So it's about getting like the little differences each round.
Years of experience playing into factors there for how they're prepping it. I like it. A bit of a mental shift it feels from just under a decade ago, where it's this team's so perfect, it feels impossible to be able to beat them unless we're also perfect. But no, there's minute things that you're able to take advantage of, and I'm really hoping Liquid have been able to find that over the last 3-4 days.
I think it almost says something that he's comparing Spirit to Prime Astralis that they had no hope of ever beating, that they couldn't ever get it across the line. And they're like, yeah, it's just like Spirit is going to be today. It's just like Donk is. They're going to be that good.
I would probably more so say that Astralis was a win by committee, though, whereas Spirit is a win by singular, most destructive force that we've ever seen on an entry path. So very different in terms of how you would want to anti-strat a single man or a boy. No, he's a man. He's a man. He's a man now. Yeah, and versus I would still say the greatest team of all time.
I do think that's the right idea, though. I think Donk does have his tendencies, especially Mirage. We're not going to see it, I don't think, in this series. But if we went there, he goes for the same peaks often. You see teams counter that. I think they have the same idea. We have a decent idea what maps might be coming through in this series. So Liquid could be preparing for Donk's tendencies for quite a while now.
Yeah, and Alish talking about all the way back then during the Astralis era, how difficult it was to essentially take down the best team, but they've done it for themselves already in this season, right? I know it's only start, whatever factors you want to play into it, but Liquid's run at Blast Bounty has been amazing. He talks about the win against G2, knowing that they would then come up against Spirit, but what kicked it off was the fact that they 2-0'd Vitality. That was the big upset that everyone loved to see, and it was great and good enough for them to be able to make it to Malta.
And the fashion in which that Liquid found these victories, not only versus Vitality, but to double up on it and take down G2 as well, just showed so much potential in terms of teamwork. I feel like the flow of the team was way better. The T sides just looked like they all had very strict ideas, and the CT sides, everybody was able to chime in with little bits of activity, but it wasn't just random headless chickens running around, which I felt like was Liquid last season. When they were playing with Shuhei, it felt like you had 3, oftentimes 4 guys that wanted to get aggressive, and sometimes they would do it all at once. You would look at the kill feed after a round and you're like, I didn't even see 3 of those deaths when watching the actual gameplay play out. But now it seems like Liquid, they're taking it step by step in these rounds as they have outlined so many different plans from start to finish.
Yeah, I think if you were to look at the scoreboard from the first couple of games they played, it looks like Elige going donk mode. I mean, he's one of the best rated players at this event, but when you actually, the more I watch these games, the more I look at Liquid as a team that's playing good Counter-Strike. They've got great mid rounds, they've got great ideas, they've got great anti-stratting, I think, against both teams. They have really solid plans, and that's where, even though Elige is popping off, maybe you could say it's unsustainable. I actually think it is sustainable for Liquid to be at relatively a high level, maybe not seeing them taking down Vitality consistently, but to take maps off of a team like Spirit, to push them to the brink and make Spirit actually fight back.
There is an element of it that does feel somewhat sustainable for Elige, right? He's kind of coming under the command of JT again. This is something that you like to talk about, Maui, where it feels like this makeup of what has happened so far for Liquid over the break is a perfect storm for them. Elige just being our second highest rated player for the online portion of Blast Bounty, right behind the person who you love to prop up, Donk.
The way that Elige played under JT was to be that one-man wrecking crew, but he was oftentimes set up. In fact, he was always really set up, and that played a huge factor in why he was able to secure an individual award despite a complexity year that really merited no deep runs. I mean, in 2024, when he was a top 20 HLTV player, complexity, I think they only made 1 or 2 playoffs, but I don't think they won even a single playoff series for that entire year. So the fact that he overcame what is usually one of the defining metrics on HLTV's list, which is team success, that's how good he was as an individual, that he still earned that spot because he was just that good. But now he gets to reunite with JT, and you could see that they're 2 peas in a pod, okay? They love working together. They know exactly how they need to work in tandem in order to get the most out of this pairing.
Yeah, one of the things you would see from Elige in 2024, the beginning of 2025, when he joined up with Kerrigan, he was often that number 2 T-side player. He struggled a bit on CT, but on T-side, he was often number 2, sometimes even head-to-head with Donk statistically, despite, as you're saying, he was on a weak complexity team, often playing against much stronger opposition. He was a force to be reckoned with, and now we're seeing the reunited with JT, and he's right back exactly where he was a couple of years ago. This T-side from Elige is going to be insane.
It's not just the reunion of JT and Elige popping off here, it's also the addition of Jorko, what he's been able to bring as well. There are question marks about bringing in a younger player, what you're able to foster for them, bring to them, but Jorko has been outstanding. Everyone has been so impressed with him in so many different aspects.
I think what Liquid have lacked for a long time is an opper that can just hit shots. I think Jorko is quite flashy. He hits some really aggressive shots, but when you have a rifling core, you have the Elige, you have the NAF, you have the MOUZ, you need an opper that can control space so that you can't just get fought back on when your riflers want to play a little bit more passive. You can't just get exploited as riflers. So we bring Jorko in, and Liquid finally seem to have found, hopefully, an opper that can actually give them some consistency, a bit of a backbone on the CT side, and be a threat on T side as well. I mean, when I look at the stats, his T side, it's actually quite difficult for oppers in CS2, I think, to have a strong T side. So far in Liquid, his T side has been lights out.
One thing I like about Jorko is, to me, he reads as an opper that grew up on CS2, because his aiming style actually fits the game a lot better than I think some of the oppers from the past did. If people don't know this, in CSGO to CS2, the way that the shot came out on the tick was they would kind of come out on sometimes the next tick of your shot when you're an opper. So if you're flicking somewhere, it would almost just kind of follow where your crosshair goes. But Jorko, he lines his shot up a little bit slower than you see a lot of the old school oppers who just flick so fast, and that's why in CS2 a lot of them thought that the game wasn't registering a lot of what they were doing. But if you watch his crosshair, it just moves that slight bit slower so you can see where it's going, so that kill confirmation is just so much higher in this new game engine.
Well, with the Jorko joining Liquid, the way that he's been able to impress everyone, it's only right that we got to speak to him before that matchup against Spirit.
All right, Jorko, I've seen the camera shots, I've seen your Instagram. You are a true fan of the game. So just tell me how long you have dreamed of this, being on a top team, coming to big events like this and competing.
I would say it started when I was 12, 13 years old. I always wanted to become a professional player, like since forever. I grew up to watch players like Shroud, Kenyes, and Semple. And I would just say since forever, honestly. It's just awesome.
It's very awesome. I love your positive attitude already. And when did you first start playing CS? Like, when did you get into it?
The first time I ever played CS was when I was 6 years old. I got introduced to it from my father. He used to be into CS, so I would say then we're playing with his friends and with him.
And obviously, I got to ask this then, because you said about your dad. Is he very supportive? Is he proud of the way you've gone and the fact you're now on Team Liquid?
Yeah, I am very, very, very lucky and grateful to have such supporting parents. Not only my dad, but also my mother and my grandparents. Like, I'm just so grateful for it.
That is really good. And how did it help for you personally to have your first games on Liquid being online matches, you know, being comfortable and at home?
Yeah, I guess online matches are of course comfortable since you're like at your own home. You know, you're like somewhat used to the atmosphere, playing on your like setup, on your chair, like desk height, so they're just comfy.
And were you feeling any pressure in these games? Did you have any nerves or anything? Because you look super confident on the camera, but obviously I'm not there with you.
And to be honest, like I'm kind of like dying on the inside. It is pretty nervous. You know, Team Liquid put a lot of trust in me to pick me up. So of course I do want to deliver and be consistent. So I'm just trying to do my best. I am pretty nervous, but in a good way, like just excited, I would say. Just excited, I'm shaking.
I can feel that excitement from you as well, and I do love it. But I also want to ask you, coming into Liquid, as a player, have you had to make any adjustments to the way you play, or have they given you just full freedom to be you?
I would say I have full freedom to just be me. They just see what I have to offer, and if they think it's good, then go on.
Well, it's been good so far, so yeah, go on, keep doing it. Now, Vitality in your first Tier 1 game, then after that you have G2, and now you have Spirit. Just give me your thoughts on that, because this is no easy introduction to top tier CS.
I mean, I just hope I don't get donked. That's it, to be honest.
Do you think you can do the donking, but with an AWP?
I'll try my best.
Oh, Jorko over-delivering in the server, but also in interviews as well. Just so honest, it's nice to see this refreshing energy, not only in interviews, but that's obviously being brought to Liquid there. He's saying, we just hope to not get donked. And that does beg the question, how switched on is Spirit going to be now that they're on LAN?
I mean, even against G2, he got donked a couple of times. Okay. There was a couple crazy shots, but you're playing against Spirit. This is a different level of player. You're playing against the donk. You could be holding an angle with an op. It doesn't matter. If he gets the right peek off on you, you're getting one tap.
That's a scary prospect here, that Liquid could have all the game planning in the world, but and even some of the players who match up fairly well versus their Spirit counterparts, but Spirit, it wasn't pretty the way they actually got to the LAN. A lot of the games were extremely close, and just by sheer force of will from the individuals, they're able to get it over the line, even with sometimes half-baked game plans.
I will say though, even though they had to go to a map 3 in both of their best of 3s, the last map that they played coming into this was a 13-0, so it feels like the momentum is there. It was almost this toying warm-up of, ooh, this is the taste you get from Malta.
Listen, Nat, I stand by what I said in the draft show. If Spirit play the way they did online, which they won't,
sure,
but if they did, which they won't, they will lose to Liquid. If Liquid come in, maybe we need the caveat, if Liquid continue playing as they did online as well, but I think Spirit looked incredibly fallible online. They had really rough games, even games that they won, even games where Donk was good statistically. He was still struggling, he was still getting picked off. I think teams had really good game plans against them. Liquid looked Spirit looked not the way you want them to be looking coming into a LAN where they are the clear favorites.
By and large, this is Spirit's tournament to lose. However, I totally agree with Vu's sentiment that if you get the level of both of these teams and what they showed online, it's a much closer affair than people may first realize.
Well, let's have a look at our veto, because you guys have been alluding to it a lot over the last, 20-odd minutes here of, is there going to be that little sneaky pickup for themselves here? But it is just going to be Dust 2 chosen by Spirit there, Anubis by Liquid, and then the Mirage being our decider.
In a weird way, this is probably exactly what Liquid want, to be able to game plan perfectly versus Spirit. If they're a team that is bringing in more anti-strats, and Elise just said that they are, then this should play out as well as it possibly could. Maybe it isn't necessarily all 3 of their best maps, but they knew coming in today that this was the most likely veto.
I think Liquid could have game planned this in the player break. You know these are the 3 maps you're going to be playing against Spirit. Liquid's struggling on Dust 2. Spirit, of course, are going to be picking it. They're JT's for a long time been an Anubis specialist. You go to map 3, Mirage. I think both teams are pretty comfortable on that. This is one where you could see a lot of anti-stratting come in.
Well, it feels like we haven't gotten to have any surprises in our draft show. Maybe no surprises in our veto here, but maybe our map results might be a surprise. Either way, let's get into it. Let's get our series started with DDK and Bardolph.
Listen here, you cowards. Liquid are taking this series. I am a believer. It's new look Liquid. They're going to come full of surprises. I think the interview with Jorko was quite nice. If he can hold his nerve, I think Liquid take this series.
I just love the map pool that we're getting, because this is going to be just like lights out Counter-Strike. I love that we have the Anubis in there.
This is wrong. These numbers are wrong, Dad.
Have played so well. I don't know. I mean, we're going to get the eye test confirmed pretty quickly with Dust 2. I mean, that's where the individuals, you're going to get to see their form immediately. There's no hiding on Dust 2.
Yeah, okay. The numbers aren't wrong. The numbers are right. I mean, if you look at it, like, has it been 24 matches since Spirit lost to not Falcons, not Vitality? Yes. But is it the perfect storm for Liquid to cause an upset right now? Also, yes. Again, I think that, you know, of course, all eyes are going to be on Donk, but the way Elige has position on this team at the moment is incredible. You saw the highlights on Mirage, his POV. He's a robot. There's more than one robot on this server, and I think Donk versus Elige might decide who takes this series overall.
Yeah, and I think it was so cool to see as well in Elige's interview, just him basically saying, look, we are as ready as we can. We're like super happy with the preparation we have done. They knew immediately right after they beat G2 exactly how they had to proceed with that preparation. And it looks like we are about to kick off the quarterfinals here at Blast Bounty. The first match here on LAN between Liquid and Spirit. And Spirit are the ones that get to decide the pace here.
We'll see who decides the pace. Liquid are charging into that mid position with all the numbers. Taking the fight to Spirit may be important. Jorko over pop flash. We'll say hello. An early exchange, some greetings. But nothing crazy happening here. There's no util for the CTs as a smoke is offered towards A. 4 men will rotate in that direction.
Seems like this was always the plan, getting ahead of the smoke here. Elige able to take down Magix very early on as Spirit initially looking for that long control. JT takes down Donk, so most dangerous player is gone. Zontix with potentially another opening here, but the bomb has a long way to go to get there.
Yeah, what is the awareness like for the squad of Liquid? Elige looking for that rotation to come through. Keeping eyes on top mid as Zontix is dropped on B. So no further rotation may be necessary for Liquid as far as B is concerned. That is secure. The bomb spotted, making its way over towards A site now.
Yeah, 2 versus 4 after plant. Definitely not out of the picture just yet here, Spirit. We'll see what they can do. Shiro and Tanit on different angles. Using the headshots, position very well, takes down Elige, betrays the Shiro alone, and Jorko able to take him down. Great to see Jorko, the least experienced player on the roster. You know, we don't know exactly what to expect going from that online to LAN environment, but it's certainly a nice way to open up the series with a couple headshots.
It really is a big round for Liquid. Of course, you know, we look at the history on paper. It's very different now with this new roster, but they're not the best at winning these pistol rounds on Dust 2, so it's certainly a great way to start things off for the Liquid squad. As far as they are concerned, it is time to spin the block.
And I just love the energy we're seeing out of Liquid as well. You know, of course, the heavy underdogs. But I think right from the get-go, I think you're just seeing a roster that looks very energized, very happy, very calm at the moment. Scout out for Shiro, though. Shiro, statistically, one of the best AWPers in Counter-Strike. So it'll be very interesting to see what problems he may be able to cause.
Not everybody leaves money in the hole for the AWP in a round such as this, but you can see Shiro leaving a little extra. I'd like to see more AWPers take this consideration. Great double peek there from Liquid. And again, maybe a tease of hard counters potentially to come. The trades will be good enough. There's still a threat in that lower tunnel. The bomb carrier, Shiro, makes it a 1v1, able to drop JT. Either way, it'll be an expensive round for Liquid. but this is a must-win for Jorko. 4-0 for now, and Shiro knows he needs a headshot.
Yeah, presence of mind there for Jorko not to peek and avail himself to that angle. Waits for the bomb to start to be planted. That does give him an edge here on the positioning. Jorko catches Shiro. They're ready to party here. This is great stuff from Liquid.
God, my asthma would be on fire if I did that 3 times. But I think it's great that he specifically is doing that. He's 17 years old. I love the fact that he's basically like a child of Counter-Strike. Like his dad used to play it. What a perfect scenario. We've seen the struggles of different players in convincing their parents about the situation going to play pro Counter-Strike at a young age. But it's a brave new world now with people like Jorko on the scene, especially as the young man on the server. I think a great way to start. Clutched the round, 5-0 start, and now he's got the AWP.
So into the next round we go, and Spirits obviously did get the bomb down, so the pain potentially here that could arrive from them in the form of the AKs could be pretty upsetting here for Liquid. They must be aware that this is a possibility. AWP is out for Jorko. 5-0 at the moment. Have to be very cautious not to give up this AWP early on Dust 2. We'll see Spirit start to work towards that cat control.
The upset is absolutely possible. Yes, it's round 3, but I was saying that before round 1. It's possible. The ingredients are there. By no means is it a guarantee. Again, the stats are fantastic for Spirit, and they cannot be denied. Only losing to Falcons and Vitality in 24 matches.
The positioning here, though, very, very strong for Spirit on the attack into the A side. Jorko's a little bit exposed. Nice flick shot. Takes down Magic's air headshot, no less. Falls back to the long position. And so they will actually be conceding the site. You can see Spirit is concerned that perhaps Jorko's still in position. But Jorko just holding on to long right now, trying to ensure that the rest of his teammates can be set up for a 5-man retake.
I think Zontix's position outside long doors may be one of the biggest factors in this scenario, but Jorko's got his back covered, which allows him to focus on this position. That lurk is dealt with by Elige. Now it's game on. 3-on-4. It's Spirit who needs to clutch here, and Donk needs to find his first kill.
Yeah, Donk's actually creeping forwards deeper onto the site. He catches MOUZ unknown, and now just Elige against 3 players here. We'll be able to take down Shiro, but at this point, this retake is going to be very challenging. All up to fall back here and play it safe, but I don't know, that move from Donk was really sneaky. He found a tiny gap in positioning to allow him to be able to aggressively push that ramp position, just showing you that Donk is going to be a continual problem in all of these rounds, and the AWP is going to be conceded, James. This is what I was worried about for Liquid's sake. An early AWP in the hands of Shiro is certainly going to turn the tide here.
It's a nice pick onto Jorko, and again, Liquid doing their homework, ready for that lurker outside long doors. But Tanir with a nice 2K, thought to clean out the rest, was just enough for Spirit. Plenty of clutch in that squad. Amusing to see Donk holding the AWP. I think his rating on HRTV is 1 out of 100 with a sniper rifle. Obviously, he's saving it for his teammate, but there are some irrelevant stats for you. Liquid find themselves in trouble early then. Going for the full force now, which ain't looking good, bruv.
Yeah, just able to get into a very, very fast position, but they're just as quickly out under the cover of smoke here. So for the Spirit side, they may be unsure as to where these Liquid players are. They might be able to get a catch here, potentially a flank, because in Zontix's mind, they're still probably in lower dark, but looking to go for the peak, gets caught off guard. There's a couple weapons here that can be collected for Team Liquid. So they have options now. A couple rifles, Donk on 12 HP. Might be something to play with.
Another question is how many players were seen on the kill cam? He can't have seen all 3, which is going to delay the advance of the T's to the A bomb site. So maybe there's a window where Liquid give a consideration to this, because there is a hell of an argument for saving all of this as well if they think they're able to do that. So it does give them more options there in that consideration, but I don't know, do you save here? There's a lot of value in what they're holding right now.
Yeah, I think the save would be something that makes sense. Of course, they spent all their money into this round, but perhaps they understand they did get that dink onto Donk earlier, so might be looking to go for this one, sensing some potential. They start to try to test the site. Elige is the first one to fall, though Naf is going to take down Shiro, and again, Donk on 12 HP here, does have the AWP at range, so Tanir Is he going to be able to hold this one by himself? The 1v1 is going to be crucial. Going very deep on this peak. Completely catches JawKo. Breaks the potential crosshair placement play from him. And now, what's all that Naf can do to fall off? Donk. I feel like it's kind of risky.
Still 1 out of 100 on HLTV for Sniper. The stats will remain the same. But that's a noble effort there from Liquid. They had the smoke up to thwart the AWP position on long, but just left to Naf doing Super Mario with the MP9. Didn't get as much as he would have liked, but they got some damage there. They got some damage. But yeah, it was an interesting, should we stay or should we send it?
I like the push here and the quick reposition. One of the things I have loved to see from Liquid, and I'm sure it's a result of, some of the stuff we've been hearing from Elige and just, how awesome JT's calling is. The team's very active.
Oh my word.
Oh my goodness, he gets decapitated. At least it's a round where they only have USPs, so there's not a lot at stake. But that, I'm sure, is something we can expect to see on some of the buy rounds as well.
Style points for Shiro in the anti-eco. So the question is, how do Liquid stabilize? Let's not forget recent results that Spirit have had on Dust 2. They are in very good form. The desk spoke about momentum, and I mean, the question is, can Liquid get back into this half? Once their buy comes through again, can they stop the train that is Spirit from going through all their houses? I think this round will be very telling in that regard.
2-3 the score, and Liquid in with the next buy. JawKo back on the AWP. Very nice indeed. Ooh. Kind of gruesome. So the question is, in terms of the anti-stratting and the preparation from Liquid, what we expect out of this map from Liquid, we're definitely expecting them to have the roughest go of all 3 maps in this series to be on Dust 2. So this first buy round will be very telling. We'll get the long control coming in past the corner smoke, which allows them to know that Spirit, they threw the corner smoke, but nobody's playing behind it. So that's useful information for Liquid. As they kind of fall back, they put their attention now towards Catwalk.
Does Naf consider having a walk with JawKo holding this angle? Or is he just there for the swing onto JawKo, should he fire a shot? This presence on short is important. It will allow them to hold this position. They are starting to poke in a little further, while a lot of CT presence is being had on short. There's Naflight to pop out, but now with his teammate getting dropped, it's really important he stays alive there, and he's able to do that. That smoke is quite timely as well.
That's really important, especially because the whole setup there is that JT draws out the player for JawKo to finish off, but instead, it's going to be the case that he goes down. They do get a kill out of it, but 3 versus 4 for the CTs. This is such a good layup right now for Spirit. They just have to combine forces and then go for a final attack. Looking like they may be thinking about the catwalk position, but look at Liquid again getting active, and just a miss there for Elige. Very unfortunate, and the punish from Dawn comes in.
So perfect, just jiggling behind the wall, dragging the crosshairs away. Great positioning by Spirit, assuming nothing. Really neutralizing that threat from Liquid. You saw the crosshair, unsure which way to go when the player by the wall disappeared. And now the hunt is on for Naf. I don't think he survives this one. But again, Liquid trying to be proactive, but Spirit able to stabilize. Really good work from them. And he will be hunted.
Yeah, and that's that exchange, I think, in the upper tunnels is really interesting, because we were in a phase there for the T default where you have this setup. Oh, great that Naf gets that kill, but you can see Shiro peeks off. In fact, the CTs and the Ts have the same setup essentially with the rifle and the AWP bait.
Look at the constant back and forth behind the wall. Ended up being such a problem for Liquid. Unable to drop a player there. Expensive lessons learned early here from Liquid. We'll see if they can adapt to them before this half is done. But again, not shy to take the fight to them.
I think historically, Spirit are a dangerous team if you let them set up. So on the CT side, you kind of have to be active. Liquid know this, but also Spirit knows that as well. So Spirit are going to be very, very hard to catch off.
MOUZ is 0 for 6 at the moment, not enjoying himself. I think Vu used the word exploited. We can put that on MOUZ's head for now. Jorko was 10 at the time Shiro made his Gambit Youngsters debut. Young Shiro. What a revelation that was. So again, another dry round for Liquid, where they can think about the rounds that have come and gone.
Some deagles, maybe to have some fun, find some headshots, steal some weapons, make it awkward.
There was good timing from Liquid with the presence, the utility on short when they were going for that aggression towards the B bomb sites. But how many pages are there to that part of their book? How many strats do they have to throw at Spirit aggressively on this CT side? What is the minimum for rounds here for Liquid?
So this is interesting. We had the smoke on Cat there. Liquid wants Spirit to go into mid. That is what Liquid wants to have happen. And so how many layers do we have from Spirit to try to force Liquid to jump the gun here? They may lose a player. There goes Tanae with the pop flash. There's Elise on the peak. It was always about this setup in mid. And for Liquid, they get at least one kill.
Make that one more. Oh, that's a swing and a miss from Shiro. And things get closer. Things get more difficult. Zontic's popped by Naf with the 5-7. Magix and Shiro have got a really tough job now. Shiro needs to try and stay alive as Magix comes to the rescue, but he can't come quick enough. 1v2, he's got 18 seconds. He has to win this by elimination, more or less. Some stolen utility, a Molotov on the bomb. Surely he has to hunt them down. He's just got to send it at them, and Jorko's picked up the AWP. That is a great way to turn things around for Liquid. We spoke about the rounds they need. An unlikely one on the pistol round. Great highlight from you, Dan, in the action in mid, working very well for Liquid.
Yeah, it's really interesting because for Spirit, you wonder, you can maybe sack a player here in this position. But the thing is that you Alicia actually kills the trade fragger, leaving that forward player exposed. And so then there's an opportunity for 2 kills. And then suddenly, Spirit are kind of committed into the battle. And now we move into the next round. It's going to be a great spot here for Liquid. But you got to be cautious. Shiro is dangerous there. Naf escapes with 44 health.
Get him HEs down to make it easier to cross. Yeah, just as we were asking, how many pages have they got left to throw at Spirit? That was one that Spirit perhaps did not expect. Liquid showing depth in the first map of this series. Still a job to be done in this half. Plenty of util as we head towards that minute mark for Spirit, but they've just lost 2 players just like that. Elige poking, prodding. I told you he was a robot, and he's got the AWPer as the backup in mid. Wonderful stuff, and that just cripples the round for Spirit.
And that was kind of the aim we were hearing about. The Maui highlight for Jorko. Hitting that shot, he had to kind of adjust. Very, very nice. But hold that thought, because in comes Jorko again. The long position. The counterplay to try to attack this spot here from Spirit. So 1v1 now. MOUZ holds his ground. And with that, the chances for the round disappear. Zontix is going to fall before he can even think about getting the bomb. And Spirit, suddenly, it's a tie game.
That's a really good first kill to get for MOUZ on long. Oh, the parties across the board. Bit shyer with...
yeah, the enthusiasm not there, exactly.
Bit shy, like being coaxed into it by his friends, but... hey, great way to do it with your first frag. Controlling that long position, really good. Good 2-man setups from Liquid as well. On the fly, like we saw there on long, important considering how new this roster is. And indeed, we have got a real match, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and there's so much to go into, but the rounds keep playing out, so we don't have time. We've got the post here from Shiro. Pop flash comes through. And some extra utility as well. Perhaps Liquid really feeling this, but only 2 players. Oh, that's a disaster. Elise goes down. Naf is alone.
If Naf dies here, that might be the end of the rounds. Oh my god, it's getting worse. Magix is just in mid-doors for free. Completely unprepared for the flash over the top. But surely you can't pursue this one.
Yeah, they have to save. They have to save. It just they got it kind of almost looked like Liquid was somewhat expectant of that, but then it was such an early timing from Spirit that the opening setup from Liquid meant 3 players were still on A. The rotation was so far away. It had to be a very good delay for this round to even be a possible hold from the anchors, but they got nothing there for Liquid. They got completely caught off guard.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one from their point of view, but sometimes it be like that. Wouldn't overthink it.
Yeah. I mean, credit to Spirit, you know, they've conditioned a very, very slow pace. And so you never know when it can happen, but a quick pop like this is always a potential in any round after that conditioning's been set.
Really strong timing there. Yep. You are going up against Spirit after all. It was never going to be easy.
But still, I think, James, you know, that getting the CT rounds against Spirit is like the hardest part. Spirit are notoriously annoying to play against on ST side, and they're going for a very fast long control.
Yeah, there's a smoke on the corner. So Liquid will have to abandon for now. They'll be very conscious of the lack of people they have on shorts at the moment. How do they deal with this then, Liquid? 3 players on and around the A bomb site with Elige not too far behind either. But with 1:30 on the clock, the CTs have to respond to this. I don't think they can just sit on the A bomb site without that presence on short.
Yeah, it's an interesting you know, switch up from the defaults from Spirit. Looking like they want to scale long slowly. And you've got Magix here, who's going to be creeping out Cat. This is a very important catch there from MOUZ. And now Spirit committed, creeping up long. How much can Donk find off the entry?
This is really tense. So many numbers here. It's a full commitment from Liquid now. That's a great flick from Jorko. Has he got the rifle support? Goes back again. So many smokes, but Donk is traded. Looking for longer duels will favor Tanir now. 2 on 3, 45 seconds. Shiro creeping with the AWP makes it so hard for the CTs to peek. Who goes first? Who picks off whom? Shiro trying to bait that player out. You can see the barrel. But you know Nat's not going to peek unless someone else is engaged first. Looking for that, that's JT. Great answer from Shiro. Still surviving, still creeping. And that will be all he needs to turn that round around for Spirit.
So close, and those are the exact scenarios where beating Shiro, it doesn't happen. Shiro is so consistent. If he's in a spot to defend a position with an AWP, it's going to be very, very, very hard to stop him. Such a close round here. I mean, Jorko showing that he can hit these lightning fast reaction shots, but he can also connect some of these more difficult shots where he has to adjust in a very awkward manner. So I love the performance we're seeing out of Jorko, but once again, Spirit taking control.
Yeah, it was fun to watch Shiro solve that conundrum as well. Just realizing he's going to stay in that corner until I find that first engager. Speaking of engagements, very quickly again towards the B bomb site, and once more Liquid are completely outmaneuvered. Lose those initial duels, and that's the round right there.
Yeah, they're looking for the lurker. They're going to pick up Magix again. But yeah, you're completely right. The deaths just on the B site, they happen too quickly. If NAF had been able to survive even 5 to 10 seconds, get one more kill out of that, this could be a very different scenario, but...
Well, let's see what they're doing here.
They're going for it.
They may do some fishing. There are kits on the bomb site and one for MOUZ as well. I think if they lose one more player, if they lose the first player here, then that's going to be a wrap, but that may make things more inviting for the remainder of Liquid. The clock is ticking. And now MOUZ will find himself alone, down to the 1v1. He is the man with the kit, but Tanir just needs to not show. That bomb is very heavily ticked. That might be about saving an AWP. Don't know if they've got money to buy one next round. Indeed. Spirit breaking Liquid on all the right rounds to stop a threatening Liquid from building a better score in this half.
I think the thing that's been very interesting about this game is one, Jorko is really delivering. He's performing very well so far in this game. That peek to the back of Plateau was fantastic work from him to beat out that angle. However, that B site, that's been the key weakness where those pops have been extremely effective, leaving Liquid with no chance with such a disadvantageous scenario as we go into the final round.
Last week, we've seen a lot of snipers on Dust too, with not much to show at the end of a half. 13 frags for Jorko, 10 for Shiro.
Going aggressive. Another fast timing into the site. Nav delivers just one, but the Liquid players are really fast behind this.
Yeah. But Spirits are ready for this as well. Will this be checked? Magic's in the back, holding angles. He could collect 2 if they're unlucky. Do they check this position? They've done their homework, so they may be expectant. And now he's just going to pull them in all the wrong directions as they try to secure the last round and a half.
Yeah, smoke, because at least he can't afford to wait out. That Molly needs all precious seconds as income to the peak is fantastic with the orb, the pop flash as well. Now this will allow to go forward here. Donk though with the defense. And now down to MOUZ, 1 versus 2. The headshots though for Donk coming all day. 4 to 8 for Liquid. Can he come back? We're going to find out in the second half.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With the new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
Welcome back. Spirit winning some really big rounds towards B, limiting the traction Liquid could find in that first half. Pretty much spot on. Well, the pistol round was really important for Liquid. Outside of the pistol and a consecutive, they got 2 more rounds in that half. As I said at the beginning of this series, they're not great with the pistol rounds historically on Dust 2. I think if they could pick up both, then we could really be off to the races here.
Yeah, we have Donk positioned up on catwalk there, ready to receive any of the aggression, but initial utility sent there from Liquid for that initial control towards mid. Obviously, it's a popular thing for the CTs to be on cat and into mid, but it looks like Liquid could bypass them here, just testing the mid doors. Spirit, though, not moving position from cat.
Very good patience from them. Very nice from Liquid. They've got a lot more work to do, though. Some more follow-up grenades, a lot of ordnance in this pistol round, but they'll avoid most of the damage. How many more CTs do they identify? Oh, my word. Zontix, what are you doing? The plays on long completely deleted. It was looking good for a moment for Liquid, but they will be dealt with by the numbers of Spirit. That looks so pedestrian, those frags towards long. Spirit comfortable on LAN.
Yeah, Zontix with incredibly impactful kills there. Just a tap-tap for the two very fast takedowns there on that long position. But otherwise, you know, this was looked like, again, a round where Liquid was so ready. We see they waited for the pop flash, they bidded it out. Donk peeks off of it, and then Donk re-peeks into an open angle against two players. So you can see that Liquid definitely have done their homework here, but into the next one we go as Liquid with no bomb plant there on an eco.
So a 4-8 scoreline at halftime. About 30% of the rounds for Liquid on their CT side. Historically, recently, that's what they do on the T side. So they really need to have reinvented themselves in a very short space of time if they are to overcome what is being put in front of them right now by Spirit. And that's going to be compounded with the loss of that pistol round.
So Liquid might get to move through a hole here, but it's a gap led by design from Spirit. They have, of course, you know, the vision from the long cross all the way to the B doors. So this is a killing zone that Spirit have set up. We'll have to see if Liquid have any counterplay to make it easier to get across and isolate these fights, but they're just going to peek straight into the open, straight into the rifles.
Shiro hungry for one more, but JT is not done with this round just yet. And now things get a little uncomfortable. Tanir's position could be very key indeed. Absolutely, it will be. Some bonus money with the SMG. And now the second half really begins. 10-4, a big deficit that faces Liquid. They've got the rifles, they've got the utility for the most part, and they've got some strats. The question is, will they be enough for the likes of Spirit? Strats is good, but sometimes you need something a little bit more, a little bit extra. Could that be Elige and the AK-47, for example? No AWP in this round for Liquid.
Spirit getting aggressive there on the catwalk on the CT side, just straight away. Looking to try to catch Liquid and shut them down before they can really get started. And Liquid, they have to make it work in this round. They've got to start the momentum right now. Spirit only 3 away from winning this map, the first opening map here in the quarterfinals. Liquid looking to test the upper tunnels into that B site where we have this setup. Flash over the top, looking to open things up, and there we go. Good trades from Liquid, and they're in.
Yeah, tasted their own medicine. Cutting off the rotation is huge there as well. Not catching Shiro. Tanir and Shiro remain. So let's see what they choose to do. When you've got those big flashes into that B bomb site, then normally it is turning and running away for the remainder of that CT squad, and that looks to be the case for Spirit. Uncomfortable rotation for the bomb there with an successful entry in towards B. So that was interesting. Maybe playing on the timing where the CTs are expecting aggression towards short and having less numbers towards B on that occasion.
Yeah, again, I think it's a lot of this research, James, you know, knowing sort of what to expect on some of the defensive setups from Spirit. Spirit are going to be one of the teams, especially on Dust 2, that are the most studied teams. There's the most tape out there for Spirit on this map. You know, generally, that's, you know, it doesn't mean that you're going to be able to take down Spirit. Most teams in the world will fail to do so, despite that fact. But at the same time, you know, you could see, I think, some of the prep here. Liquid, it seems like they always kind of know quite what to expect.
Tanir and Shiro will save some rifles. Liquid need to do a good job of keeping Spirit poor as they attempt to mount a comeback. Good use of the numbers there. It's really smart how no Liquid player was standing in front of another there. And the party rolls on down.
Yes, yes. Liquid, they had to make that last round work. They found a way to do it, but now Spirit getting aggressive. They've got some of these safe weapons. They're going aggressive into the lower tunnels. Can they find anything here? Magic takes quite a lot of damage. Donk is dug into the position. Shiro it's all a good setup for him too. And I think Spirit, or rather Liquid, kind of realized this. You can see by the Molotov that he's thrown into that position, but they still have to display Spirit. Spirit are not going to be forced out of this fight. They want to fight to the death, and there's Jorko with the trade.
That's the bomb spotted in lower tunnel. See if there's a reaction to that from the CTs. Plenty of time on the clock though, so not too telling. And there's a good spread from Liquid as well. They're keeping the CTs honest, one towards top mid, one outside long doors. They're keeping their options open. And in that respect, Shiro starts to wonder and heads back towards long. Unsure if it's been compromised or not. There will be rotation from Liquid as well. Magic still close to mid doors. Some presence spotted towards long now. There's time to respond to this for both squads. See Tanir heading over for some rifle support for Shiro.
I think they got so lucky not to lose a player there. That's a dry peek into Shiro. How often do you survive there with no util? And now Liquid scale in, but still against Shiro, they got to use util, but this is a dry peek. The flash did come over, but Shiro had a great angle to defend it.
CT's perhaps unsure as to the climate towards short. They'll have to go in that direction now. They have a man advantage for the retake. The bomb's still on long at present, with teammates scaling towards the site. Better get over there before those smokes dissipate. Just a flash left for Liquid. No AWP versus an AWP retake. And the man disadvantage. This is not going to be easy for the likes of Liquid.
Yeah, Zontic's by the elevator position, already close. There's the flash there. Now Spirit looking to scale across. Jorko with a great opener there, downing Tanir. More damage needs to be done though. Spirit just trying to get it done off the raw gun battles here. The defense holding so far for Liquid. JT takes down Zontic's Jorko. He will fall on the site. Now down to Naf in that position, but with Shiro, he's so far away. He cannot cover the distance now. I think Liquid have done it here.
Yeah, he's got no kit. There is one on the sites. He can't bait the player to peek this time like he did in that first half either. So it will be a 6th round for Liquid. And again, I said they've got to keep the CT spending their money. Absolutely sucks. It'll have to be a hero round for Shiro for the most part, but Liquid are doing everything they need to. They're ticking all the boxes in that respect for the comeback.
Yeah, and I think they managed this aggression really, really well. Again, finding these traits, and that's the kill there. I'm like, Shiro is getting that, I thought, like almost all the time. So I think Liquid had such a gift there that Shiro wasn't able to do more damage, and they had just enough bodies to get onto the site with 20 seconds left as well. And suddenly, interesting spot here, but James, the Shiro with an AWP, they can buy next round. He's got pistols with him. This is a dangerous round for Liquid.
Yeah, and it's these kinds of rounds which are weird and the ones you can't necessarily prepare for if you're Liquid. So these are rounds where one must be careful because things can go wrong. So let's see how they approach this. They know what the threat is. They can expect some deagles and 5-7s and such. Just a smoke for Donk. So how do they simplify a round such as this?
Yeah,
Shiro currently towards that B bomb site, so that will certainly help.
Yeah, Simplify, I think, is such a great call-out. They've got the utility here to try to deal with these positions. The Molotov coming in. However, the ramp position, I was going to say, looks open, but maybe by design as Jorko sinks the headshot.
Yeah, I don't know how Shiro gets involved in this with his position. So it may be a case of trying to find some exits. No need to lose that AWP and have to spend another one. That money could come in handy in future.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there in terms of the stylistic difference. If you're the better team, more rounds with the AWP, especially when it's on Shiro, probably converts more of the time for you. So I think that passive option, it doesn't feel good to lose rounds to give them up, but the more passive option I think definitely makes sense for Spirit because again they know that they are a heavy, heavy favorite here. But James, this is their map. This is their map pick, and they are so expected to win this map. So kind of curious, how far Liquid can actually push this momentum forwards against them.
A little waste of money versus some pistols, but no big deal. Yeah, greatly dealt with by Liquids. Again, you wonder how far they can go. Even if you fancy Liquid for this one, then there's a question of, do you think they can do a 2-0 or do they have to do it in 3? But again, it's down to them to show us and how much homework they've done. I think it's a very small thing, but that 3-man swing, all being in like giving space for each other to face as well, shows that they've been drilling quite specifically. We'll see how things continue. They have reduced the deficit to 3. Spirit will be back on the buy once again. It's almost a mirror of the first half, actually. The CT side takes the pistol in a second, and we have a flurry of rounds for the T side. We had 4 in a row for Spirit in the first half. This is the 4th round for Liquid to continue that mirror. So let's see what Spirit are able to do. Again, both snipers delivering in this game of Dust 2.
The timing here from Elise is really, really quick to Xbox. Looks like Liquid are putting up the pace here. Could catch Spirit.
So Tanir will give some sound cues with his reload, which almost looks a bit deliberate. Maybe he's trying to invite a peek towards the door if someone pokes out later on. We'll see how that one plays out. Magic's just waiting to respond to a take of shorts here. Good timing.
Spirit they give up the B side here to play more of that mid defense. So Spirit seem to be expectant that Liquid are going to try to pressure mid itself, but Liquid actually focusing on catwalk right now instead. But
MOUZ just dropped a Molotov behind the door. 50 seconds on the clock, and there's a big flash as Tanir will deliver. Interesting developing story there from earlier on. But now that Lurk has been dealt with, how big of an indicator is that for Spirit, who already have 3 players defending this A bomb site?
Well, right now it works out for Liquid a little bit because the B players go back into the site. They're expecting a pop at this timing. The pop is going to be from Cat onto A, and Shiro, he can probably delay here for quite some time. The molly goes a little bit deep there. Oh, they take down the first player, Palm Tree Graffiti. JT, great entry onto Shiro, and now maybe a chance here for Liquid, but Tanir holds down that long position, and suddenly it's all on JT and Jorko.
This angle has to work for him. He spots a second one. They know where that last player is. Over towards Long. Makes him really low. 15 HP for Donk with the M4. As JT tries to find where he's coming from, but he's exposed himself to the short boxes. And Donk's able to secure a hammer who only sees nails, securing Spirit's 11th here.
Oh my goodness, JT in that position. I mean, the fact that Donk makes that move with such little HP, you're so... If a person flicks you don't get the insta headshot, you're definitely dying there. So it just goes to show that Donk understands the timings of the game. He recognized there was a play to be made. Amazing stuff here. Jorko going for that re-peek onto Donk. Definitely bold. He actually hits him too. So you can't... I don't think you can really be too unhappy about it.
Oh, that's so unlucky from a Liquid point of view. 15 HP. That could be quite a decisive round, but let's see how it continues. There will be a buy here for Liquid, but you see the shortcomings. Mob with the Desert Eagle this time. Unable to trade. Magic's in that short position. He has done great work there, taking 2 players. 2 for 1 is fantastic when you're on the CT side. If you can take 2 players with you, you have done a good job.
Especially this early, before Liquid have had the opportunity to deploy a lot of utility or really force the Team Spirit to spend much. So it really is the worst case scenario. And this, of course, would put Spirit on 12 rounds. How do you save this? They're going to try to scale up catwalk. A nice headshot onto Shiro.
Tanir on an island. Shiro's able to save his bacon, though, and this round is not going anywhere where Liquid would like it to. MOUZ put out of his misery towards the end. Not enough progress, no bomb plant, not enough frags. There's no metric where that was successful for Liquid whatsoever, and Spirit find themselves on game points.
Yeah, and Spirit look just, you know, like Spirit looks on Dust 2. Just a very, very strong team. And so it's no surprise that the scoreline looks like this. I think, though, for Liquid, I feel like they must feel extremely competitive in this game, James, given how close some of these key rounds have been. And so regardless as to what happens here, Liquid are probably going to feel pretty good about this Dust 2. And I mean, it's not over just yet, but if we're thinking about where the money's at, it's in the bin right now for Liquid.
It is very close to over. Looking at the buy that Liquid have to muster for this one, and if they are to lose this, I think that pivotal moment is that 1v1 JT and Donk where the whole game changes, because they were doing a really good job of keeping Spirit's backs to the wall. But that changed everything. The Donk factor.
And it's so
just
crazy
when it needs to.
Because to your point, Jorko peeked Donk and hit him. He legged him. So it's like it's just the finest of margins.
Yeah. But so brutal. So brutal. But let's see if there's anything left. The Desert Eagles are out on the T side. Jorko with the scout. It's going to have to be the hard way.
Spirit quite aggressive in the sense that they're looking for these positions. Mid and Cat, good defense there from Shiro. Again, this is one of the hardest players you could possibly face in this kind of a position with an AWP. And here goes Liquid again. They will tear Shiro. Pulls off the angle before he can maybe get that catch onto the drop into pit. But now look at Spirit go. They are all well set up for this defense.
That's a really important tag with the scout while the pistols close the distance. Able to avoid the HE into the smoke as well. Donk is hungry for engagement. 4 players focused on A here for Spirits. As Donk looks to thin these numbers out, and he will do exactly that. JT to trade. 1 minute on the clock. So many people coming his way. 6 HP in a dream. JT's going to try and find a way to make this happen, but he won't. That leaves Jorko and the Scouts. Nothing doing in that regard, and Spirit, after that 1v1, will be able to secure the first map of the series.
We definitely knew the favorites were Spirit coming into this one, and we knew the T side was going to be strong as well for Spirit. We sort of glossed over it a little bit, Maui, but they are such a strong team on that T side. So almost getting to start that way for them was great. They got a lot of rounds under their belt, and it felt like it was only just a small step until they were able to close out Dust 2.
No, I don't even think that if you looked at the numbers, it would be much more favorable to have one side or the other for Spirit. They're just such a great team when it comes to Dust 2. Obviously, that's spearheaded by Donk, but a couple of the other guys showed up in moments. I mean, I think what really put this game to bed, especially, was the Zontix pistol kills it long. At that point, if you're Liquid, you felt like you had so much going for you. Maybe you could build up some momentum, and it was just snuffed right out.
I feel like Liquid came into this one with a solid game plan. They wanted to shut down Donk, and for parts of the game, they were successful, but the beauty of the Tanir pickup for Spirit in the more recent memory is that if you shut down Donk, you're forgetting about players, as you mentioned, Zontix, you've got Tanir, you've got Shiro, and then eventually, no matter what, Donk is inevitable. He is going to show up into the game if you give him long enough, and he had long enough. He ended up with 100 ADR, and we were talking at parts of this game that he was a little silent, that it was Tanir having the pop-off game.
Is that your excuse for why your prediction about Donk's, best LAN performance isn't happening right now in map 1?
I think they did a good job of shutting him down, but I mean, this is over 100 ADR. We don't know the rating necessarily, but this was a good game from Donk, despite Liquid doing a really good job of trying to shut him down. It's the problem that Donk is inevitable, and Jorko in this one, he got Donk.
He did a great job, though. I've got to give Jorko a little bit of credit. I felt like the clutch he had in the one-on-one with Shiro was especially well played. You see the prowess with both the AWP and the rifles there. So the Liquid rookie, who I know a lot of people are watching this game for, definitely showed that he could take it toe-to-toe with one of the best and most elite teams in the world.
I think as much as we talk about this matchup, if you're a Liquid fan, you realize the situation you're in. You realize you're playing against the Spirit. They're the best team in the event right now. You're looking at this as, okay, we lost, but at least our pieces did well. Jorko did well. JT called a good game. We had a solid showing, even if we got destroyed.
I gotta say, there's also something outside the server. I loved, what is it, the party streamer thing going on? They're celebrating like his first LAN stage game. I just gotta, to keep the energy up, even in a situation where you are getting dunked, where you realize the inevitable is happening. It's so beautiful to see.
Someone get a Vuvuzela on stage.
I'm just gonna say, Kerrigan really set the meta with trying to make sure that nobody feels any pressure on stage. He looked at Falcon and said, I just gotta crack more jokes. Liquid, they're stealing from that book right now. They're saying we got to make the whole environment a lot more lively.
And it is getting there for them. Unfortunately, it isn't necessarily translating into round wins for themselves, because there still is just a little bit something that's off for Liquid, right? There's still some rounds, Maui, where you're wondering, why are they letting those small mistakes go through? Is it just an inexperience? Is it Spirit potentially even taking advantage of what happens in certain rounds?
Old habits die hard for Liquid. Round 10 really exhibited some of the problems of Liquid before they even made the roster moves that they did in the offseason, where they get this great advantage for themselves. The opening pick from MOUZ towards the short side, and at one point here, they really have Spirit trapped. The fact that there's a couple swings here, though, like MOUZ right there swinging off of Plat, and then you're in a 3-on-2 situation, and you could deal with this in numerous ways. They even get a dink on Shiro through the box, but then what is that? Like, Elige just swings from the platform right there, and then they try to go for a double swing, but they don't actually get the kill on Shiro right there, and that's just too easy. Shiro's gonna eat that kind of stuff up. Credit goes to Shiro for hitting every single tripwire shot that was presented to him, but at the same time, Liquid, I'm just shocked you're not playing off of first contact on the guy that's on elbow, letting him just see the guy, and yeah, maybe he dies, but then you can activate Elige. Then you can activate your guy at elevator, as those guys can then play off of that contact.
Can't help but agree, and that was such an important round for their CT side. It felt like they were actually going to build a CT side that could get more. What did they get? 4 rounds by the end of the half there. And you look at who did the swing, who was the, I'd say the domino that toppled the defense. It was Elige, and I know you've talked about this before. Elige sometimes has that tendency to want to go for a little bit too much. He wants to go for the play because he's confident in his own ability. But when you look at that round, if Elige stays alive, if they play off the contact, I think once Elige dies there, you have a troublesome round for Liquid in a 2v2 where they know where you are and you know where they are.
And so now we're looking at this sort of question where Elige may be overstepping, some of those old tendencies coming into play. When you bring in a new player who shouldn't have those habits, where do you put him right now? How are you impressed with Djorko, with the way that he's performing and still being able to show up, transitioning from online to offline?
That's the silver lining for Liquid at this tournament, is that they now have an Opper who I simply just trust. The way, again, I talked about it in the pregame, the way that Djorko aims the AWP is just so much smoother than Ultimate. The kill confirmation style where he's going to get the AWP out, and he can hit some nice fast flicks, but they're not actually completely out of control. I mean, even just watching this next kill that one of the next kills he gets in middle, how he just takes his time with just lining up the shot through the doors. This one right here, where he gets this guy on his screen, and he doesn't just wildly flick up top left. He actually, you know, he over flicks a little bit, swings it slowly back to the right to make sure he's gonna hit the target. You would see Ultimate and a lot of Oppers that had a trouble with CS2 just go immediately for that muscle memory flick right away. But you can see that Djorko, he kind of slows those moments down for himself in a way not many Oppers do. So I'd say that's something to be happy about or optimistic about with Liquid.
And I have to say, I was a little concerned. You know, you heard Djorko in the interview beforehand. He was nervous in the online game. So you get him onto the stage. He's playing in front of a bit of a crowd. I was thinking he might be a little nervous here. He might have an underperformance. But this is an incredible performance from Djorko. I mean, when he had the op in hand, he was lights out, and he was impressive with the rifle as well. So regardless of how this game or this series goes, I think we can be happy with Djorko, especially if you're a Liquid supporter.
Well, Djorko being that silver lining, something that's so good for them, how do you expect the rest of the team to be able to follow up, to capitalize, or maybe even put him in a position to be able to do more? I do wonder, where do the chips fall if you're not disappointed in Djorko, if you think he's holding his own? I
think the reality is that Dust 2 is a really, really weak map for Team Liquid. I mean, when you look at it, Spirit are dangerous on T and CT side, but Spirit have a top 3 T side in the top 50. Liquid had a bottom 5 T side in the top 50. They're not a good Dust 2 team. So to put up a fight, to have a couple of pivotal rounds, the one you highlighted, I think is a really big one. There was a few rounds here where if Liquid managed to pick those up, if they don't fumble a couple of advantages, you're seeing a close game, an OT game maybe, where Liquid have a chance to take that game. I think Dust 2 is just a bad map for them. I want them to kind of memory wipe this one and move into Anubis.
They can look towards that one, but we're not going to forget it by any means. And it's someone else who isn't going to forget it, Maui, Tania. He was the one that was able to step up because, like Boo said, the inevitable of Dunk will happen, but there is so much still left in Spirit to be able to compensate for when a player is sort of getting shut down.
I felt like Tanir was just feasting on so many of the kind of extremity plays in this game. He got really activated in that round where he was putting up that sort of short defense. But yeah, given that he's not really the main attack, they're not really always taking map control for Tanir on this one, that he's just usually working his way through long, working his way through B tunnels. Picking his timings is of the utmost importance. And in this game, he had a lot of great moments where he's either just holding things down. I like that they activated him more on the CT side too, but that's one of the biggest elements of growth for Tanir, that he's just, I feel like he was unsure of when to pick his timings. Now he understands the Spirit system system, and he's paying them back for teaching it to him.
I think mentioning the extremities, I think, is the right way to put it, because you saw Liquid, they tried to overwhelm the middle of the map to make sure they could get trades on Donk, on a Magix as they go into the bomb site. So Tanir could feast on the extremities, he could go for the long push, he could go for the late round plays that he wants to, because really Liquid were just so focused on Donk. As I mentioned, you can focus on Donk all you want. The problem with Spirit is they're a multifaceted team now. They have a bunch of players that can take over a game if you let them.
That's going to be a real struggle, a hurdle, right? Whether Liquid want to forget whatever happened on Dust 2, just focus up for what's next. At the end of the day, you are going to be able to have to come with solutions, with answers to what is the Spirit problem. But right now, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if a 2-0 is on the cards or if Anubis has a lot more in store for us.
In terms of being ready, I've spoke to you before about like your own performances as well, getting comfortable with obviously you coming back to this level, Magix's IGL and stuff. So give me your thoughts on where you are at personally with it now, how comfortable you feel, and are you satisfied with your own performance?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, there is no much to elaborate about. I think just yes.
Are you comfortable with everything now though? Like you understand what is needed of you in how Magix uses you, where you're playing with new team members as well?
Yeah, but it depends on Hali, to be honest, because we haven't played with him for a significant amount of time. It's going to be different, but if you talk about my career at all, like I had my best time with Hari as a coach, so it's not like I have a new coach and I have to worry about how it will work. It's just curious to see how it will work with two coaches right now, because we haven't played with two coaches before.
Are they when you're saying about like the two coaches, are they splitting responsibility? Someone gives you something and then another one gives you the other thing to focus on, or can you explain it to me?
I think Sotvik is more micro and Hali is more macro. So I think Hali works more on the team plan, on how we play as a team, as a whole. And Sotvik talks more about how we execute things, and we watch demos with him. So that's how they split the responsibilities. So we have ability to do more while spending not more time. You know, to be honest, I think one coach system is just very hard. When you have to watch demos together, you have to worry about micro, you have to worry about team play and whatever. It's just too much for a single person. So the coach is going to be more efficient for sure.
Talking about the adjustments, or I guess lack thereof, to having two new coaches and just all the benefits that are being reaped for them right now. And I sort of liken it to having two analysts, right? But we can only ever get better with more of you.
Yeah, I think we should fill this with 5 analysts. I think that might make it even better. No, I think two coaches for Spirit has actually helped them a lot. When you look at the way they're playing now, they're so much more tactical. They have some of the most flash assists or kills with flashed opponents of anyone in the scene right now. I actually think it's grown the team incredibly. early. And so to hear him talk about it, where Holly's more overview, he's more team strategy, and you have Sotfik as the more specifics-focused coach, I think it makes perfect sense with what we see on the server as well.
I mean, with Spirit taking one step up, how we see how strong their Dust 2 performance here was. I do wonder, Maui, with Liquid going back onto Anubis here, what's their strength? What's their go-to that when we last saw them play against Vitality, they were able to get that win and could replicate it today against Spirit?
So the defenses from Liquid have just been astounding because they played not only Vitality, but G2 as well. And across both of those Anubis CT sides, they were so active. It's what caused and helped them have an above 50% round win percentage on the defense of the map that is supposed to be the hardest on CT side. Liquid understand the meta. They're extremely active, that even when a play doesn't quite work out for them, they go for another. A double push at long B, a double push in E-box. This is all from the same round, by the way, that they're just going through every single possible option one by one and doing it together. That is why they were able to put up such a fight versus both elite teams in Vitality, in G2, that they're constantly moving around and that they're always looking for something, some kind of in. Like, you can't play on your heels, and that's really the biggest weakness of so many of the favorites. They just think they're going to play a CT side default, they're going to wait back, hope that you get to hold against those kinds of executes. But Liquid, they always take matters in their own hands.
Yeah, and I think the key when you look at that is that they're not over-forcing it. You know, you saw, if you watched the G2 game, there was a couple rounds G2 waited back looking for the re-aggression, but Liquid, they know we don't have to be re-aggressing at all times. We can slow it down, we can play a standard round, but Anubis CT side, it's more like a T side. It is a map where you're trying to go for those aggressions, and when you have JT, often an Anubis specialist, and Liquid, they were an Anubis specialist team even last season, even without JT, the strengths are going to add up together.
Okay, I'm hoping it's enough then that we're going to be able to see Liquid come out on top, that we're going to have, you know, that unsuspecting victory from them, but we'll see exactly how it plays out as we head on into Anubis.
Yes, let's go. This is going to be a really interesting spot now for the series because, James, you know, of course, everybody understands Spirit's one of the best in the business on Dust 2. No one's expecting anything from Liquid, but Anubis.
On Anubis.
Now we're moving into the like positive territory for Liquid because this is how they engineered the wins over Vitality, Falcons, and also...
There's nothing positive about this number right here, 7.69 for Liquid. But I agree with you. I think that it was a noble effort they put up. I think there were some rounds which, if they went their way, maybe they can continue in that second half. But it wasn't to be. Spirit had other ideas.
Yes.
But again, I think Anubis is I mean, now it's the last stand, but I think it's where they're probably going to put their biggest stand. We are used to seeing really big performances from Elige, getting towards 20 frags in some of the recent matches where they've taken some really big scalps. That will absolutely be necessary in this one as well.
Yeah, and I said Falcons, but I meant Vitality, and like you say, Elige, you know, given his performance in the online stage, I've done a lot of podcasts with Elige over the years about performance, and one of the things that helps him the most is being very active on the comms. And I think, like they set up on the desk here, James, we're about to get into a game of Anubis where the activity is going to be just out of the sky, just from Liquid. They're going to be all over the place. And
you're a believer, Dan. You sound like a believer.
I am a believer, James.
Yes, there's two of us. There's two believers now. Tense, though. God, it was really a really engaging first map of this series. Elige waiting for them to make their way over, and make their way over they will. Trying to stay alive there as he abandons ship. Zontix, again, they're so good at having these lurker positions, just limiting how Liquid can rotate. And that'll keep Elige busy for a while.
Ouch.
So it just looks so casual the way Spirit gets some frags sometimes. But then there were 3 for Liquid. So this pistol is starting to slip away from the squad. Shiro once more with that P250 for some extra range. The smoke up is really going to slow down. This is going to be painful for Liquid. They do have a kit, but those chances are just going down. They're dwindling as that bomb continues to tick. And it's Zontix again. Just been waiting for that smoke. They've been at the mercy of Spirits in this pistol round. Not the start they were looking for.
Yeah, Zontix is the most just nonchalant person, I feel like, on the stage at the moment. And also in these pistols has been consistently delivering these important kills. You know, we saw that in the second half of Dust 2 as well, with the double tap with the USP. Now, super casual with the dollies, as you would expect perhaps from him at this point in his career.
I do love the patience when someone respects the recoil of the dualies rather than just going full inbox spam.
Yes.
Especially at range. It will reward you if you respect it.
There's a force buy. So speaking of respect, James, how much does Spirit respect the danger of Liquid here? Because they're a team that has a lot to say on rounds like this.
Yeah, we saw Shiro left some money in the bank on the Spirit force buy in the first game, but it's all in from the entire squad here. And Jorko's got reasonable output on Anubis in the recent matches also. So we'll see if this slows things down for Liquid overall. Dancing around smokes, but Naf will have no more dancing to do in this round.
Liquid just try to get some exits, try to save here. You know, they force bought. That's the typical response, especially retaking into this side. The B side is going to feel next to impossible. So they can engineer a weapon steal or something of that nature. That would be nice, but definitely looking to carry all of this stuff into the following round.
Yeah, big reset for Liquid. Just one kill in the early rounds here. Doesn't look likely for exits in this one. And that does have a part to play in the overall life of this half. But we'll see what they can throw at them in the next one, assuming Spirit make an exit in a separate direction. So far, so good for Spirit, though. We've obviously focused on Liquid a lot as an underdog in this series, as a team with the smarts and the discipline to study and improve and bring the best fight they can in this space of time with their new roster. But on the Liquid POV, sorry, on the Spirit POV, you know, it's a good day for Spirit so far. They survived a challenging test from Liquid in that first game, and it's smooth sailing at the beginning of Anubis.
Yeah, especially on this T side. It's really nice to have a relaxed start like this. I mean, I say that, but you know, there's still this next round where some of the weapons, of course, were saved from the previous, where Liquid could get other opportunities. We'll see, though, if that comes to pass. Spirit, once again, I think high alerts, looking to take control here of this A-long position. Of course, a popular spot for a team like Liquid to maybe have some setups. But Liquid, they really want Spirit to finish here onto the A side, but I don't know if it's going to be as simple as that, James.
I want to see this HE Jorko is holding be deployed. Now, is there going to be challenge elsewhere that invites rotation? Certainly with Magic Spot. So we'll see if Liquid can have the temerity to hold, but I mean, he's found out too much. He knows too much. He must be eliminated. That will pretty much secure the rotation for Spirit, so he'll avoid the shenanigans, which puts Liquid in a tough spot now. Again, it's a reset round for them. Another one where they've been outmaneuvered as far as this B bomb site is concerned. They can go for some exits, which they avoided last time. They can still, you know, for the long run of this, it's awkward because they've only got one kill. And it's going to be 3 rounds of 1 kill if they don't really engage, which again puts so much pressure on them to win not 1 round, but like 2 in a row. So it's a tough spot for Liquid in this one. Zon6 has 7 kills in pistol rounds today. He has 4 kills in all the other rounds combined.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, but we do get more attempts here to try to whip away the money for Team Spirit. But yeah, like you say, you know, this round didn't really have too much to give for Liquid. They were kind of hoping that Spirit would gamble, but you know, Spirit had the MAC-10. It's like that key weapon where you can kind of throw it at a position. If you have any suspicion that something might be an open area, you can just throw the MAC-10 at it. And if it goes down, you know, it's not too much of a problem. You've gotten the information that you need to finish out the round. So very, very straightforward stuff there for Spirit. 3-0. But now the buy from Liquid on the CT side of Anubis, where they have caused quite some problems for the likes of G2 and Vitality in the 2 matches previous.
Look at the money Spirit have in the back, though. It is a perfect storm for them to... Like, you couldn't ask for a better start to being 1-0 up and going up against your opponent's big map. Very fast action from that mid position, easily dealt with by Magix. Is that the round done, pretty much? I mean... There's just not enough here for MOUZ just having a look, trying to deploy a grenade, and he will be victimized, exploited, as Vu said. All it is exploitation that Spirit are doing to Liquid so far in this game of Anubis.
Yeah, just getting deleted there. I mean, perhaps, again, you know, Liquid getting aggressive, it's something that there's all this tape on this now as well. You can kind of see the timings that are worrisome, and those mid pushes. It is something that they like to do quite a lot, so nothing out of the ordinary, I think, from Team Spirit's perspective. And yeah, round by round, it's been extremely clean for them so far. And Naf might find one kill here, but now they know precisely where Naf is. And given, as you've said previously, the money in the bank for Spirit, they probably are going to just bear down on this position and just not allow him to save this rifle.
Yeah, again, this is, for me, in this half, this is already a very high urgency situation for Liquid. The sheer lack of kills now in 4 rounds, the money, the T's are building. Like, there's just pressure by every metric coming Liquid's way. 3 kills, I think, in 4 rounds on your defensive side of Anubis. You're really going to need all the luck in the world, I think, to overcome Spirit and get a good score out of this half. But maybe I'm speaking too soon. Let's see what Liquid are. Well, I mean, Jorko's got a lot of money, but it's an awkward spot. It's a tough spot already for Liquid, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is. You know, the timeout comes through so that they can kind of get onto the same page here with how they need to deal with Spirit. The tough thing is, you know, again, like Liquid have a lot of success, you know, being able to get the aggression on, but as we saw in that previous round, you know, Spirit might be very, very aware of those early timings. So perhaps we'll see something a little bit slower here from Liquid, try to get to the mid-round so that they can, you know, be in a position where they can get active in the mid-round after some initial actions happened already. You might find more success there. See the highlights here. It just really looks too easy here for Spirit right now. But we're back into the next round, and the money's actually, they haven't decided to force up here. There's no op for Jorko.
Some things in Liquid's favor in recent matches versus high-tier opposition. So they beat Vitality 13-10 on Anubis. They beat G2 13-6. They didn't win a pistol round in any of those matches. I think that says something to their prowess on Anubis. So this may not be the end of the world, but of course the tests only get more difficult.
Yeah, they might be looking to collapse on the mid people here from the Spirit side. And there is that opener onto Magix, and then, yeah, okay, they are looking to drop in on top of this one. Jorko with another kill. The half-buy here from Liquid has created a 2 versus 3. Found a way to take some initiative. Some good damage, but 3 players still standing there for Spirit. And now we'll move on to that 4-buy, where Jorko is able to collect that AWP.
You saw Naf racing over to try and help his teammates as he did drop the bomb carrier for a time, but he was picked off, as you could see on the radar. Unable to help. But perhaps, I mean, now, I think psychologically, the game begins now for Liquid. 0-5, your loss bonus is through the roof. You've got all the tools you want. The AWP is out. Now is where the game begins. Now they've got to mount their comeback. I said we need a big performance from Elish. He has not got a... Not got onto the scoreboard just yet, but there's no better time than the present.
Yeah, so we'll see how this opening goes here for Spirit. Yeah, much more of an A lean. Actually, not having any players towards the B side of the map, this might actually telegraph, at least to us, that Spirit might want to get onto a quicker timing into A, and we can see that Liquid don't have players right at this timing of the round, really in a good spot to full-on defend A.
They are moving into that mid position, though, so help can be on the way very quickly indeed. You can see Spirit very committed here. Donk was living comfortably outside A until an apple was dropped on his head. Now he's got 50 HP. So it won't be a complete surprise to Liquid, who can get over there very quickly indeed. They need to go through that smoke as MOUZ is exploited once again on this A bomb site. Will Liquid have good enough position for the numbers of Spirit? Doesn't look like it. It's a wipeout. The floors are bleached on A. I said the game has to start here for Liquid, but it's going to be a 0-6 scoreline.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You could see the logic there for Liquid, but I think a couple of things went wrong. They started with the early timing to have more of a lean towards the B, and then when we got to more of a mid-round timing, they have players around mid, which allows them to respond to the late mid take, but also allows them to respond to a pop into A. But as we could see, the delay from the site itself was maybe a second, like needed to be 1 second more to allow the Liquid players to get through the smoke there. And as we could see, they were just all lined up. They hadn't got into position just yet. And so this is not a good look right now because they tried to play a bit more passive. They tried to play a bit more aggressive, and nothing's working.
Terrorists win. Yeah, Spirit looking super comfortable, and they made that as uncomfortable as it could be for Liquid. Just they had to feel so exposed with the T swinging, nothing to fight behind, just standing there, facing their fate with no control whatsoever. Donk there.
Yeah,
beautiful stuff.
Would have loved just like one extra flash from Liquid at that timing when they're coming through the smoke. Would have been so nice.
How does MOUZ change the way he's playing? As far as the engagements, how they've found openings towards A hasn't been great. So it will be the heat turned up by Liquid. Elige somehow still standing for now. The trades won't be in their favor as Zontix will be able to collect NAF. And 3 remain for Liquid. Not sure if 1 or 2 were seen pushing out of the A bomb site. And Spirit have got the positions to take advantage elsewhere. You can see the bomb's been left in a safe position. More to be done for Liquid. They should have 2 left now, it feels like,
yeah,
after that.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, the AWP is so dangerous when there's only 3 players left. You have to walk everywhere. It's so dangerous. Okay, very important battle here for Magic. You can just delay. Like, holding time here would be nice, but Jorko's in on the back. And so with Jorko reinforcing the position with the AK, they got E-box control as well. There is space to work here to allow Liquid to be ahead of this push for once. And then for Spirit, 50 seconds to go. 3 versus 3. They know they have the time and the entire map that they can play with.
And what do you do if you're Liquid? Your opponent has cut noise. There's a minute for them to play with. You do have kits, but if you separate, then the defenses are so much thinner. Do you gamble on one bomb site? Do you actively move to the other? Maybe a coin flip situation is what they choose to do. But will they open the right door? Oh, the boost timing here could be absolutely incredible. Will this be checked for? I don't think it will be. They avoid the trade frag as well. And now Shiro's isolated from his teammate, running in towards A. And guess who's waiting for him? It's Jorko. He'll finish off the job. Surely the first round for Liquid's on the way.
Yeah, the alarm system there, really nice with that boost to ensure that Jorko could know exactly what was coming. And nothing left here at all to be done here by Zontix except to save the AWP. And I mean, the rounds have come so cleanly for Spirit. They are never running out of money in this half. Pretty much every player has $10,000 or more. Donk has 16K to start this round. Taneer has 14K to start the round. The money is never running out. So it's the hardest road here for Liquid.
It really is. Barefoot in the desert. There are no clouds for the sun. We'll see if they can survive.
I feel like Liquid are notorious for getting value out of that boost.
Yeah. Such good timing for them as well. Such good timing. But again, things have been so much better for Spirit at the beginning of this, a faster pace towards B. Will they commit though? They're asking questions from the outside, and Magic's finds 2. Again, just cutting the legs off Liquid round after round. What can you really do? The rest of the team don't have position. There's always someone lurking for Spirit waiting to cut off that rotation as well. So they're helpless now.
Yeah, it's the worst thing, worst possible thing. They just don't have any options after that opening. And Spirit, the calling, it's so good. Like, they are finding these moments repeatedly to put Liquid into a spot where, I imagine, being in their shoes, you have no options. You're just stuck here. You didn't get to play the round. And you're just losing just moment by moment here. And bomb will go down. Liquid will try their best to hold on to their guns. But let's remember, Spirit have so much money, so they're going to be able to have a good, I think, shout at trying to take down these players. And now they know where MOUZ is. You can probably assume the rest of the team is there as well.
Elige had 19 kills versus G2 on Anubis. He had 17 kills versus Vitality on Anubis. He has no kills versus Spirit with 8 rounds played. And again, he was a big, I mean, it's not really about one player. They're just getting completely overwhelmed by Spirit. But he's been so good in this new look Liquid, but nothing is going their way on their pick of Anubis. So much potential coming into this series, but at the end of the day, you're still facing Spirit.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that. Spirit have so much experience on LAN. It's where they're going to be most comfortable. It's where, you know, when you're in a sort of playoff bracket, that's the environment that is going to bring better performances from them. And the better performances will improve as they get deeper into the tournament. So I would be very confident in saying that we're not going to be seeing in this series Spirit at their full strength even.
Zontix 9 for 2. Again, that pistol, he was a pain in the bum for Liquid, and he continues to be. We see a timeout for Liquid as they try to discuss what they've absorbed in these rounds where things may have been going wrong. And again, we've seen some nice rounds from Spirit, not trying to not allow Liquid to get anything set up. They don't want to give them the room to be aggressive on their CT side if they can help it.
Yeah. I actually think one way to really help to have an approach that really dismantles that and removes confidence from Liquid playing fast in the early timings are the pops we've seen on B and A. That means Liquid, they can't really afford to go aggressive at the early rush timings like they want to.
Mirage's third map. Should it be required, but it seems to be getting further and further away as Spirit rise to the occasion on LAN.
I take it back, James. They're still going aggressive. Look at this. This is so insanely aggressive from Jorko. Oh, what a catch onto Donk, no less.
You can't allow yourself to be conditioned by your opponents. The game is lost at the point where you do that. Now, how do Spirits answer this? Great pick from Elige. That's the Elige Liquid have been looking for. Ready to collect, still focused, still sharp.
Yeah, and again, this is how Liquid really made their name in the short time on this roster that they've had on this map. And now Elige looking to, oh, okay, Tanir's going to be able to turn very quickly, find the headshot. Elige did critical damage, though. He's done enough in this round. There's 2 kills in mid, but now an opening, a path here. Liquid are very well aware of it, though, and are now repositioning to make sure that they're covered.
Spirit will continue. They made so much money earlier. They are compelled to, whether it's about winning the round or making Liquid continue to pay. MOUZ wondering what's coming his way. A splish and a splosh. Naf dropped, and now things are starting to get nervous. The rotation's cut off for the time being. MOUZ trying to understand what's going on and stay alive, but he's unable to do that. Zontix again, and they're lining up. The dream's collapsing for Liquid. Down to 1v1 now. Jorko, 30 HP. Flick, and he'll drop Tanir, but at the cost of all of his teammates losing everything they're carrying.
Jorko might just be the talisman of this team, because you're in a situation where you have a big advantage, a 4 versus 2. You have the entire team surrounded. You know exactly where they are, and somehow still it feels like you're failing in your ability to capitalize on the advantage. The one player that didn't get reduced by that situation, it's Jorko. This young gun on this roster, this reliable AWP who seems unfazed with no experience really on LAN. So impressive.
We've got water aggression again from Liquid. This time Donk's ready for it. Nat will trade though. Can he escape? Looks like he might be able to. That's really important. 19 HP, he'll get the AWP. He has to stay alive now, but he is being looked for. Tanir is creeping around that bomb site, and Liquid are not done just yet. Still getting aggressive, but this time it's Shiro who gets that 2K. 2 on 3. Things getting real messy right now as both teams are fighting tooth and nail for what remains of this half.
Liquid need the individuals at this time to bring them rounds. Oh, good catch from Tanir. Finds a nice timing, but now they know where the final player is. MOUZ on the B side. A clean path to just sprint onto the plant for A. And MOUZ, can he find a way in? He needs to find isolated duels, but I don't think those are going to come easily.
Shiro is holding with the bomb on his back there for a few seconds. They know where he's coming from. He has a kit. 1 versus 2. Such few rounds in this half for Liquid. Shiro surely doesn't miss from here. Oh, he's pulled out the Molotov. He'll never see Magix, though. He's not on the bomb site whatsoever. He's got to spend time trying to eliminate certain positions, which will allow Magix to close the distance. That bomb is ticking, though. He needs to get on it. You can see Magix closing the distance now. Has he got the space for this? Magix on the way. He hasn't got the angle. Yes, he has. No mercy shown to Liquid. 2-8 for Spirits.
Oh, so painful, MOUZ. I cannot believe he picked the perfect timing for that peek. Not only that, but he has a split second to react and punish that Molotov being thrown. A chance. Oh, Liquid here getting absolutely smashed by Team Spirit, showing their strength in this condition at LAN. Magix just perfect. Understands exactly what to do and how to get it done. Liquid filled with hope, only for it to be dashed away.
And again, they will buy what they can in round 11, Liquid. It'll be a mixed bag. They've got utility. Again, they've got a forward position here with Naf. Help is on the way for Spirits. There'll be no aggression in mid in the meantime. In fact, 3 will emerge. Can they drop Tanir as well? willing to stand and fight and use utility. This may slow things down. I mean, I think Spirit will take that. 3-on-3. We've got a minute 15 on the clock. The bomb is safe. Just withering down the defenses once again. That's a good info flash from MOUZ. As you've seen, repositioning. Doesn't matter if you're facing Donk.
Very tough timing. Coming in with an MP9, Jorko. It's going to be very hard to get anything done. The run and gun, maybe. Some variance. Molotov to shut him out, though. And now you just have to let that bomb get planted. But it's not on A, it's on B. Liquid have been absolutely had here. And it's going to be very difficult for them to find their way to the site with any time left. And here comes Dog taking down Elise in the 1v1. And that's going to shut down Jorko. At this point, I mean, the best case maybe is to find a gun to collect for the next round. It's a really demoralizing game here, James, for Liquid. It's one of those mental tests that's very, very hard to pass.
Yeah, Spirit's a walking landslide versus Liquid, who have very little chance of survival. Last round of the first half, 9-2 for Spirit. That was a forced buy for Liquid, so this one may look even worse. MP9's plural, same for the FAMAS this time. They desperately look for a third round. What a shutdown by Spirit. Liquid really unable to get anything going. And again, so much momentum built by Spirit at the beginning, insurmountable as we head into this last round.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult. Guessing game here from Liquid just to see, you know, what is the opening here from Spirit. Playing more of this B setup around E-box. If they get absolutely nothing, no noise, they will probably go back to mid, but quick pop flash actually to just double check the position, and trading out onto Zontix is not a bad result. That is going to be something I think Liquid will be okay with.
Still with some smokes, Liquid. Awkward range. He can't really commit to that fight. As soon as that player turns around, and he's still got an opportunity to fire. That duel is lost. MOUZ knows it. Elige punished, trying to rotate. Great work there by Spirit. MOUZ still fighting. Through the smoke they go. Naf needs to stay alive. Both players are here. And he will leave just Shiro now in a 1 versus 2 versus Jorko and MOUZ. Faking the plant, looking to cut these numbers down, but they will continue their charge.
Yeah, great movement there to draw out the fire. There's not many bullets left in the gun here. And running out of ammo, the jump MP9. A round for Liquid, a 3-9 half. Is that good enough? We're going to find out after the break.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, Foot.
Thus far, I think it might be Foot.
I think the team...
Fish Puncher, boy, if we knew this! Mr. Fish Puncher. 12 games. I don't want to bully too much, but Fish Puncher is not an name. Oh my god! What? I killed you there! Move back!
Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life.
Yes.
4 out of 5 Vitality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B theming. Apex is not included because bees have short lifespans and don't usually live too early.
I had been delayed like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So
bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me.
Here's the view from Section 111 on the day before. And this is what it looks like day one.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2.
Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
They had to.
What are you supposed to do with this?
Buckle up. This is going to be very hard to see what's happening inside.
Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning.
Bro, how can I play with this guy in team? I don't understand.
What did he ask? Just advice, emotional support, ChatGPT, has it helped? What's the point in having Jack, performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? But I think he did a great job with Flamesy.
That's kind of scary. I heard about that.
It's
My
taken
question
over.
for Ime is, bro, are you him? Every time when I see him everywhere, he's shouting to me, you are him, and I mean, he's so funny. But I don't know, maybe not.
We return. Liquid are climbing a building and they've got no rope. 3-9. They are having a disaster of a map versus Spirit. They move to the T side now. The pistol is going to be so crucial. I still believe there's still a chance until that final bell is rung. Liquid have to focus on the round in front of them, but they have a very tough task in there indeed. Maybe it's too much too soon for this new squad. Maybe they can prove otherwise.
Yeah, here we go, the explosion into the mid position. Oh, Shiro's out. He doesn't want any of that smoke. Jorko will take down Magix. And will there be any punishing Shiro for abandoning his teammate? Looks like Jorko is going to do so, dropping back into the water as they go back towards this B side. But there's two players here. Donk in position around the side with the dualies. The Molotov was there, but Donk gets himself a third kill. And now what is JT to do?
There's just no justice in the world. Smokes and counter smokes that we saw from Spirit coming through, isolating JT. He knows he's walking the plank if he pushes through that. But he still has his head for now, so maybe there's a chance. Time on his side. Just needs to get close enough to get a 1v1, but Donk is waiting to collect another. A 4K from him, absolutely emotionless.
Yeah, this is such a painful scenario. You know, you get these opening picks in mid, you expect the CTs to need to respond. You've already committed to the rotation, they do catch it, and Donk's in a spot that they have Molotov. But there's so many spots to look at, and the push isn't perfectly timed, so they can't punish the position.
Yeah.
It's absolute heartbreak.
On paper, they solved that position with utility, but you can't solve Donk. Had an expression on his face like he's paying the bills. In some way, he is that.
Yeah, and it's such a tough one. It's such a tough one for Liquid. They didn't even get the bomb down. Like that's what makes it even worse. No bomb down means no money, and so you're thinking, okay, do we just force for the rest of our lives here on Anubis, or do we just go for a pure save, give up another round, and then play within inches of elimination with having just at least another, like a proper buy round, like one.
Such an interesting scenario. The way they came in, all disciplines, playing according to the rules, but there are no rules when you're against Spirit. An expensive lesson learned. Very expensive indeed.
It's the full eco too, so they really want to have a full buy.
Cap in hand, Dan.
Yeah, in terms of value in this round, they can get a bomb down. That would be incredible. The ability to do that with 0 util, it seems unlikely, but they'll challenge A-Long.
They've got a reasonable chance if they send it, because how many can Zontix really get with the fast-firing MP9 hit? He does have help in the back from Magix also. That could be a very handy grenade though. My word, close casket funerals all around. As he will finish off the rest. Is that all 5? Indeed it is. That's a hell of an ace there. Wombo combo for him.
That grenade, how much damage did that grenade do? I feel like at least 300, like 300 damage or something. That's absolutely wild.
It did yes damage.
That might be the most damaging grenade of the tournament, James. That was like so spot on, crazy.
Nice. This Oh, just meat. No potatoes. The timing
Oh my God,
could not be better. Like 10-pin bowling. But 5 pins. Right then, Liquid are on the buy. God, it's dry. Lips are cracked. Hands are calloused. Holes in the socks. But they're still walking, our Liquid. They're still walking for now.
Yeah, they dodged the double HE reveal there with the AWP peek behind it. They dodged that factor. That's you know, one initial job that they had to do, and just ensuring they don't get just lose an early man before they can build their rounds. Shiro moves position, and Spirit playing fairly passively. They may ask questions of A-Long at some point to get some information, but Spirit ultimately otherwise in passive positions, kind of waiting it out now to see what Liquid are looking to pressure next.
A third man joins the fray for Spirits on the B-bomb site. Shiro with welcoming arms will drop JT. Molotovs are here again. Spirit jostling for position, but delivering everything they need to. Traders here immediately for NAF. And just like that, Jorko's in a 1 versus 4. All the doors being slammed in the faces of Liquid players from round to round.
Yeah, Dog picking up the ult for the last one. You're going into a site against Dog and Shiro. It seems so punishing. It's so punishing. Shiro just is maybe the best sniper in the world in like these defensive positions, delivering every single kill. You got Dog for the backup. Liquid just trying to hit a set piece there, just because, you know, of course, Spirit, I mean, they're playing passive onto the sites. And unlike Liquid, Spirit are not giving anything when they're just anchoring.
Don't forget you can live trade on Polymarket for these matches. And if you believed in me when I said Liquid, then I'm sorry. 3-12, match point for Spirits. Again, coming into this one, Donk was 1 out of 100 with snipers on HLTV. He missed a shot on Dust 2, landed one on Anubis, so we'll see what that does to his stats.
This could be a hit for Liquid. They've only got a couple rifles to play with. Shiro again in the right place at the right time. You can't escape this man. He will peel off the position, and maybe there's opportunity. Nice spray down there. The Galil, the flashbangs do the damage, but a quick peek here from Magix might find some extra value. He's going to get committed into this position. But Donk, I don't know how Donk managed to get that kill. Where is Donk?
3 on 3. Kits are plenty. Elite will have a really important position in this one. Now, do they continue to pursue? These two stay alive. They can all buy together with little problem in the next round. Magic still looking to be a nuisance, but finally fading away. There's no more margin for error now for Liquid. Never impossible, but highly, highly improbable.
Donk coming in there to really make it hurt.
Let's go, Jorko, let's go! Keep those spirits up, no pun intended.
The rule is when you win a round, you got to play the party streamer. Really great timing here. That flash doing heavy lifting to help set up those kills. How does Ontix? Is your 12 and 4, friend? Is your 12 and 4?
High demands, high standards for the Spirit players. Jorko wielding the AWP once again. See what he's able to do. Big focus, maybe inspired by what we saw from Spirits. No challenge towards mid, save for some utility. Looking for a contact play in then. If Zontix drops the smoke though, then who knows? Holding the pixel angle.
Position to receive the push. JT with the entry though. Number 1. Oh, hello. Catch onto Shiro. The angle's coming very quickly there for Liquid. And once again, this A site seems to be somewhat the savior for them at the moment. They will take full advantage, actually putting Spirit in a position where they don't have money. So they have to really consider, do we decide to go for it with these rifles? I don't think you want to give Liquid any easy kills. So the disciplined move is to fall off, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, you have to respect this. You have to respect this. And again, it's for Liquid, it's not about the deficit. It's just about the round in front of you and the knowledge that you cannot lose it. So far, so good. They're just taking an AWP away from Spirit, so they'll have to spend the money if they want one. 10 frags for Shiro. 8 for Jorko. So they're building bit by bit. Party hats are still on.
Yeah, the only problem is you don't, as Liquid, you don't have any rounds to play with. So if you wanted to try to spend a round trying to find, is there another like approach that we can kind of build where, let's say, you know, we can find some advantages so that we can mix up and create variance in what we're doing. You know, you can't afford for anything to go wrong. So it feels very uncomfortable. You can't just keep going to A forever, presumably. So let's see what they do next here as we see more of a default spread with that A lean.
You have to look for the more scraggly rounds as well from Spirit. If they are to continue to win rounds here, Liquid, rounds where they're just a bit short of too much util and so on, and they're encouraged to be a bit more unpredictable, higher risk. Those are the rounds that can break you on the comeback.
They've left nothing. Liquid have left no info on the rest of the map. They're actually super committed into A.
Sontic's playing close then. He is isolated, but he's able to get one, and a lot of info for the squad. That'll have Magic's racing over to this A bomb site. So many spotted. That's all the information for Spirit. They've lost a player, but can they do anything with the knowledge that everybody is here? Magic's playing the slow game now, collecting a second once again, and it's a stalemate on the bomb site. Magic's and Donk do what they can, and it's Jorko down to the 1 versus 1. 48 seconds. He has the bomb. Has he heard Donk? Has he got an idea of where he is?
This is so dangerous because Donk could have moved into any close position. Planting is not going to feel safe at all for Jorko. He has time to work with. Looking to try to clear some of these positions, Tech9 out, and Donk is completely repositioned here. Jorko, risks must be taken. Are they going to be the right ones here as Donk has made his way all across to B, so he's going to go for a very long rotation.
Very long indeed. He has a kit, Donk. Jorko looking towards mid. What kind of position can Jorko get on that bomb? If Donk makes it to the bomb, it could be very awkward unless he's on the high ground, Jorko. But if he can spot this carefully. Oh, I think he's heard him now as well. So he's got a good angle. As Donk makes his way over, I can't believe it! It's their time! It's gonna be so close, really down to the wire. Can Spirit secure it now? Yes, they can. Just couldn't do enough there, and Spirit have a dominating performance versus Liquid from the first map to the second, really stamping their authority on Anubis and reminding people of exactly who they are.
Incredible showing from Team Spirit, showing that they are so dominant and you can't put them away easily. An amazing underdog story from Team Liquid. You can't really hold anything against them. A victory against Vitality 2-0 and then G2 2-0 to get to this position. And I think for me, one of the greatest takeaways is Jorko. I think his performance has been phenomenal. The fact that he's been in 2 1v1 clutches against Donk and legged him both times is gonna really, really be very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, that could set up some great storylines between those two for the future as well. Such a young person. Not a party pooper this time, but perhaps in the future. New look Liquid, exciting in this tournament for sure. They've been great at the Bounty, but again, maybe Spirit was just too soon for a young and developing squad who look promising for the future. They've got everybody in the NA region excited that maybe that big Liquid flag can ride again. So we'll see what the future holds for them. But for now, it is out of the Bounty.
Less energy. I've got Tanir with me here as we are ready to go into this one as Spirit get a comfortable 2-0 against Liquid. Tanir, just tell me, obviously you guys had some shaky games going into the online portion of this, but getting a comfortable, clean win like this, it feels like you're on the right track, back to playing as Spirit should play?
We're just playing online right now, not online stage. And for us, online stage, it's so, I don't know. When you play in Counter-Strike 2 in online, it's so bad.
We know it, we see it, but you survived through that stage and you've done a good job here against Liquid. Did it feel like, even with, say, on Dust 2, where you were losing a lot of the openings, did it ever feel like you guys were not in control of the game because it looked very comfortable for you?
You mean about Just 2?
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt like we just controlling full map on Dust 2, and we understand that they're doing on this map. And we're just waiting their a lot aggression, because they very like for city side to do a lot stuff, aggro stuff. And we just was ready, and for us it was a very comfortable game.
Now, Anubis was no problem, so I don't even need to talk about that, but I will ask you a little bit about how it's working on your coach situation. Zontix was telling me a bit earlier that obviously 2 coaches, 2 different way of approaching things. How much is that like helping you, and how much of that is a learning process of how this works? Because it's very different from what teams normally do.
Probably, you know, just we had 2 coaches, like Harley and Sotvik. For example, Harley, it's like more about macro management, like how we should play as a team and something like that. Sotvik, it's more about like micromanagement, how we can connection with your mates or do your micro stuff on your position. And we just working like in 2 ways together, for example. And for us, it's very good, because our coaches like just have main way, for example, and for them it's also easier for do a lot work in their way.
And it's always like you understand which way they both want to go. It's always the same direction. It's not confusing at any point.
Sorry?
Is it confusing ever, or you understand it all?
Yeah, understandable.
And I want to just say, because this crowd, there's a lot of Spirit fans here. There's a lot of Spirit jerseys that are in the crowd as well. Anything you want to say to the guys here?
Yeah, I just heard them, and I want to say thank you for support and cheer for us on this tournament.
Let's go. Thank you very much, Tanir. They're through to the next stage. We'll keep things moving. It's time for the Bounty Bonanza.
You can have a dance. It is time for everyone's favorite moment. It's the Bounty Bonanza. Put your hands together, guys. Come on. Everyone wants to see this wheel spin. Look, this time around, though, we got more than just a player joining us. We got an audience member. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. I'm Eric.
I know you're a massive Spirit fan. I see you have that coach.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to ask Zontix? This is the one chance you might ever get to ask a Spirit player a question.
Yeah, I think it's what we all want to know. Why did you fire him?
Why did you fire Yavich?
I don't know.
I don't know. All right, Zontix, I know you just won against Liquid, and I'm sure that feels great. But are you excited to get to spin our wheel, win some more prizes for our audience? Yeah? Are you gonna give me a little bit more than that?
Yeah.
All right, well, Zontix, go ahead and give it the biggest spin you possibly can. And I'm gonna ask, what prize are you hoping to win?
The Bonanza, but it doesn't look like it.
Well, it is not the Bonanza, but it is number 6. So let's take a look and see exactly what you've been able to win for yourself.
Straight from the sunny island and Gaming Malta.
It's 3 $20 Steam gift cards for a player, our audience member, and a viewer at home.
Small and mighty, like Malta.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. You won. Well, this is Zontix, I guess. You're a winner as well, so you get yourself a Steam gift card. We got Banks coming out here with it. What are you going to use that Steam gift card on?
Probably for some CS skins, to be honest.
Well, there you go. Thank you
you.
so much, Banks. Zontix, does it feel good? You're also going to get $20. What are you going to spend yours on?
I don't know.
You only play Counter-Strike? No indie games you're going to buy?
I don't think so.
All right, maybe he'll share it with a teammate or something like that, but a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you guys at home as well. Make sure you stick around because we've got some more Bounty Bonanza coming up after our series. Whilst it is a lot of fun getting to spin wheels and, of course, winning 2-0 against Liquid, at the end of the day, we've got to break down exactly how Spirit were able to do this one. Whilst it isn't that upset Maui, it is still great to see them be able to come in and prove everyone right.
Can we just acknowledge how excited Zontix was to be there with you, Nat? That was...
With me? I think it was the wheel spinning. I think I had nothing to do with it. I would like to clarify here.
I have never seen him more elated to be on stage.
Honestly, I didn't know his smile could get that big.
If you had told me that he had been 13-0'd by Liquid before that game, I would have believed it.
Based on the reaction.
By the way, I want to clarify, not every wheel spin gives something to the player as well. Sometimes it's just the audience member. So that's why I think, again, the smile was so large. He was jumping out of those shoes.
It was contagious, as a matter of fact. Just like I'm sure a lot of the Spirit guys are happy that they just dusted off Liquid completely. I mean, this wasn't just some showbiz overreacting or anything like that. What we saw from Liquid in the online stage was good. It was legitimately great CS that they played. It's just that Spirit had the answers. The answer in one came in the form of Donk, but two, they definitely understood how Liquid wanted to play in this matchup.
Maui, I'm going to disagree with you. The answer one was Donk. The answer two also was Donk. And the answer three was also Donk.
Oh.
Okay, but answer four, I'll give it to you. That was that they clearly knew how Liquid were going to play.
Yeah, you said you came into this and you're like, this is going to be the dunk event. He's going to be able to set a new record. I don't know, man. The rest of Spirit really stepped up. Are you sure you don't want to give a little bit of credit to someone else?
Can I ask a question of Maui Snake? What was Donk's rating in this series? Was it or was it not higher than any event rating has ever been over a whole event?
Vu, his other... his secondary hot take, right now it is proving true. Donk is on track to have his best event ever, but in theory, this is supposed to be his easiest opponent thus far. I will jump on what Nat said. Yes, there were some great aspects from some of the other guys on Spirit. We obviously saw Zontix in a couple key pivotal rounds. I think his anchoring actually on the A site was pretty solid for the most part. We saw also Tanir on the first map. He was excellent too. So it was a team effort in some respects. But so maybe if Donk, say, played 50% worse than this, they might have actually still won, but you can't argue with these numbers.
What would you rate was better for Zontix? His anchoring or his wheel spinning?
I think his wheel spinning was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. His anchoring, could it ever hold up? I mean, when you're looking at Zontix in this series, I don't think he popped off the page statistically. I don't think he almost ever pops off the page statistically anymore. With the roles he's having, with how, he has to play fairly aggressive on the T side now, but he plays his role to a high level, to an acceptable level. And when you look at Tanir, I think he was more impressive. You look at the rest of Spirit, I think they were all incredible. But Zontix certainly doing his job, as you always see, and he's aiming at the head a little more often, I might say.
That is true. That is true. It is something to note. I think when it's I mean, the amount of headshots he gets nowadays, it is higher. You're not just gonna see like a 70% body shot rate with this guy anymore. Pistol rounds, he's actually usually been a good headshotter, but now it does happen with the rifle.
I'm sad to see the death of the body shot merchant playstyle.
I know.
Well, unfortunately, all good things come to an end, just like Liquid's run. It was great for them, and one of the big highlights was how strong their CT side had been on Anubis, and we thought that was going to be the thing that gets them into a great advantage for this map and potentially even this series, Maui. But unfortunately, early on, it was quite evident that Spirit had answers, multiple answers to what they wanted to do.
Round 4 just completely showed how Spirit did their homework, that they were entirely ready for the aggressive plays that Liquid wanted to throw out there. They're already challenging the bottom stair smoke, but one of the plays that Liquid made in the online stage of this was these pushes towards middle, but Magic's just completely ready. They know exactly how they want to try to look for space after getting these kinds of kills as well. You could just see that all of the activity from Liquid, even when the round is practically over, was also just entirely red. And then you get on round 6, another one where this is what happens when Liquid isn't proactive, okay? The reason Liquid is so active that they run to their death on so many of these rounds is because you can't let Spirit exec fully into a bottom bomb site. If you don't actually get it down to a 4-on-4, get into a scrappy situation, then there's just only so much you can do as a CT side. So it's really pick your poison. Be aggressive and die, or sit in the bomb site and die.
Before the series, I was mentioning that I think against Vitality and G2, they found a good middle ground where they were going for those aggressive plays, but they were knowing when to take their foot off the gas, play a little more passive, and you saw G2 maybe holding an angle, and Liquid never pushes it. But against Spirit, they just had no second plan. They go for the first plan, plan A, get aggressive, and then rotate back and play a little more passive, play those anchor setups later. But when the kills aren't going your way, when you're playing a team like Spirit and they're on form, they're getting the entry every time. You saw Magic's holding mid. I think he was alone, or they had one teammate with him, and he just gets the double, right? You need to get the entries for your aggression to actually be effective. And if your aggression isn't effective on CT Anubis, you're going to be struggling the entire map long.
Unfortunately, Spirit unraveled a lot of what Liquid had been able to do for themselves so far on that online portion. LAN didn't really go their way. It was still a great showing, but with this, their exit from Blaster Bounty here, and JT giving us a couple of words before they left.
Liquid had an amazing run so far, but it does come to an end against Spirit. I had to grab JT here to talk through this. Now, it's very early on, right? So I don't know if this loss feels the same for you. I know you're a competitor, right? But how does it when you go down like that, say, obviously there was a bit of fight on Dust 2, but then it didn't really work out at all on Anubis?
I think we just struggled to get it rolling at the beginning of each map. I think we had some big mistakes that made it hard for us to get a good half going. I think on Dust 2, like on both of the first buy rounds, we made some really weird mistakes, and I mean, stuff happens, so we try to move on. But then on Anubis, the same thing kind of happened. We kind of messed up the stuff that we discussed in the game plan, but it's okay. We're still a really new team, so everything we're running is like things we haven't practiced as much as we'd want. So yeah, I'm still happy that we were able to make it this far, and then also the rounds that we won were very convincing, at least some of them that I remember. And yeah, so there's still a lot of positives to look at.
And I need you to tell me about something kind of crazy. There was a lot of party blowers going on. What was this about, mate?
We were just having some fun. We had the party blows over the practice time, and then when we came here, we just bought some more, and we were just having fun. And then I guess the admins told us that we could use them, so we're just trying to keep like the vibes positive. It just became like a little joke for us.
It's a good bit of fun. I like it. I'm enjoying it. And it does seem like the team right now, even in a match like this, it was never crazy frustration. There was still a lot of smiles, even when I saw after the first map going down like that. Just tell me how the vibes are and how are they so good so far?
I mean, the vibes are really good. I think for everyone on the team, like, we're working really hard. So we know that everyone's trying their best, and that's like it's the easiest for the team then to have good vibes, because we know that we're doing everything that we can. Today was a bad day. We messed up some things that we spoke about, but we still kept our head in the game. We still looked towards the next rounds, and we had a chance going even till the end. I felt like we still had a chance.
And looking at Jorko in a bit of detail, right? First big LAN in a Liquid jersey. Are you happy with what you're seeing from him?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's providing input on every single match, and he's also working really hard. He's taking criticism really well, and working like personally with Elige, which he plays a lot of spots with Elige, so they're trying to get on the same page really quickly, and it's been working. And so far in practice, like he's doing very well, but it's always different, like at these LANs and stuff like that when you're just getting started. So I think so far it's still positive signs for him, and we just have to keep improving.
And now from here, you're going to go to another event, right? You're going straight into another LAN. Obviously, it's important for you guys as a new team to get these reps and go for it. But looking at the opposition of teams you have going there, is this an event where you say, okay, we can be winners of this, we should be winners of this?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to that event to win. Like, that's why we signed up. We know that there is some strong tier 2, tier 3 teams there, but we have really high aspirations for the team. So we're going there to win, and we expect to do well. I think going just off like how we've been playing together in practice and how the chemistry is going, like, we really are confident in our game. Even today, we felt really confident going into every single half of this match. It just didn't go our way, and going into Sweden, which is where we're going, we'll be feeling just as confident.
Well, good luck with it all. Thank you very much for your time, JT, and I'll see you across the rest of the year, mate.
Thank you.
Some really phenomenal and uplifting words from JT there. That's what you want to hear coming out of your IGL. Still a lot of praise coming out for Jorko there. It's not just my analysts that are loving what he's bringing as well, but obviously the team, the vibes, everything that's going well for them, but also the little tidbit that he gives us there. Yeah, they signed up to win that next land, right? It feels like they did so much more at Blast Bounty than what they expected. Now they have expectations, and now they have the confidence to back those up as well. And so I'm really excited to see what the season brings for this group of 5.
I think most definitely Liquid did better than anyone expected for them coming into this event. I think almost everyone would have predicted them to lose to Vitality in the very first round, to not even make it to the LAN. Then you play a G2, that's a strong team. You give them a bit of a better chance, but I think they're realistic. I mean, you look at JT there, he understands this is Spirit. This is a team with a lot more tenure, a lot more practice as a team, as a squad, and they're expecting to win this event. So as Liquid, I think you'd be happier if you had won a map, if you had made it a little closer, but at the same time, you saw what you needed. You saw your young gun actually continue to show his form on LAN, which is, I think, was the most concerning thing for me coming into this. Could Jorko keep up the performance we had seen from him?
The best that JT ever did with Elige at a tournament was more like a tier 1.5 LAN. It was back when the DreamHack circuit still existed. I think it was like or maybe it was ESL Challenger. They won a grand final over Falcons. It was an early iteration of Falcons, and that's kind of what I see this sort of Liquid lineup today, that they might be the sort of the best of the rest. I don't see them punching in with, even though they beat Vitality, I don't really see them punching in to be beating Vitality, Spirit, Falcons on a regular basis, but amongst those rest of the teams, they should be fighting to be among the best of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at their ranking, I think they're almost outside like the top 30 right now, or they're close to it. So if you see them, I think top 15 might be a place where I could see them comfortably sitting at the end of this season, and that's a big upgrade from where they were under Shue and with Ultimate.
I mean, that is a strong prediction, and whether people, had this prediction that Spirit were going to win there, trust me, there's a lot of things you're not going to be able to predict. But over on Polymarket, there's so many different things that we can talk about here. One of the big ones being, will an IGL win a 1v3 plus clutch? That's the prediction I want to throw towards you guys. And Mel, you're normally a bit critical of the percentages, but it's, what is it sitting at right now? 53%.
I think that's pretty good. I mean, I think that's pretty tough to say if anything's gonna happen. I think likely suspects for this would probably be Exertion, but he's a little bit more of an entry force, but he has the skill to do it. Magix could probably pull it off. We saw him pull off even better at the major. That's why he's got a graffiti now. But I just don't know if he's even gonna have the opportunity. Like, when is Spirit gonna have him in a 1v3? They're gonna just win so dominantly. That's the scary part.
They are gonna win too dominantly for that, but I actually give decent chances. I think Exertion has been last alive a little more often with his change up in roles, and you look at this 53%. I think I might be getting this one. I think I might be going over on this one.
Okay.
So you think it's more likely then?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think I'd give it 60%.
Okay, all right.
A whole 7%. It's off by a whole 7%.
Huge differences right there. Yeah. Okay. A lot of value, of course. No, yeah. I get that. I would be more like 40% personally.
Yeah.
All right.
Fair.
It feels like the under-over just makes sense with you two. A little bit of differing opinions there. It wasn't so much differing opinions on our Liquid and Spirit series, but maybe they will have opposing opinions when it comes to 3D Max up against MOUZ, which is happening after this break.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold short on Mirage so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. At the start of the round, typically you'll want to throw a flash at the top of mid to push the T's back. This flash hits anyone standing between top mid and the chair, ultimately creating space for you to peek middle. The top mid flash creates an avenue to peek middle, but you also have to worry about someone coming from underpass. To deny the possible T coming from underpass, you can throw a Molotov at the entrance to prevent them from getting to bench. This gives you more safety when you fight top mid. The top mid flash and underpass Molotov are good tools to help you fight, but before you reach that point, there's a chance a T could cross the initial angle before you get to bricks. This is possible if the T has the best spawn and your teammates at window and connector get smoked out. If this happens, you can Molotov the bricks and progress as the Molotov is still up. But if the Ts don't push up, a great angle to hold is between the bricks and the corner, where you can't be seen from chair. This is strong because Ts tend to clear the bricks angle on the right corner, but not exactly the spot in between. This also allows you to be close enough to spot if a T runs up connector. Another spot you can use is on the ledge in front of ladder room. Holding this specific spot matches up with the right end of the bench, so if T's jump onto it, you'll be able to catch them mid-air. Being up close also allows you to see the T even if they crouch, whereas if you stand further back, the T now has the option to crouch for cover. If you want to get a deeper view into mid, you can get a boost onto the bricks. From here, you can catch Ts running down the slope of mid from an elevated position, and even if the Ts throw a smoke at Cat like this, you'll still be able to see over it. Now, these are some great positions to play on short, but you'll likely want some flexibility to move to ladder room. The best way to do this is to throw a smoke at the front of catwalk. Not only does this block the Ts from pushing up, but now you can move to ladder room without being caught. Being in ladder room allows you to defend against Ts coming up short and through window at the same time. You also get access to this position on the cement blocks in window to spot the cross towards connector. Ts often overlook this position since they're clearing the top of connector when they enter. But holding short is just one part of being in this area. What are some other ways to help your teammates? If you don't use your smoke for front cat, you can also use it to re-smoke the bottom connector, which slows down the T's map control. If a B push comes in, putting yourself right up to the bricks gives you an isolated fight for the window. The power behind this is that the bricks actually covers up many of the common flashes that pop towards the B site. For comparison, exposing yourself to the site with the same flashes would look like this. Now, despite everything you can do as the short player, don't forget you can start the round by going through window instead of B site. If you make the cat jump, you can contest mid far earlier. And instead of jumping on cat, you can also go for the ladder room jump. Being in ladder allows you to cut off any Ts who go fast towards short. But if you peek middle from ladder room, keep in mind a T with the best spawn can already make it to second chair. And that was the last piece on how to hold Mirage short like the pros.
I think we are well prepared. I'm very confident going into this match, but of course, we don't underestimate. We take it step by step. We do like maximum work we can do, and yeah, we're gonna see on the server how sharp are we and how the prep will go.
I think we just have to play good as a team and maintain like very good communication. It's something we have been working on a lot. Now it's a good team, but I think they may be not as strong as before with those new players, so maybe it's something that's going to be good for us, but in the end we just want to focus on ourselves, have good communication and play good as a team. Yeah.
Well, that is the question a lot of people have been posing. Is MOUZ as strong as they were beforehand? And I do wonder, at what point are you saying beforehand is? Because the last iteration of their roster had quite a lot of choppings and changings for them. And so I actually think if there is longevity in this roster, it's stronger MOUZ.
We talked to Exertion prior to this one starting, and I just straight up asked him, do you think this is the most firepower that we've ever seen on MOUZ, at least as you've been on it? And he had a hard time with it, but he kind of leant towards yes, because if you kind of look on paper, I mean, you still have Spinks, but he might not be in his best form right now. You still have Torzi, who has to regain some form also, but PR is a stud, waiting to just become a star. Exertion is just by and large the best fragging in-game leader we have seen this year, and then Zelix is probably the most of an unknown quantity.
Yeah, surprisingly the concern, I mean, we're talking about roster changes, the concern is the Spinks and Torzi. You know, they are still these great players, but you saw Spinks come onto this MOUZ roster, and he was explosive. He was a huge difference maker for them when he first got picked up. Now he's having his own struggles, and they're talking about sometimes trying to get him activated again, trying to get him back to the same level. I don't have too much problem with the PR and Zelix plays. I think if they can activate Spinks and Torzi again, then it is the most firepower that we've seen in a MOUZ form. And you look back at 2025 where they were one of the best teams out there, but they just could never get past Vitality. Now if you're seeing Vitality falter a little bit, if they can get back to that form, you're looking at a very scary team.
Well, they're the most wanted for a reason, right? They're sitting up there as one of the favorites for this Blast Bounty for a reason, and instead 3D Max being put in a position where it felt like that was the obvious choice. They had to pick up MOUZ, but I do wonder how comfortable and confident is 3D Max right now, because we're seeing a lot of ebbing and flowing for what this roster has on offer.
I think when you look at their history, they were once this team that was really scary for top teams, that they could upset a top 5, a top 10 team pretty comfortably. You were looking at them as this incredible tactical team. Then they're changing IGLs all over the place. They're struggling with the roster, and they really had kind of a massive fall off ranking-wise. And I think in their own confidence in their ability, you see the way they were playing for a while. They leaned only into these full execs, these tactical plays where they're trying to do little gimmicks because they didn't trust themselves in terms of their ability to run a default. I think they have got that faith back in themselves after picking up Kersey. I see them playing a more well-rounded game, but they're still not really up to the task of beating a MOUZ, I don't think.
And that comes down to me sometimes individual player quality, because I think another sub-story with 3D Max is how odd from the outside some of their changes were. This has kind of been a classic for French CS for the last decade in Counter-Strike, even longer than that, where it just feels like they're more often than not picking their friends instead of picking who might be the best suited for the task. Like if I were to actually put forward the best French roster on paper, well, I'd steal some Vitality players first of all, but if I had to use everything that's left, I probably would have kept Body, I probably would have kept Exorcies. I probably would have tried Masuda instead of someone like Gravity, but spoke to KRL a little bit about this. 3D Max like to play with their friends, okay? They like to play with the guys that they just trust and they like outside the server too. But surprisingly, it's working for them at this event so far, but I'm not getting too high on them just yet.
Yeah, you were saying 10 years. I was going to say only 10 years now.
Yeah, it's been maybe like 20, actually.
Yeah, 20, 30. This has been since the dawn of time.
Add 1 decade, yeah.
I mean, we do talk a lot about energy, right? Where there is this, how much do you trust the other people you're playing with? Maybe they're leaning a little bit too much into that, where it is raising red flags, a little bit of question marks. But you're right, so far it's working for them. You and I, Maui, we didn't actually really get to see them too closely when it did come to that online period. So I default to you here, Vu, to tell me what exactly 3D Max are bringing to the table that could stump MOUZ a little bit and put a stop to them.
I think they're bringing some activity. You see them, we have a round from Dust 2. Dust 2 is the only map they have more than a 50% win rate on CT side. Take that for a second. The only map. And it's because of activity like this, where they go for this full exec in the middle, they get a trade, they don't get the entry that they're really hoping for, but they go 1 for 1. You see Gravity, as soon as he threw the flash for this swing, instantly rotated over to Car so they can drop this smoke to stop the long play, and then they re-aggress long just in time to get the rotate back, because Foot makes the right play here. They make the rotate back over to B as quickly as possible. They clear this just in time to allow for a rotate, and Masuda has the molly left over to stop this push, to delay it. He actually gets the 1v1, and then you have a retake that's actually kind of picture perfect a little later here, but he doesn't get more than that. They get delayed. They get the nade that Lucky still has ready for this exact smoke, and then the retake comes in picture perfectly right after the bomb is planted. They don't have time to get into the after plants in time. That's the reason it's the only CT map they are above 50%. I mean, that's a concerning statistic, but that, you can see they have tactics, they have things going for them. I think you were right though. The individual player quality is always where 3D Max will falter.
That's a scary prospect here, because even this kind of play, even some of their CT antics that give them some rounds are kind of reminiscent of what they were good at maybe a year ago, when they were actually sometimes taking maps or even series off of top 5 teams in the world, where it's just so set. It's so structured. It has to go exactly as they planned it out. And that versus a MOUZ team that is so fluid,
super switched on right now.
That's the Torzy Classic, to be fair. He does like a little meditation session before it. And yeah, I mean, I just think that 3D Max, if it's not that structured play, you'll usually see the MOUZ players outclass them in the more kind of in transition fights.
Yeah, as much as I was going to talk up that play, we did just see a Liquid where we talked about a very similar play from Liquid. They run into a Spirit that's ready for it, holding the angle, and it turns out Spirit can shoot them a little better than they could shoot back, and I'm worried the same thing's going to happen here.
Well, I wanted to throw an individual towards you, Maui, to sort of temperature check exactly what you're feeling towards him, if he is that over-deliverer, under-deliverer, right? Because where are you putting him right now? Is he that star, that silver lining for you, or is he a little bit of that more detrimental side?
Kersey's on a bit of a redemption arc right now. He's keeping his head above water as opposed to his time on Gamer Legion. But the big surprise, if people haven't really been paying attention to what 3D Max has done with him so far, is they swapped him from being an opper to a rifler. And again, these numbers don't pop off the page, but he's had his explosive moments. He was instrumental in the victory that they had versus Magic, but also talking to him before this match, he knows that consistency isn't always there with him, that he's still figuring out some of those aspects. But I do think that throwing him in kind of that first space-taking pack on the middle of most maps is going to be beneficial to him, as the other 3D Max guys can kind of fill in the gaps.
I think the role he's in isn't necessarily one where you're going to lend itself to the level of consistency you would hope for. 1.05 rating for a 3D Max player is pretty good. I mean, that is, as you mentioned, he was instrumental in their win against Magic. He struggled a little bit more against Foot, but with 3D Max, it's always more of a team effort.
Maybe the words of my analyst aren't enough for you guys and you want to hear more about Kersey. Well, we talked to his teammate and asked him about that. It's Lucky to give us some more words.
Lucky, you played with a lot of different players across your career. I wanted to just ask about the new addition of Kersey and what do you make of him so far coming in the team? What he adds for 3D Max?
It's hard to say right now because it's been a short time, but at first I would say it's a very, very skilled player. Like a lot of those newcomings, they are very like mechanically good, I would say. Now I think it just lacks a little bit of experience, and I think it's just going to get better from here. But yeah, and also he's also adding a lot of voice in the team. He's someone that's very vocal, so it's good for us to have someone a bit young, that's hungry, very vocal and skilled. You know, I think it's nice.
What does that do to like the rest of the environment of the team with him being able to add that voice? Is it a balance that was missing before that was needed now?
It's hard to say because we also have Gravity, Maka, they all talk a lot. So it's all about finding that balance. Sometimes it's a bit too much, but we are like, it's a process. We are learning to do that more and more, and hopefully we can find a good balance in the end.
Now, looking at this event, obviously very important for you guys in terms of VRS, but also it's important for you guys to be back on land, a big land like this. What was the problem for you guys coming off the player break, right? Say China and some of the other events you attended, and what changed coming into the online event of Bounty?
We had probably a lot of different issues. Like with those two new players, like with Mizuta and Kersey, we had new issues that we had to fix in the game. Kersey is a good player, but he's very like inexperienced with the rifle, so it's a whole new process to be able to like accompany him to be a better player and make less mistakes. And I think it's getting better and better. We just have to find our footing.
Well, a new player and new role for themselves. I do really wonder where exactly are we going to put now the new players on the side of MOUZ, right? Because they're saying it's getting better on the side of 3D Max. They just really need time to be able to have that vision come to fruition. But for MOUZ, time feels like it's just kind of redundant. They really just showed up.
Yeah, I mean, they had all of these kind of roster instability situations going in during last season. Now I think you have a stabilized roster, and I think you've been looking forward to this PR move, potentially, if you're a MOUZ fan, for quite a while. There was the rumors last season, then he had a downturn in form. Now I think you're going to see a MOUZ that can have some time together, get some practice in the server, and some get comfortable with each other to the point that you can see MOUZ shoot back up the rankings to be a contender team, maybe for a semifinal or a final. I still question their ability to win an event, especially you're adding young players to a team that struggles in the finals, but this is a team I think over time they're just going to get better.
I see this MOUZ improvement almost in two stages. I kind of expect that the rookies in PR and Zelix will slowly catch up to speed with everything that's happening with the team, but I kind of want first for Spinxon and Torzy to just play better today. I feel like after their sort of dip in form, the both of them in the last 3 months, now it's time for them to just show how it's done so that the rookies can kind of buy some time for the rookies, and then they can hopefully surpass you as well. But it's kind of a lot that has to go right for MOUZ in this season for them to truly be elite again.
PR is a name, though, and a player that we should highlight a little bit more because we're talking about him a little bit more vaguely, and I want to talk about him specifically, what he's showing up, what he's doing, and whilst there are players making space for him, Maui, he's just showing up. There has been this conversation of whether he's going to MOUZ, and then you finally see it, you see him show up as well, but what is it exactly about PR that has been outstanding comparative to what they ended their last season on?
I just love seeing PR on the extremities when he knows that there's only one angle angle that he can be approached by, and then he just locks in and wins the fight. He's one of the low-sense warriors out there. I mean, really, if he gets a guy right on his crosshair, that crosshair does not let go till that guy's dead. So he is so consistent in those kinds of fights. The one time that PR really had a dip in form was sort of when there were attitude issues at the beginning of this year, where he thought that he was going to get picked up for, say, like a G2 or maybe even get back on MOUZ in January and February. But once he just realized, okay, I'm on Gamer Legion for one more season, he came right back up and again looked like one of the best, say, ramp players on Nuke, or just one of those guys that's on the side of the map and just has to hold it down while all the action takes place elsewhere.
Yeah, I want to almost say, I want to mirror what you're saying here, is that time, that little period in Gamer Legion, I don't count it too heavily against him. I think he had some, maybe, as you're saying, attitude problems. I think he said publicly he expected he was going to get taken off of Gamer Legion to one of these top teams, and his performance warranted it. You know, he was playing at a level where you could expect that he could get picked up to a MOUZ, get picked up to a G2, those sorts of teams. I can see why he would be disappointed, but when he's on form, and I think he's on form right now, he is lights out on the server.
We're going to hear more about this from some of the MOUZ players themselves before we get into our series.
Now with that experience you have though on this tier 1 level, how much is it like a bit of responsibility on you and Zersh and Spinks, right, to help these young players? Like how do you manage that as a team?
Yeah, it's on us to help them, to also have them prepared for the games, show them the way, and I think also show the way how we work and how is it at MOUZ. We try to help them in case they, you know, just want to add something and they don't know how to like came forward, or also just show them that they are here also to speak, because we want to listen to their opinion as well, and because they are also really smart and intelligent people, and they are really good Counter-Strike players, and we are also here to learn from them. Of course, mostly we are trying to teach the way of how should we play, or you know, how the system works in our team, but we are also here to learn from them. They also play in different teams, and you can always learn from someone new. But yeah, it is our responsibility as older, longer-standing people in the team to show them how to do it.
And so far in the opening couple of games, it has looked good in that MOUZ jersey for you. Why do you think that is? Is it just more comfortable being the way you're being used?
I think I spoke about it yesterday in the interview, that the way exertion calls, it gives me more responsibilities, and I have more like control of how I want to like control my area, you know. Okay. So this is on the T side that fits me good, and I like it. And on the CT, I still need to learn because I have new positions. Yeah. I spoke about it as well. So that's another part I need to progress on.
He's talking highly there of exertion. I mean, we've sung his praises so many times here, Maui, but I want to hear it from Vu himself. It's got to come from the horse's mouth about just how good he's performing.
Yeah, I mean, you see Xerxin switch to an IGL role and you kind of question it for a second. Is this the right move for MOUZ? But somehow he's only been better since he's been IGLing. He's taken a step back a little bit, and the strengths that made him good as a player, the instinct to actually get aggressive at the right time, to take the bomb site, to actually push in, those sorts of instincts allow him to push his team in the right direction, make the right mid-round reads. I think his calling has been very impressive for someone that's had so little time as an IGL, and his fragging, if he can keep this up, he is the best fragging IGL in the scene right now.
This move for MOUZ to put him as the in-game leader was a no-brainer. If you watched any of the comms videos of MOUZ when Brolin was the in-game leader, Exertion spoke way more in the mid-round. So they knew that he had it within him. It's just that sometimes when you go from secondary mid-round caller, when the round's already somewhat settled, and you have to now call the round from the very beginning, there can be a bit of a transition period, but he has somehow relished that. He has ran away with it. Now when he's calling the action, it feels like it's setting him up even more to succeed, and I'm still really surprised because I don't think I've seen a guy switch to being the in-game leader and actually get maybe 20% better. That's the most just dumb. I'm dumbfounded by it. Like it doesn't feel like you should have enough brain capacity to handle shooting that well while now having to think about the radar all the time.
He did say it in an interview when we chatted to him, and he's like, I actually love this system and this setup. It just aids so much into who he is as a person, but a player as well, to be able to do some of that managerial things for them. So I'm hoping it's just continual success for MOUZ and for him as a player, but we're going to see Alvido here rolling up, and so it is now going to be a Dust 2 being picked up by 3D Max. Nuke going for MOUZ there, and our decider of Inferno.
Yeah, this is exactly the maps you're expecting. You expect the Dust 2, as we mentioned, the only map where 3D Max has a competent CT side. They'll be starting on the CT side, and they'll be trying to punish MOUZ for maybe inserting a player that they're maybe not fully on the same page with in terms of inserting them into the system, but I still think this one is leaning MOUZ regardless.
The only thing I'm concerned about with MOUZ's CT side here is that I think it's Zelix and Spinks playing that B duo together sometimes, and I have, yeah, even if it's Zelix, right? At B with him?
I believe so.
Okay, either way. Sometimes Spinks comes away from him too much. Sometimes Spinks leaves him, and I don't like when I see a B hit happening and it's just poor old rookie Zelix on car by himself, and Spinks is just in lower tunnels or even CT spawn sometimes. I think he takes too many liberties when he really should be just shoring up that defense, assembling a crossfire. So I would expect 3D Max might test that side a bit more.
I appreciate all the analysis you guys are putting out, the big brain, high IQ options that you're giving me as to how 3D Max or MOUZ could win this one, but it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy what is going to be this best of 3 with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, ma'am, and good sirs. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughts heading into this one. 3D Max versus MOUZ, their pick of opponents, and they went with one of the teams, Mo, that, well, has looked good in their first outing. PR's inclusion in this roster has not kind of shied away from Xertion's new in-game leadership role sticking, and yeah, just, again, I think MOUZ coming in is what feels like, to me, Spirit's #1 challenger moving towards the grand finals.
I think that's very fair. If you want to compare the routes, you could say that 3D Max had it pretty tough. I mean, a team that beats Magic is decent.
Okay.
A team that beats Foot, though, that's
Sure.
you're a threat. And those are two very aim-heavy teams to warm up against. So obviously, there's been a lot of crazy stories that have happened so far at the Bounty, and MOUZ have passed all the tests, and they look good. And what stood out to me the most is actually how well Zelix has played. I think he's somebody who I would have expected to sort of fade a bit with PR coming in, right? Where, you know, everybody else on the team is super solid, and PR comes in as a potentially an upgrade. And Zelix, I think he's kind of stood up to the test. So we're going to look at the consistency today when they play against 3D Max. But this is a sleeper team right now.
Well, you spoke highly of him, and he could potentially be the first player from MOUZ at bat. Sulks into the depths of pit, gets cleared from the top of it, survives a bit of those shots, but doesn't wind up finding a headshot of his own. So good approach by 3D Max, but Spinks has gone unnoticed. Two backs turn to him. Oh, he tries to pull the trigger, does read that there be another there, and that is not what you're hoping for from Spinks. Absolutely missed opportunity with that one.
They have both sites, and the stragglers do have to be a little careful, because revealing themselves, I think they feel sort of compelled to actually rotate back around to the other site, but it works out very well. Flanks coming in way too slowly here for Xertion.
Solid pickups out of 3D Max. Finally, MOUZ's last member looks to strike, and it is a fragless round from the side of MOUZ. That is just perfection out of 3D Max. They took every portion of the map that they chose to. They could have and should have died to the tunnels push. That's really MOUZ's way back into that round, but a missed opportunity out of Spinks.
I mean, if you look at this round from the perspective of positioning, multiple players have the chance to get a free kill. Obviously, Zelix does get cleared, so you can say that. But even a couple shots missed and 3D Max punishing is a great sign for them. They're really a momentum team, I think, you know. That's one of those intangibles, or you just have to, if you know, you know, when you watch 3D Max.
Yep.
Players like Maka are extremely streaky. They can be super hot and go for jumping no scopes and like get really big highlights, and then a few maps in a row can be a little bit slower, but they're feeling good right now.
Yeah, it's their momentum for better or for worse. Sometimes it's just really doesn't get off the ground.
But you give them a pistol like that and they might feel invincible for a few rounds.
Playing out the T side of Dust 2, their map pick, of course. And already They've got eyes and feet through that door. Maka to bring up the back. New piece in Kersey. Tip of the spear. And I think just getting this far without meeting resistance yet bodes very well when you're up against a force buy round. First contacts versus a pistol where you've got a huge range advantage, so no surprise Kersey takes the head off PR. And we're going to watch this one shift into a save out of MOUZ because that B site is prime for the taking. So a nice relaxed approach to middle, meets no resistance, and you just, you know, a nice follow through, Mohan. Goes a long way.
I wonder if their routes to get here is going to be one of those situations like where we saw Falcons and Furia in the finals, where this is obviously a toned down version, but again, being able to beat Foot in the way that they did. And Magic, who you had to be in Astana, I think, to really see the magic, right? But we were very impressed at what they could do, and obviously the aim that they had. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a game where people definitely heavily favor MOUZ, understandably so. There's no reason to really doubt them as it stands. I would only say, also think about how good 3D Max could play potentially.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing is, you just said it, you'd have to be kind of either in Astana or watching Astana to appreciate what Magic have done more recently than 3D Max. But if we go a little further back, obviously 3D Max's peaks absolutely outshine Magic.
Yeah,
you know,
a rut for a bit.
They were a real contender for a solid season of Counter-Strike in 2025. The desk brought up the VRS drop-off of 3D Max and how they are in a position where they need to recover. You know, they're on the scary part of the fringe right now. And so...
they have 22.
Starts to get a little creepy down there, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Start having to play wonky events. Start having to go on weird travel to scoop up VRS points in freaky countries. Like Sweden.
Yeah, VRS 31.
And the Netherlands. Gotta go hang out with Liquid.
Just hope it's not contagious.
Yeah, exactly. God forbid you have to fly to NA. Cheeky team kill out of Kersey as this saved force buy out of MOUZ at least finds one victim. Xershen's feeling freed up to go for the duel towards long, and he'll find the kill over Lucky. No trade on that one, as it's the bomb up next from the same approach. Maka playing this somewhat cautiously, still finds the right timing. So good on him to get it back to 3v3, but look.
They have to go B, though. Because
he's so separate from his teammates.
He showed the bomb, but it's kind of awkward because he's got all of this map to actually have to rotate around. He can do it safely. They kind of just want to feed into the site, but as you can see, MOUZ, they're aware that things are taking a little too long for where they saw the bomb. So one great shot from Torzy, and things do get interesting, but it will come down to timing. And
there we go. Timing's good for the scout shot. Torzy, nope, doesn't spam it, wants to go for the window peek. Sees the head cross to Platt, but that might get him a bit tunnel visioned. Now there's a Molotov on his approach. There's a potential threat to go through door, but they're going to try to boost over instead. So still hoping that Torzy can pull a player off this bomb site. It's just the top of the smoke on cycle. It opens up.
Really
trying to squeeze a headshot out of this. So. Tough spot to be in. But this is all while we do get that third piece wrapping around through the tunnels. So we'll see if MOUZ really want to go for it. Not operating with a kit, and now PR's flank immediately cut down to size. Masuda's going to pop up and deal with the door player. Torzy will collect another, but it's all good for 3D Max. Considering that got down to a weird 3v3 bomb opposite side of the map from the teammates, they recollect themselves, come through with that 3-0 start.
It's been a sneaky start here for 3D Max. With that team kill that happened last round, MOUZ have actually only got 2 kills in these last 3 rounds. So 3D Max have made quite a bit of money.
Torzy's got a chance to flex an op without there being a counterpart on the other side.
And it's funny because if you're Spirit or MOUZ in the playoffs right now, there's like a little bit more pressure on you than there was before.
Oh yeah,
because now you're just expected to be in finals.
Yep.
Where I think with Vitality and Falcons and Fury alive, anybody, you'd be happy with almost any result that you get having a stand-in. But now, or not a stand-in, but a new player. But even with one now, you're still supposed to be better than all these other teams.
PR is going to be under contest as they've already gotten 3D Max players in the open ground. Torzy picks one off, but that well-timed mid-flank will get still traded out by Spinks. He's going to try to make a play here on his own. Players behind him, Insertion up next, but it's a shot to the back of the head out of gravity, and so MOUZ have to face a man disadvantage as the utility just simply goes too far beyond. Good thing gravity didn't go back into that car cubby, instead hits over towards the boxes. That keeps him in safety. And while the AWP will get scooped up here for Xertion's save, it's 3D Max with a pretty swift, considering how crawly some of the previous rounds have gotten, action into the B site that catches PR, I think, a little unprepared.
Definitely, and we have been seeing that. I think Maui mentioned Zelix, but I think he meant PR for the new spots that he's been in. It was Zelix before in B, and that would have made sense. But yes, the last time they played Dust 2, PR and Spinks were having a hard time sort of figuring out. When they played B on Mirage, I think you saw a bit more chemistry.
Agreed,
It was just looking more solid overall, but PR has already mentioned this, that he's still getting used to some things.
Particularly those new CT positions, right? He says he's liking the T side, how he gets to kind of call his own area of the map. He's had praise for Xertion, and well, so have we. Again, Xertion just like Maui Snake aptly put it, when do you see a guy take over those roles and somehow get that X% better? So that's gone well for them, because there was a lot of questions around MOUZ and this constant shuffling of the role of Brolin once it's departed. So
MOUZ are very good at starting down. Not a lot of teams are. That's actually one of the highlights of them. I think no matter how deep you get into a half, even if you give them 1 or 2 rounds at the end, they can use anything as leverage.
Okay.
They're always used to playing from the back foot, but this is just like a sneaky slow start out of them.
We've usually got praise for Cyclone as well in those timeouts to try to get back from those slow starts.
Yeah, and you might think there's some vulnerabilities to keep hammering.
Ooh, just gonna be smoke fight queued up here. CT's trying to come out on top. Maka's gun's empty. Yeah, Xertion's going to lock down through the side of the smoke, and it's a huge advantage for MOUZ on long at the start of this round. It's an explosive start from 3D Max. Will it continue with tempo to end? Because they do split their 2 remaining players up. One towards Cat, one remains back in middle. It's just a show off at the edge of Catwalk, and Masuda's very quickly back to escort that bomb. They found an opening.
I think they do know that there's, there's only 2 players B. That would be the...
But right now, only 1.
Masuda will grab the smoke, use that for mid B, and PR is on a big flank, but he's actually got to walk it all the way to top mid. So there is a small moment of timing.
Oh, but check this out. Bomb splits into tunnels while Kersey's already now quite far away from PR.
And the A players are a bit confused as to how to come and help out.
But I think PR would have seen that gap through the doorway, and even if he didn't take the shot at Kersey, feels like he saw him cross over.
Masuda, you take this peek. Oh, no.
Spinks is locked in towards the window. Now Masuda announces his intentions. He's going to lose a bit of health because of that, and Torzy eventually gets in once that smoke fades. Kersey just a bit disjointed from the play. Didn't have that long to float out there, but again, spotted from top middle. So this has been MOUZ very aware of what's going down. Masuda's clutch attempt will be denied. Beautiful shots from Torzy. One on an unexpected victim, but to catch that door cross with the wallbang, nice to see Torzy's op finding impact here as MOUZ will collect their first.
You could put it on Masuda because he's the guy with all the cover inside of tunnels. The only problem is just so hard to distill that situation. I think they had almost a perfect read. Coming out mid, finding the op on A, confirming the 3 long setup that was taking place. Torzy was throwing flashes here with Zelix and Xertion pushing. But because they didn't full commit to that belief, they could have had Masuda come out, get a free kill. Kersey could have gotten the window a lot more quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, but let's not think about it because MOUZ need the rounds.
Now this time, Torzy's operating with an enemy op on the field as well. Maka, an opping in-game leader nowadays. As he will be whittled down to 3/4 his health. Spinks disengages from the door just in case 3D Max are thinking about popping through it. Not the case, clearly Catwalk their intention. But Bomb still floats back towards middle. So let's hit that pause button as B-Tram's just dropping. Xertion facts. Top 4 rated player the last 3 months at MVP events.
That's awesome.
After becoming an in-game leader, by the way. There's a sea of players who have picked up that responsibility and fallen into damn near irrelevancy. Xerxin will not be one of those guys. Incredible evolution for a player that has shown so much promise throughout the years.
Yeah, you'd think it'd either be the calling of the fragging that has an issue, but neither so far.
Lucky tiptoes through the doorway, so it's first blood MOUZ. And Xerxin's going to extend that, and Zelex will keep it clean. Nice 2-bullet tap into the player, extending inwards. 3D Max are no longer finding those free openings. They'll still join up in this 2v5, but nothing will pressure MOUZ off of that bomb site. That is what they're looking for. Torzy collecting 3 kills on the round, and Zelex showing us that he is looking to lock in tonight as well. That was nice with the 2 taps into the head of 3D Max's approach.
Torzy has hit some nasty shots this past week. Remember that one on Mirage inside the window?
Ooh, onto the player catwalk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a weird thing, but he's looked quick.
Yep.
It's already been fast, but... And they actually do, with those 2 solid rounds, get through all the money at 3D Max. It felt like it was going to take an extra round to do that with the start they had. But this is that little bit of leverage that MOUZ always seem to be able to find.
And again, off of the tactical timeout, Cyclone has a word. Now on LAN, can only speak, of course, during those TAC timeouts. And lo and behold, MOUZ have found their answer. Set up nicely, like you said, by their ability to rebound off slow starts. Now, will Pistols throw a wrench into MOUZ's cogs? Just looking to get this war machine online. Torzi's got open avenues towards middle to sit on all day long. He will not be frazzled by your Glocks and P250s. You'll have to get lucky and hope that Desert Eagle finds one.
There, he got lucky.
Yeah. Drops the pineapple on him, and Xerxin's here for the cleanup duty. 4 kills for Xerxin. MOUZ about to tie this game at 4 rounds all if they get through this next 3D Max bye.
So I'm sure 3D Max are trying to remind themselves that they kicked off with 4 rounds. It's T side, so they got some of the harder ones out of the way. A pistol helps, of course, but they can't stop here. It's a timeout now. We won't see them with an op this round, and that's been a big advantage for MOUZ with Torzy playing this well. Masuda in their last series was awesome. Somebody who, we thought maybe we wouldn't see on another top team. Who knows?
Sure. Yeah.
Chance at Vitality during all those years, and definitely, not good enough at the time.
Yep.
There's a lot of time to grow since then.
I mean, I think it definitely benefits him that since that run in Vitality, at the time, we didn't have an all-French team kind of in that upper echelon of Counter-Strike. The evolution of 3D Max opened the door for his return. And he has shown us glimpses as to why he's earned a spot on this all-French roster. French elitism is still alive and well. I mean, it's been better, but hey, they're recovering.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough out there for all the national teams right now, so the fact that they're trekking on is great to see.
These are your heroes now, Mohan.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Kersey. 47 damage off the nade. He's down to the teens.
But also has been some good util usage for MOUZ, eh?
See ya.
They've been getting some hefty grenades in. It's been a lot on the anti-eco, so now it's translating. And it's also the nade damage being a kill is so massive, just seeing intentions. But Zelex, he likes to push long. He's done it too early in the past. In the spot, if he doesn't, however, it's going to be a pretty decent split, even though they've only got 4 players. And another test at PR, who is still struggling, not a kill yet.
Sits on car and doesn't deliver the frag, but Gravity's down low. Here's Spinks, clean first shot. That's what he's looking for. Increases the likelihood he's got a multi-kill in him, and he even hits the headshot on Gravity. Oh, but Maka goes for the door challenge to just try to keep those numbers even. Offers over the trade. Again, Torgy's going to find kills through that door, but he took...
Man, they got to bait one and run in with the other. It's got to be Torzy to find this trade.
Took the rifle from Zelex. Oh, and still finds the final kill.
Nasty.
Torzy swapping rifles with his low-health teammate on the approach. Just looks to trade him out. Torzy could do it with anything, seemingly up to 11 and 3 with a triple kill this round.
That's just a game saver. It is a very solid position. Again, after this nade kill came down for 3D Max to find a way to win this round. They've been, from a perspective of calling, doing a good job of picking an easy site to take.
Ooh!
Wow. That's the trade.
Oh, that's...
And he's been so quick to those, too. It's like, no, he's doing a macro adjustment, but almost no micro adjustment. It's instant.
I mean, doesn't even see his opponent. Goatsy. Torzy was the best offer of the online stage, 51
You're
and
not
14.
supposed to say it out loud.
With the gun.
Certainly don't Google it.
Okay, now you're scaring me. And these Tech 9s are going to try to charge forward. They'll swarm Spinks. Oh, God, PR only able to catch the one. Again, it's going to be an attempt to hold them back through the doorway. Almost hitting teammates with nades, but a scramble into this bomb site that has now put a gun in the hands of Masuda. We've seen nasty flicks from Torzy. Can he handle these up-close shots? And no tunnel approach out of MOUZ either. It's going to be all in from mid. 2 smoke grenades left for their utility. Everybody equipped with a kit, and they are considering the save. They don't like the odds of the approach. And so this one goes down. A B site under siege yet again. Hit once more with a fast timing, this time with only pistols, and it's coming up as a result of 3D Max's round wins now. This B site starting to become problematic for MOUZ.
Yeah, it has been, and you know, from a conditioning perspective, I'm loving this half so far, again, from 3D Max, because they clearly want to go B to take advantage of, you know, a new player being there, but at the same time, they're not making it obvious that they want to hit B every single round. They've used it in the 4v5, they've used it on an eco round, they've used it on a full rifle for sure, but it always feels like they're never about to go for another rush. Like, this could have been a scary round for them. They didn't have much to lose, and MOUZ unfortunately fail another test when it comes to locking it down. This time it's PR with a kill and Spinks without. But even still, I mean, even if they both got a kill, that probably wouldn't be enough. You need to get
the multi-kill.
That
was PR's one and only frag so far, Dust 2.
Yeah.
3D Max perhaps trying to exploit a weak link. MOUZ will be hoping that they can just answer back with at least that surplus of cash they had earned.
This is so funny, because now they're like, why even pretend?
Yeah, right. I like that MOUZ walked away last round with as much of a save as they did.
But yeah, and you don't have MOUZ like in a 3B lean in any of these situations, so.
This time they'll just put Torzy on the doorway. Let Spinks leave.
Risky.
PR done for. Just an insta headshot comes out of Gravity. They run the risk and they find the reward. Oh, on the other side, it is 3D Max blowing the door off its hinges at this B site. Torzy never even given a chance to shoot back. I mean, this is 3D Max without taking a point of damage versus full guns. And now they have guaranteed themselves a 6th round on this T side at the very least.
You'd wonder why MOUZ aren't responding at all to the fact that it's obviously a B-favored T side here from 3D Max. And you could tell that probably in the communication, Spinks is like, all right, we gotta try something else. And yeah, swapping over Torzy, who's hitting everything right now, kind of makes sense, but it doesn't really solve the problem of PR taking first contact, unfortunately. And 3D Max are an interesting team because, I mean, at one point they weren't very well balanced. They had a lot of good tactics, and they thought through a lot of utility that was always good. It always looked like really well placed, really modern utility, but they didn't have a sort of like fully fleshed out game plan throughout a T-half with conditioning as well. And so you can see a lot of that coming in now, but they also have these really strong execs. They catch PR totally off guard. This nade, what is this nade? It's not even just outside the window. It's exactly where Torzi's standing.
Perfect for a player that took damage on their exit. But I get what you mean. 3D Max in the past sort of missing like the connective tissue in a half that makes all their great ideas strung nicely together, because there was a lot of teams even giving them credit for utility usage, like you said. Like you could tell the theory crafting from 3D Max was world class.
Yeah, they were like all tactics at some point. But now they're bringing in the strategy.
And also kind of tossing roles around as well, right? Gravity no longer IGLing, falls on Maka, but it's not a player that they remove because he can't do it. Still go through a shuffle.
Yeah, no more body seemed kind of wild, but
it did. But here we are. Maka's going to find Torzi dead to rights at the start of this one. Spinx's push into the lower tunnels doesn't actually hold back 3D Max, but he will clip Kersey's head off from the top of mid on his retreat. That's a great moment for a guy like Spinx, who could have just walked away empty-handed and tried to play a 4v5. Instead, in that final second of his retreat, gets a very tough shot and delivers. Xerxion's going to be pressed into the catwalk, tries to go for more than just his one, and opens a door for Maka to now push the forces forward. Long contact held back by Spinx. You've got Zelex just beneath this cat lip, and as he keeps that crosshair on point, they're trying to fluster him with utility. Flash finds its mark, and Lucky gets traded out instantly. Maka's going to try to jump on this, but he doesn't look downwards into Zelex, and so it's a multi-kill from not the most recent piece, but still one of the fresh guns of MOUZ, who will get them one step closer to tying out this half.
Yeah, they're keeping up here. Lots of good cat setups, and I think the majority of their util damage is coming off of cat for these CTs. Trade's looking excellent. And Spinx is just getting farther and farther from B every round.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to read the titles now.
All 7. Yeah. Lean, don't Google it. But still, they refuse to actually go for the B lane, and that's MOUZ here. Which, at this point, I gotta say,
not once this half.
A little confusing now.
It's final round.
First, for a while, I was like, okay, they're not gonna fall for it, you know. And they trust 3D Max Crit team. They're gonna keep it changed up, but now you gotta be like, okay, Zelex, you cleared out long doors at a minute. You're not seeing anything. Let's maybe cheat somebody over.
And it's not because Torzi has taken Spinx's place. They've gone back to the same duo that struggled in Spinx and PR.
But look how good that molly is. In case Zelex had pushed the door, and it's at a time where it's still reasonable, the T's could take long control. They're going to put some pressure down here, and it's holding Exertion on the right side.
PR's just looking to deliver a multi-frag. We're looking for a good spray down out of one of these defenders. Xerxion's still stuck in the CT spawn. Spinx with nothing. PR let him out, and he doesn't get that second kill. Spinx looks so blindsided in that moment, as if he wasn't prepared for them to have pushed through the edge of the smoke. 3D Max running risky games once more, but getting past PR over and over. A 2-kill CT side really speaks to his pregame interview, in which he said, some of my discomfort still is on this defense. It's when these new positions kind of get away from me.
Come on, don't misquote him. The exact quote was, fuck B.
Something like that. Why am I an anchor? Now Zelex and Torzi are just going to straight up swing for the 2v4. No trade off that, and Maka given a chance to strike down Torzi as he's playing off that M4. Bomb is very far gone already. They're just going to come to you, brother. This is 3D Max with an excellent T-side at the end. That 4-0 start, 3 of the last 4 rounds, a constant success story towards one half of the map, leaves MOUZ on 5 defensive rounds.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures, Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly. On the opposite side of this erupting battlefield, our B anchor is as cool as a cucumber, having the time of his life with a spring in his step. Returning to the chaos, this perfectly executed attack has a problem. A noob. Fresh account and less than 20 hours played, duoing this season with a veteran. Blinded by one of their own, it seems as if their fate is sealed. The hunter is now the hunted. Revenge is a dish best served with a carambit. Huddled like penguins, their plan has failed. Now it's only a matter of time before they are spotted, and the round is over. Through all of this havoc and turmoil, our B anchor continues the kangaroo jump. Finally, after many hops, they hear a faint cry in the distance. He decides to abandon his post and regroup with the herd to claim what little glory may still be available. But he is not alone. The T's are nothing if not sneaky. This T's patience has been rewarded. The unfortunate anchor never stood a chance. And to make matters worse, the A attack was a ruse. Our A player's defense was a waste of time. The alarm sounded. The CTs must now migrate to the B site. This once stalking predator is now the prey. As a final solution, the CT has one last trick in its arsenal, the smoke diffuse. And as the famous saying goes to the native people of Mirage, pros do not fake.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
That B bomb site will be the talk of the town here throughout this Dust 2. 3D Max got away with it on the attack for a 7-round T side. Now MOUZ trying to show us their ability to recover again.
Everything's in place right now for 3D Max to, maybe by a hair take this game away, but they've kind of set the stage for a potential upset on Dust 2. MOUZ will have to work extra hard to make sure that doesn't happen.
Kersey feeling frisky, wanted to join up with Maka. Now back in the first pistol, we saw 3D Max just be sharper than MOUZ's players. This time, it is Gravity to one-tap PR out of this. He is not having a good map.
Yeah, the nightmare does not end.
Gravity, good second headshot, gets value out of a position where he is committed to the duel, but this sprint away is going to be heard by Spinks.
And this is where Spinks shines. He's found a perfect timing. They might turn around, but he'll get a shot. Oh my goodness.
Just up. Does
he always
collect.
gets his, man. He always gets his in the end.
It's Kersey dead. It's Zershin drawn towards middle. And the fact that he saw those two mid players actually moving back to the B site means Zelex knows he's going to have a bit of space.
This would be a nice late round move, though, for MOUZ. The fact that Lucky has to consider long, cat, and mid. But now, one spotted. And that changes things a little bit. Zershin has a smoke. But you can see that he wants to hold on to it for as long as possible.
But if they put that down on CT, Lucky is so out of this position.
Lucky's got to go so far to clear out long. And they're second-guessing themselves. Are they thinking that Lucky maybe pushed long? It feels like that's the case. And he's still here watching this. But he's on this patrol timing.
Yep.
And it's almost too late to go long, so he's really thinking about Cat. Oh, that's just beautiful. That's not lucky at all.
Yeah.
That's pure skill.
2-tap. Man, that's essentially 4 one-tap kills coming through from 3D Max in this pistol. And that's not to say that in this pistol, MOUZ looked bad. They looked rough in the first pistol. This time, 3D Max just powered up.
I think we're seeing a pretty high-level game overall with the moves, but like 3D Max aim across all their players is really shining through. I mean, that's filthy, because if he doesn't get both, it's a 1v1 that's T-favored. If he gets neither, it's definitely a T round.
No, I like the way MOUZ took Catwalk instead, because it just means knowing there's a B player, there's nothing he can do to shoot at you. At least that way, worst case, you trade out Lucky. But no, sir. Denied any sense of an entry up that Catwalk.
And it was, I think, because he didn't reveal himself to mid-B, which he may or may not have done by accident, but positioning towards Cat like that was just great. And now we've got a Goose player versus the exec. Good chances to deny any kind of bomb plant.
.3D Max with no SMGs here. Want to just extend the distance between them in the attack. A little bit labored. Lucky, though, still gets his damage in. Him and Maka combining for the stoppage of all these pistols, making sure no bomb can be planted. And MOUZ were always desperate to get a single kill in this round. There's still a world where Xerxin can catch you off guard. Will they consider that he is in their spawn? Just hoping to blindside somebody. Yeah, there it is. Catches Lucky, trades out. So you will take one FAMAS off of the round of 3D Max, but I think they'll be happy they are 4 rounds from victory on their map pick.
Definitely troubling spot here for MOUZ. The nightmare hasn't ended yet for PR.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game on Poly Market, as slowly but surely the prediction leans further to 3D Max's favor.
I do think there's no reason for PR to, have a terrible T side overall. But I think one more one-tap and he'll stop believing that he can hit any shots.
Just doesn't really get a fair fight towards Long at the start of this. Has to rejoin the pack and follow bomb towards tunnels.
This is starting to feel like when Zway joined Spirit. They stuck him in B same way.
Right. Which means...
Gotta give it time, yeah.
Which means PR will eliminate Falcons from the next major. Because that remains Zway's greatest Spirit accomplishment. That B-side dominance.
Oh, I love this setup.
In Budapest. Tapping away with the FAMAS. There is an answer back, though. MOUZ just peeled a player off middle with Lucky dying at the hands of Xerxin. Torzi's going to get away with the jump. And now that 10 HP of Xerxin could be problematic unless he goes hidden back around through tunnels. He's going to hear this stomping down towards middle. It's such a tough decision for Xerxin. Yeah, you know where they're coming in from, but you've got 10 health. You could throw away the man advantage.
He listened for this.
Or instead, he'll try to play the slow burn flank back behind them. They have not considered that he played those tunnels. He opts not to pull the trigger. Getting closer now, a grenade in the hand. He tries to target select perfectly, but Maka's able to respond quick enough, and Torzi's got another headshot off the rifle. Torzi is the reason MOUZ remain competitive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Xerxin also plays his role really well right there with 10 HP. Times the flank, takes a small risk, as you should, and I thought maybe he could screw it up, not even get a single kill. Nearly gets both. Very, very good play here to make sure that Torzi had an easy shot. With the door smoke, this is free. Now they're definitely in business. Wow, Maka and Masuda, $4,500 and $4,900. Right. No money spent on this round.
Not a dime?
This is a team that's thinking about winning the game. But yeah, not a dime.
Nothing?
Guess they said if we all stack B, no one should be throwing util anyway. But I mean, with the way that MOUZ are playing, I expect them to completely avoid this. They've been scouting, working a default. I think the only way they actually walk into B is if they're just scared, essentially. there's no long players, as PR has found out for him. And 3D Max will also get the hint.
What are you going to do about it, though? You haven't spent a dime.
Yeah, it's actually just to them more important they don't give any more extra money over to MOUZ and think about the next round.
I feel like Xerxin and Torzy are going to be looking to farm this multi-frag moment. Yes, sir. Xerxin gets the edge with the third. Rack up the stats on the two players already top-heavy for the MOUZ camp. They are tit for tat at 16 kills apiece.
Got some asymmetrical money here. Lots of, Maka gets his op as his full buy-in. Kersey still can only get a FAMAS.
Bit of change to spare for Masuda. But 3D Max took a knee in the last round to get back here. First W. Mac has yet to win a map against MOUZ in his career. 0-8.
Damn.
Fast play, out long. Good trade from PR, but while blinded, will not get given a chance to retreat. Gravity hot on the heels of this opening move. And so man advantage earned by 3D Max, offered up by MOUZ with that instant clash through long doors.
They're looking for the full commitment. Bomb's still here at long, which is insanely risky. Gravity did something tricky, shot some bullets, but he didn't reload.
Perfect.
So Torzy doesn't even bother clearing it. They smoke behind him, and they walk into their death.
Maka confirms Spinks is out. Sees him trying to bridge the gap to that bomb site. Doesn't have the bomb, of course. That belongs to Gravity out on long. He'll burn Maka to a crisp at least. And I don't think anybody's going to reach that op in time. So you actually shave a bit more money off. Yeah, Kersey goes from a FAMAS to a Galil. The Gravity emerging through that smoke to chase out PR, and then this really clean reposition. Kept himself secret. And it works out wonderfully. It is 3D Max to the 10-7 lead.
You see them still making plays like that? No, we're still interested. 3D Max coming forward with that aggression, thereby only improves. MOUZ spend down to their bottom dollar. This was like the moment in the first half where they just in time broke back in.
Right.
They need to do that again just to have a chance.
It's effectively the first time 3D Max have stopped MOUZ's guns.
So it's an interesting time to pause actually for 3D Max because it's such a critical moment for MOUZ. I would have actually been more concerned about giving them the chance to speak.
Especially knowing that literally in the first
half.
half.
Plus, on CT side, how hard could it be?
Right, just, you should already know. Letting Cyclone have a word is what got them back into the first half as well. So 3D Max give that pause over. Don't force Cyclone to use his last.
Oh, I swear he saw that. Oh my goodness, that was close. Tricky smoke.
Maka thinking about going back in. Just waiting as it goes on cycle. Kersey's got a challenge. He hits the headshot, but remember, that was a Galil he picked up from the last round. Spinks didn't have an AK for him to rob. So the lesser rifle comes back to haunt him.
I try to make sure not to show too many grenades here versus this mid-B crossing. MOUZ are hoping to an elicit reaction to give him some info because they want any reason to pick a site right now. And B is that answer.
It's an approach through the tunnels with Masuda solo towards that bomb site.
They must have heard that dismantlement on Cat of the boost, but I don't think totally clear about it.
The 3D Max make a move to clear this out themselves. They could attack the flank of Xerxin out through middle, but I mean, look how clear of a run out tunnels is going to be for MOUZ. Masuda of two mines at the moment still has no help. I mean, 3D Max haven't moved a muscle on this catwalk.
Oh, he's got to call for help now.
Masuda's got to get them activated. He's going to be
No, he dies. Oh my goodness.
Xerxin whips it back around on 9 HP. At least Gravity will clear that out, but there's nothing you're going to do about stopping them from hitting that B bomb site, and tunnels is still maintained by Torzy.
That's unfortunate.
Tough stuff to stomach if you're 3D Max. A little delayed to the play. MOUZ, no hesitation to sink their teeth deep into the B site. They do to 3D Max what was done to them. And B site has seen so much action tonight via both attacks.
I do think that took some confident calling still at Xertion, so I want to give him credit for that. And even if Masuda gets this kill, it's still a player advantage. Or it's still, you know, the site to get taken.
He did see him.
They did see him, right? Yeah. Didn't respond to that. Bullets 5 through 8.
But let's first bully mid a bit, Adrian. Yeah.
Guys. It might have been a free 12 rounds straight right there from 3D Max if they had won that one. And now they've let MOUZ back in.
And they put all of their own CT money on the line. MOUZ have earned a chance back into this game.
Yeah, they're using the same tactic. It wasn't spotted last round. I mean, they didn't see anything. MOUZ would have absolutely walked into that, and I really don't think they ever found out about it. Oh my goodness, right when they give it up.
Kersey doesn't want to be the first victim again.
To be fair, when mid-smoked and you can't hold that cat cross, there's always a risk they run up on you that way, but the smoke, I mean... I think the problem is they had their own smoke that was going to expire, and so... That was on a clock.
Trying to get contact here as it will be Kersey popped again, this time by PR. 5th kill of the map for PR. Trying to find his slot on the attack.
Gravity making a move.
Yeah, but it's being held not by one, 2 players of MOUZ on the other side of this doorway. Will his extension pay off? There's a third, and he shuts down one and gets half of the damage on the next. Now suddenly big pressure here for Lucky. Mid player caught off. Maka dead with nothing. Lucky tries to strike, but there's an additional rifler tucked in behind blue, and Spinks can take his sweet time while that bomb sprints to the opposite side of the map. They are simply going to avoid Lucky. However, Spinks gives him an exit route.
Now the bomb has not been planted yet. Now, he's miles away from this, but it's only 2 players left over. It's another lurky situation here for Xertion, and he hasn't made any foolish moves when he is one of the 2. So another moment here for MOUZ. This is a very strong round, and you know, I go back to it. It looks unlucky actually that they give up the boost, but if you look at it from MOUZ's perspective, they only give up this boost when their smoke is going away. They had a moment where they said, okay, here's when we're actually getting off of this, and we're going to transition, and MOUZ waited out that entire time. What's worse for them is this time it gets spotted, and they give it up. They don't get a kill with it.
Yeah, it's like if MOUZ already had this sneaking suspicion that it could be a possibility, now you know exactly what they're up to.
Because you'll see people boost on the other side of Cat by the corner and hold lower, and it's a little safer, and your rifler underneath has a nice angle versus Cat. But when you're both on the left side, you're in jeopardy of everyone just getting killed and you getting nothing out of it. So, again, just credit to MOUZ for being careful.
Not falling victim to the small details. You know, I felt as though when MOUZ started their season, first map we saw out of them in this round where Lucky is the only player with an AK, first half we saw out of MOUZ was so slow and overly cautious. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the T side of Dust 2 as well. And we thought, oh, maybe it's just about trying to get PR into the system, getting him comfortable, etc. But there's method to the madness. As now that MOUZ are looking to get tested by what was a very hot-handed looking 3D Max, their pistol ability, clean indication of how sharp they're shooting tonight. And again, a team that has tricky ideas. That lucky AK-47, a part of this setup, takes PR down to 17 health, and Kersey's nade is gonna find him. Man advantage momentarily here by 3D Max. Now suddenly, second rifle grabbed. They're dropping util. It feels like they really want to commit to this, but remember there's players right on the other side. Oh, but they missed the jump. Does anybody spray through? AK off the top. Lucky hits the headshot.
Spinks now. He has to come in.
He's looking to activate catchbacks in that CT spawn. Sure enough, clears out Maka. Looking to get a second player down. He will. Then the response. Kersey collects.
Bomb's still not planted. It's out in the open.
This is potentially the first big mistake by MOUZ.
Look at this flank from Gravity.
But what's he going to arrive with? A 3 health USP. And he just starts firing instantly, sets up the distraction. Car player misses, and Zelex looks to rebound as Kersey's AK finds a third. This is what was grabbed off the ground. Oh, a chance at a fourth. Zelex, half health now, has to plant. Kersey goes over top. Oh, the peek to the left side, and he's got it. A picked up AK with no Kevlar. Kersey extends their lead.
That's a scary moment for him, but I feel like Zelex has to fake again in that spot, knowing exactly where Kersey is. He has to drop off and go into CT spawn to get cover, and in that moment, he had a high-low advantage, and Zelex thought he'd have that extra moment, but instead, it's a 4K from Kersey, 11 now for 3D Max, and an actual chance again to bring this home. They bring it with a tempo after saving. They didn't have a single, they didn't have any upgraded pistols.
No,
they stole this AK.
And the frag grenade that I didn't see at the start of the round, but Kersey just dunks it on the low health player, grabs the AK, and moves it back.
Oh my goodness.
Lucky, the only AK opened up damage.
A single dollar go into that round.
Well, the frag grenade.
But did he pick it up with the AK?
Oh, right. I'm not sure. I just saw the rifle and thought, uh-oh. MOUZ. You could feel that one slowly brewing on their approach. And in a lot of other rounds, it felt like MOUZ had that extra layer of caution. This time, if I'm not mistaken, even with that jump over.
B-Trams, what are the odds of winning a 5 USP round with no investment?
Well, they saved 1 AK to start.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, there was a save last round from Lucky.
Okay.
He did the damage that allowed the nade to get the kill. Second AK grabbed.
And this is going to be expensive for MOUZ, but it's still serviceable. It's a very good buy. Everything they need. But you got to think with this one goes the game.
That's a jolt of energy for 3D Max. And a round they have no business winning. Keep it calm, keep it clean, close out. Xerxon looks to test the waters without really announcing his approach, but doesn't catch contact. And now Maka inching closer towards him as we get this MOUZ fallback from Cat.
Insane approach there from Maka. I'm not sure how much farther he's getting, but... Okay. They're all readying the extremities, but if you do this, you get everyone a little tied up, and the B players can get isolated. Good chance at the split. Want to call it's a good call from MOUZ.
Oh, Masuda's within them, but still Zelex catches the jump up. No way. Masuda's got his barrel pressed to the back of MOUZ's head.
My goodness.
And the mid-door walk-up catches him without impact. Masuda, I mean, oh, that's a gut-wrenching moment. To have the last round go your way, to fall victim to that.
No, I thought this would be the round we found out if it's MOUZ who have gotten lucky or if it's 3D Max. And I think for 3D Max, they found 3 close shaves in these last rifles, but at the same time, going B in that spot was the right thing to do. There was no one in spawn to take advantage of any nade breaking open a smoke. There was no one boosted up to punish them as they were getting to the doors. And so, unbeknownst to 3D Max, there were no timings to catch them.
Oh, this is going to hurt to watch back.
Oh, wild.
As Spinks is climbing into him, he doesn't even see it.
Yeah.
And then he tries to go one over.
Oh my goodness, as they're splitting mid, and just got to walk that one off.
I mean, that jump up costs him. You've already got the headshot angle to do it towards door.
Angle. That's why I don't want to call it unlucky, because it was a spot where he actually could have chilled, but...
And
Group
the
up in
shot on
tunnels.
Spinks point blank is his, but now 3D Max feeling a little riled up, like they want to fight for this 12th one. And they'll give Xerxin something to think about with that nade perfectly placed. They're on the fallback already. Not looking to hang around in lower tunnels, but it is a good way to elicit this utility usage. You've got MOUZ burning nades on the approach because they're worried that there's players floating around middle. And funnily enough, after MOUZ never went for the 3B lean, 3D Max.
Right in front of the setup smoke.
They'll make it happen, and they'll go to try to duel with Spinks, who's holding his own with a little bit of damage, but it is Masuda to make up for it. Simultaneous walkout middle here by Zelex through the T smoke.
I mean, Zelex could just get killed right here. I mean, surely they're going to be worried about this.
He whips back around, that smoke grenade in the doors, not enough of a fake to have 3D Max off guard, but there is a second player out in that cubby that does almost catch them off guard. Still, by the time he looks to strike, Xerxin 50 HP in a 2 versus 5. Bomb is starting to make its move up catwalk. Lucky could get caught awkwardly, but a missed jump here from Torzy. Things are falling apart at the seams for MOUZ, and it looks like 3D Max have guaranteed themselves 2 map points.
Oh, bit of a mess at the final hour. Now it's just the captain here of MOUZ alone in a 1-on-5. Unfortunately thinking, how do I save? He's going to try to carve his way out of the situation because every dollar counts. But it looks like he might be walking in the wrong way.
They really want to deny this AK, and there's a reason why. $2,000 left on Xerxin after that death. 3D Max, even just starting this round with a more aggressive, different look towards middle, had MOUZ, I feel like, scratching their head for a second.
Well, you know what I love about it? First of all, they get the little util damage to begin with, but they have a second plan. Sometimes when you give up a really aggressive position, you're left with no space at all and a really boring looking map, and it's still only a minute 30. But instead, they've already using their players who are pushing out mid to re-push into tunnels while they have a third player in the site. So even when Zelex walks out mid, they're very comfortable to approach that with 2 players. They only needed 1 because they caught the timing, but this is one moment in this CT half where I feel like 3D Max totally outcalled MOUZ.
Just a dash of flair in round 22 to secure that 12th round. And sure enough, denying that save last round means Xerxin has nothing but a Tech 9 and a couple nades in the 23rd. Real limitation on MOUZ. Will 3D Max have the nerve to make more opening moves?
It's one of those things where it's in their personality. You want to see them commit to it.
It has secured you 2 chances to shut down Dust 2. Xerxin ahead of the grenade secures lower tunnels control. They know that there's no push from 3D Max this time around. That nade, though, thrown by Catwalk, means Lucky was here moments ago, but now Zelex is already ahead of the utility, and it feels like MOUZ are getting away with space, but this is big. A Maka op pickup through the long doors. PR could potentially end this map 6 and 16. Maka quickly shifts that op's attention back towards the bomb site, just looking to play around smoke here.
They're trying to draw for Spinks, but Spinks is being held.
Gravity looks to lock in that long doorway. Him versus Spinks, shadow advantage Gravity. He jumps the gun. MOUZ still not making that move up the catwalk, but now Spinks down to a quarter HP. 3D Max are damn near entirely out of grenades. A single flash left over with 40 seconds.
I mean, I don't think they have anything to worry about. They've got enough players here on the A site. MOUZ know that. They're going to have to brute force the situation.
Easy. Drop down from Xerxin, gets caught by Kersey. He's then going to lose mid control. It's Torzy to try to break through. Single B site defender in Masuda. And he just wants to keep his head tucked. He's going to let them trickle down in through the window, but now he's giving them sight. At least he takes 1 frag back. Zelex missed jump, gets his kill at least, 30 health. And that bomb has to get scooped up in the middle of this 15-second clutch. And he's going to commit to it as the door push goes wide. 3D Max right here for the taking. They will shut down Dust 2. They fight their way back into this map, get MOUZ off tilt, and from there secure their map pick. A big victory for 3D Max as we painted this series as MOUZ entering Malta as challengers. Now they're going to have to show that they've got the nerve to rebound in this series.
Yeah, that's about as good as you could ask for out of 3D Max. I mean, they win with all those USPs. They're in a situation where they have to complete the win, but they play to win, and that's how they do it on CT side.
MOUZ now in the face of adversity, and I would say pretty heavy-handedly to some extent there, Viv, because 3D Max looked great. They had so many answers, and you were saying the CT side was going to be the strong half when it came to this map for them, but honestly, I would say it was just strong all around.
I think 3D Max as a team are stronger on the T side in general. It's just that this is the only map in which they have a competent or at all capable CT side. It's a 58% win percent on CT side versus every other map is terrible. I think just abject terrible. And you look at their T sides, it's where they always find their strength. They found a lot of strength on B hits this time around. The A hits, not so much.
I feel like this was a 3D Max that was surprisingly in control, and I think that MOUZ really let go of this game with some key mistakes. We're going to get into those, but I do want to just give a lot of credit though for 3D Max, because I think that they also recognize what was working for them, and sometimes just sticking with that sort of plan can feel almost too one note against tier 1 teams, where it feels like you want to adapt, you want to get ahead of what their counter would be, but no, they knew what they were doing best and they kept at it.
They did the Paravision, go that site, and then go that site again, and then go that site again and again and again, and it just keeps working.
It's always a fine line of, when are you one note to the point that it's a detriment, and when are you just being able to exploit what should be the stronger team's weakness. And unfortunately, MOUZ isn't necessarily turning up in an example or a form in which what we had seen for online. That's where my question mark is this 3D Max overcoming a lot of challenges and expectations, or is it also in conjunction here, Vu, with MOUZ just faltering a little bit towards what they can do?
I think this is something we heard about in the interview from PR, which is there are some spots on the defending side he still struggles at least a little bit with, and we saw him struggle on the B side. I think he ended the first half with something like 2 or 3 kills, continually hitting his bomb site. He wasn't in the right spot, wasn't at the right timings, and he wasn't, you can see when the flashes come in, you have someone that's a consistent B anchor for a long time, he's going to be dodging those and finding a way to get a kill. He was blind every single time.
So what happens when you're using sensitivity that's so low it hurts your arm to swing away from the flashes. Also, the whole angle of Spinks not always being there too. There were times when he was a bit closer to the action on those B defenses, but again, he just kind of leaves his anchor out to dry. That's kind of the curse, and it's kind of why it's been a narrative now that Yimpat performed a little bit worse next to Spinks. It's why Mezzi played a little bit worse next to Spinks, because you don't actually get to be next to Spinks. He just kind of walks away from you.
There is a specific round as well in which we saw this, and we were thinking maybe there's going to be a good enough adjustment coming out of MOUZ, and it was really early on as well, right? Round 4 was where we saw it really take into shape of what you guys are painting.
Yeah, the very first gun round, I mean, B hits are very common in the scene right now. You can see MOUZ, they did their own B hits, right? So you're setting up for a B hit from 3D Max. You have Spinks lean away in the opposite direction. He tries to make his way back because they have the entire map control. They know that a B hit is almost certain, but he's not there in time, and when he gets blind, he ditches the site, and he tries to come through window, but it's too little too late as PR on the site, who's still at a molly. He dropped the smoke down to cover tunnels. He's still at a molly. He dodged the first flash, but he peeked out into a second flash, got taken down immediately. And then Spinks, if he's not on the site with them, if your anchor can't get the first kill, if he can't delay by some time, it's over.
3D Max's B execs are also just so especially potent. A lot of teams have been copying 3D Max strategies for a year and a half now, roughly. But basically every single team in their strat book last year had a strat that they just called the 3D Max execute. On B in particular, they were one of the teams that just started using that kind of wood paneling at the top to bank flashes in super effectively. Usually they just have such great layered flashes, and also that really just was to PR's detriment.
Well, let's see all of those rounds sort of come together, because you're talking about it. Yeah, it works once for yourselves, and if you're in the mindset of 3D Max, you go, we'll try it again. We'll keep pushing our luck, but the luck never stopped at all for them.
In their defense, I mean, they did try and go the other direction, right? They went to A at least once or twice. The problem is when they went A, when they went mid, when they went anywhere else, it simply didn't work. And that's where my concern lies for MOUZ, because it became very obvious as the half went on that nothing is working for 3D Max when they try to go for map control, when they try a slow take, they have to hit B. It's their only option. And yet you still saw them struggle to this incredible degree. I was expecting as you get later in the half, just send 3B, just send towards Torji's having a great time. Send Torji B. You don't need to rely on Spinks and PR, who are struggling this game, to defend a B bomb site against execs that are clearly getting the better of them.
And what's unfortunate is you see a couple of these rounds here play out where Spinks actually was close enough to PR in a couple of them, but then it's still just not enough. And I feel like that's just kind of been an issue with Spinks, where he always, like, Spinks is such a great player, but he has to be used in a very particular way. He likes pushing, finding timings. He doesn't really want, he wants to play as that rotator, but he even wants to be the aggressor on the offense or on the defensive side. So counterintuitively, you do sometimes just want him to play off, but you want him to just be more active. And I think sometimes when he would move towards A or move towards lower B, he just wasn't getting kills all the time. Like, he would get kind of tested and then he would just fall off. And now he's between not being on the site and not getting action. So it's the worst of both worlds.
There was significantly more success, though, for MOUZ when we flipped the script a little bit when they were on that T side. But there were still just really small mistakes, Maui, that we saw. And we're like, what's happening with MOUZ? What's the decision-making here in this process, right? Round 20 was one of them where we felt if they just manned up a little bit, if they were willing to have that fight, that 1v1, we could have seen more rounds go their way.
This one definitely ends with a 1v1 that they're going to want back. But also, I think this just started with a catastrophe. They actually missed the smoke on the cross there, which leads to PR dying. He gets shot by Lucky, who has one of the lone rifles in this one. And even when they re-smoked the cross, it also had a gap. And yeah, this gets especially close in the 1v1 where it's Zelix, it's Exertion, they're trying to fight back into this one. And I think this is where the nerves show for Zelix, because he sees Kersey in this moment. And you think that is a great fight. You think you have him dead to rights. You have all these options. You could have faked the plan here with 8 seconds. Instead, he just goes for the full stick. And when he knows Kersey is either trapped or going to be caught in a moment of transition jumping up, that's where any just tier 1 vetted player is just going to toy with their opponent. But Zelix just kind of turtled up in that moment.
And I think up until this round, you were looking at a 3D Max. They were consistently in the right spot. They had the right plays. They had a lot of activity, but they just couldn't land the shots. They couldn't overcome MOUZ. I think everyone saw this as a MOUZ comeback, that they were going to dominate this half. And then you have this 4 USP round where they managed to pull it out. And that's where they got the momentum to actually bring it across the line. I think up until that round, and if that round went MOUZ's way, I think we're seeing a MOUZ victory here.
Okay, a lot on just that one pivotal moment that you saw, and yeah, whether it was just what happened at the start, again, when you're going to be looking back on how could we have taken that 1v1 a little bit differently, we do have to look towards Torji and Exertion, I think, more specifically for a multitude of reasons. They're the ones that aren't really necessarily having the rookie nerves for themselves, but being able to display a lot.
Right before the game, we were calling out Spinks and Torji as people that were underperforming so far in the recent memory. And you're looking at Torji in this game absolutely performing to a high level with the op in hand, with rifles as well. He was having a pop-off performance. Xerxin, it's at a point where we're expecting him to have these performances now. I still question if this is even possible, if we're in a different realm where IGLs just frag better. Spinks struggled, but I think you see Torji and Xerxin. Xerxin, you're expecting Torji doing well in a situation where I don't think he was expected to.
It's one win condition here is being satisfied on the MOUZ X Factor list, which is Torzi popping off. As you've already said, Exertion's been the constant for them, but it's just a bit of a shame that they really weren't able to get the production out of PR, out of Spinks, or even Zelix this time around. Even though some of the ideas were good for MOUZ, I think the scoreboard might be great for Torzi, but he's going to regret that one smoke on the cross that led to his teammate dying. He wants that one back more than the shots.
Well, I want to look at his numbers a little bit more, right? 20 kills for themselves. Do you guys think on their map pick when we do get to nuke, it's going to be higher or lower than 20 kills?
I'm going lower.
Okay.
Lower, they're going to win faster.
Lower because there's just less rounds.
I've got confidence in MOUZ moving forward, yeah.
I like the reasoning there. It's lower there, but if you guys like the game of higher or lower, you can head on over to Blast TV because I see Market has put together a fun little mini game where we're looking at skins on the market and saying, is the skin on the right a higher or lower price than the skins on the left? And Bill, I think you need time for your redemption arc if you would like to kick us off here.
You got to know this one. I know this one.
It's higher, obviously.
No,
it's lower.
Obviously, it's lower.
Yes,
obviously.
yes.
I own this deagle.
Yes.
I have that deagle also. I have that deagle
also. No.
Ooh.
Duality?
That doesn't look that special. I would go lower.
Lower.
Yeah.
It doesn't look special to me.
We're so good at this. We're
Significantly.
so good at all three of us are so good at this.
This is a red skin.
Yes, all three of us.
Higher.
This is a higher because it's a red skin.
Yep. Yeah, I fully agree.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that one's definitely lower. That's you don't even have to think about
Sure,
that.
yeah, it's lower.
It's a
Lower.
case.
Close call. Higher.
Yeah, I think
it's lower.
I think Agent
It's lower.
skins are.
Oh, I was right.
close.
I was right.
Oh wait, but this is an early weapon
Yeah,
skin.
this is more. This is
yeah,
like
I think that's
50.
higher. That's higher,
I got
right?
that recently.
You bought it recently?
I got a drop of that.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Oh.
The Chrome can't. That one's pretty nice. I
That
would
is
have said
the
higher.
ugliest skin in the game.
No,
That is the ugliest
That's the one
skin in the
Brokey was
game.
using for a while.
And is Brokey good?
Because he was too busy marveling at the skin. He was too busy looking at the skin.
Okay, maybe
'cause
that's
it's an
why.
expensive and nice skin.
It's the ugliest skin in the game.
I think it's also red. I think it's also red. Is it?
Sadly, it is.
No,
red,
higher.
and
I would go
people like
higher
it.
for sure, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's probably higher.
Oh, you guys agree?
Let's go.
Yep.
That's
Anubis
lower. That's
collection?
lower. That's lower.
Doesn't it have the Desert Hydra?
Ooh.
Lower.
Legends.
Lower, right? That's a recent major, so it's got to be lower.
Yeah. 28 cents. Higher.
It
And
has to be
there's
higher
nothing-
than
yeah,
28 cents.
nothing
Okay,
is
we're
lower
doing
than
too
28.
well. We're going way too. This is going way too well.
Whoa.
Oh,
We're getting
they griefed us.
sabotaged
We
by
got griefed.
production there. That's
Oh my
because
God.
as fun as higher and lower is, maybe you guys can give yourself a couple of minutes to go and enjoy that one there over at Blast TV, because we're going into a break on the other side. It is going to be MOUZ's map pick with Nuke.
pretty damning stats brought up there before this one goes live, with 3D Max having not even played Nuke in the last 3 months. So do MOUZ have an edge in this veto to extend the game to a third? A big shift in the predictions over at Polymarket. Obviously a map win will do that for you, but it's not just the map win. I think it's the nature of the victory. 3D Max had a solid game plan, found a weakness in the first half, really got value out of that B bomb site, and when push came to shove and MOUZ's rebound felt real, they threw a wrench at MOUZ, catch him off guard with an upset win, and sure enough, sit pretty on top of Dust 2. So again, looking to supersede the stats, looking to find a Nuke win in their first outing on the map in months. It's a tough ask for 3D Max, but it's a good test for MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, they probably knew this was coming, so there is that at the very least, but it doesn't change the fact that MOUZ are going to be super happy to take him down, or at least attempt to. I think a little bit of form stands in their way, but preparation can make up for that. Let's find out why 3D Max suck at Nuke.
Sphinx full blind, gets into main. Ooh, these Berettas. Yo, let him rip.
Get a trade, though.
Maka with the headshots, and no response out of MOUZ. It is another dominating pistol victory here for 3D Max. Make it 3 of 3.
I think they forgot to put real ammo in those guns. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, little rubber bullets for those Glocks.
Yeah. Pistol stats like that can make all the difference, obviously. Now, normally you look at a 0% win rate and you go, okay, but on the maps they lost, they, you know, it was 11-13 to Vitality overtime versus Falcons.
What are we saying here?
We're talking about a 0-4 scoreline, 3 single-digit losses to Wazowski. Mike Wazowski. Gentlemates and Heroic.
I'm watching you, Wazowski.
A 13-11 loss to Liquid as well. Very poor in both halves. So basically everything needs to change
today
for something to give.
Right now.
We can put it this way. This would be an all-out embarrassment for MOUZ to lose this map. And if you and that would just be on the basis of the scoreline. For us watching, we might see that 3D Max brought, you know, generous amount of preparation to the map and actually anticipated it coming through and want to show that this is now not a part of the map pool you can bully them in.
Masuda just tucks tail.
A little uncomfortable. He doesn't have his, oh my, I can't believe he gets out of there, but it is just Glocks.
Glock storm coming his way.
Oh, it doesn't even...
Nothing.
Yeah, that's a little...
Multiple bodies, though, on the scene. That is, however, a FAMAS offer overed. Xerxian dies right after to Kersey. Oh, but then the Glocks find him. No way, don't
They're
you
about to
dare.
win with just Glocks.
This was 5 Glocks at the start of the round. Now, nobody's picked up that one FAMAS just yet. But there's not even a kit here for the play. 3D Max didn't even anticipate having to go for this retake.
Who would have thought? Oh my goodness, they're...
Oh no. Oh, they're gonna walk away.
Okay, no, Mac is walking at this, but dude, 10 seconds, you gotta get going. No, they're leaving. It's a 5 Glock win. 5 Glocks.
Well, that's you know, kind of getting him back for the 4 USP 1 AK round back on Dust 2. But the problem is it happens immediately after your pistol.
It's funny because Masuda would play ramp when he played on Vitality as well.
Yeah. They did cut him.
That wasn't one of the problem positions, actually. It's been like 5 years now, but it was partially very awkward for Masuda, but also very weird to not have... This is a Glock round. You have no one playing fast rotation or ramp. You have no one coming in turnpike to catch them. I was looking at him fall back the first time. I was like, okay, but he's still alive. Someone might come help. He doesn't even know that someone's going to come help, so he tries to move and gets into the site. That obviously looks awkward. It's incredible he gets away. And honestly, it's even more incredible that even though he gets away, they still win.
A Xerxian standing chirp.
Yeah.
Can't say I've ever seen that.
I mean, 5 Glocks. That's a rare sight. I don't know if it's rarer than 5 USPs, but it's, I want to say probably. Because you're talking about Glocks versus armor versus USPs versus armor.
You know, I hadn't put it together just yet, but Xerxian's kind of on an Apex arc from in-game, from entry fragger to in-game leader. If he starts
just putting that together
If
now?
he starts chirping him this way, then he's really inspired.
True.
Gravity and Lucky still picking up 2 kills because that M4 is out there on the field. Ooh, Maka catches you off. That burst inside of the bomb site takes the edge away. Oh, and they win it. Right back, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Yes, working with a little more. Somebody please stand up.
I don't think Xertion's going to try that again for a few rounds. That's...
Oh, no way.
There's no way to tell exactly who's playing well right now based on these last 3 rounds.
Look, you had M4s. It's not as big of an upset as it was the MOUZ Glocks. But Maka finding value on that hit. MOUZ just try to think they can storm the gates of the A site, and they pay the price.
Maka with the 6-0 start and the op. He's on top of the world.
Oh, he stood up. He never stands up. Tech9 flushed back by the lobby push. It's going to cost Gravity's head.
It's crazy. So Spinks, like, worst position ever. Just always gets that last headshot. Didn't even have a really great map back on Dust 2, but, like, all the most clutch kills. But this is where, you know, if you're already rough on Nuke, this is where it gets even worse versus a team like MOUZ. They're going to be very comfortable. Split timing's crazy important. Zelix doesn't break in. I was thinking, is that a little early? But they don't have that much coming into this buy.
Mm-hmm. There goes the
Upgrade,
AK, though.
That?
Oh, that's going to help. PR hits the Deeg shot, but Masuda's also here in heaven. You'd think this timing does not get predicted, but... Yo! Torzy recovers.
A scout.
Under pressure from the AK spray. Hits the headshot. Xertion lurks around the smoke to find Lucky. And now Maka's going to have big impact on that A site again, but with the op upgrade he went for at the start of the round, you know he doesn't want to lose that.
If Xertion stands up again, I'm going to be in tears.
Please.
Come on. That would be really funny.
Okay, so it's going to be like this, huh? Nuke is...
Couldn't have predicted this.
That's kind of a sloppy start.
Yeah. This one's almost a little unlucky, too. It's like Torzy hitting that shot. Spray's not that good.
Even with the element of surprise on the timing.
Yeah, it wasn't like some huge positional thing. No, don't want it. No, no AK.
I think PR picked it up.
It's right there on the screen.
Oh. I was looking at my screen.
Why don't you look at our screens?
Because this one's mine.
Oops. Nice shot, PR. Damn.
Oh, it's a... Oh, yeah, there it is.
Nice shot on him, bro. You fucking got on him. Goddamn.
God damn.
Zelix from Texas. All right, who's going to win this round? Maka still got enough. They're going to walk right into him, too. Oh, boy.
He's on the run.
Yeah, he's got the right idea. Took all that damage, but honestly needed to get out of there.
This tucked in committed corner from Lucky. And he's got a teammate. Oh, the pinch is good.
Okay, who's going to win this round?
Man.
It's more surprising to see this out of MOUZ, you know?
True. Yeah, I think if you're 3D Max, I mean,
just like, okay, I knew this was going to be hard.
Right. If you're expected to lose Nuke anyways,
like
might as well get into this kind of sketchy, sloppy duel at the beginning of it, and hey, maybe it opens a door where you can break MOUZ's economy, get enough CT sides, and hope that MOUZ are just kind of off their game tonight.
What's actually hilarious about their 0-4 Nuke, 62% of pistols. The single-digit losses.
PR announces himself.
Oh, yay.
The Molotov thrown by PR gets Maka into an awkward moment. Ladder player's dead. Torzy's going to be preoccupied. It's kind of hard for him to get into the sight hit now. Kersey's Deeg goes off, but it's behind the vent. The MP9 looks to swing. Made awkward by the flashes. Spinks puts that in the back of sight, and Gravity has to let it go.
That's a great round out of PR.
Yes, sir. And just MOUZ kind of slicing through the very real looming threats that 3D Max had this round, right? They were pretty well equipped. They had that pistol crossfire, net them a 5v3. But from that 5v3, no further kills to 3D Max.
And I think stylistically, it's going to be a great idea for MOUZ to keep trying to put pressure on the outside wrap instead of just going for standard stuff. Like, take advantage of early vents, taking hell control, because this is where the communication becomes the hardest for the CT side, and that's where certainly 3D Max are going to have the least, you know, rounds where they remember they've recovered. Obviously, when you've got no wins on it. If a team's rough at nuke, it's usually because of rotations. That was a moment for Maka. I wonder if he could have dived forward into secret above the stairs.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it looks like he could have got away with it. But I feel like in that moment, you think you hit that shot sort of deal.
Yeah, maybe. Unfortunate. That's his first death.
Now Masuda's going to have to be the hero. He is up above Hut, I believe. Yeah. Sitting on top of all these pistoling teammates. But we've already seen MOUZ run into this A site and kind of get crunched on. Yes, again, multiple rifles in that second round. 99%. Round 2 was just the 4th all Glock Eco win in CS2 nukes at A+ tier events. 4-2-8-9, 1% win rate. That was a lot to get through.
Wow.
A 1% win rate. Well, how you like them, Apple? It was worth standing up then. I stand up for 1% wins.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, good flash.
Damn, that was perfect.
Now there's a Max 10 out here, and the AK's up above Hut, and they're all gonna run out. Oh, Masuda and the pistol gets the first one. But they heard that, right? The AK popped one shot off, so Zelek's concerned, but not enough to not push in with bomb. Oh, he goes for it.
Masuda the shooter.
Just slides through him. And as you tiptoe up the ladder with your op, you have died to a single AK round again.
Oh, man. I feel like Cyclone's going to scold him a bit for this one.
Oh, that's crazy.
What do you even say about this game so far?
Stinks. In very entertaining ways.
Pronounced Spanks.
Sorry. Quit calling him names.
It's a retake. I said retake.
Well, no retake needed because that bomb doesn't even get planted. 3D Max, just so many players on the site. That flash, I mean, awkward.
Yeah, that was a T-flash in a mini, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Masuda wastes no time. Oh, la, 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 la. They are indeed French as hell.
I mean, you got to think about how prepared 3D Max would have had to be for this map in this series.
Sure.
Like, they almost certainly knew it was coming.
Yep.
And they knew they were also not promised us to.
Mm-hmm.
So they haven't shown their full strength yet. But again, the foundation of this team is winning rounds like that. You know, being a little bit tricky when there's not much to work with. Stretching what little they have. And again, that's why we look at this game from MOUZ's POV and go, ooh, I mean, you should just be cleaning these up. And again, with PR coming in, it's not going to be perfect right away.
He's off to a better start here on map 2 than he ever was over on Dust 2. That was a real pain point for PR. I almost want to say it may have been his worst map in a MOUZ jersey yet. I'll check. Not that he would want me to, but I will.
I think we will see a strength for him when it comes his turn to play ramp, for sure. I think Maui put it well, where, you know, if there's guys on his screen, he is a laser. And he is has a lot of multi-frag potential. A lot more comfort, it looks like, when he plays ramp.
Yeah, by far the worst map he's played so far for MOUZ just happened on Dust 2.
You think about PR, though, he does have overlapping strengths with Spinks, I would say. He knows how to walk a flank on time. Super good at catching very difficult kills. Multis when there's, you know, nowhere else you can hide.
T-Smoke there, just trying to make it a little more interesting to give them a potential route to credit card, and it does get a lot of utility as a reaction from 3D Max. They keep those nades up. And another one from Lucky.
Oh, that's amazing.
For the
honestly,
kill.
That's amazing.
Now Masuda's going to be tested towards ramp. Good trade out from Spinks.
Full commitment might be a little unwarranted. There's no rotators. You see how heavily lean this map is. But they fan out pretty nicely, actually. They still have outside control. Like, it's really upstairs. That's totally vacated. But it's also on MOUZ to try to figure that out. This is kind of a wild rotation, though. Yeah, I mean, you've already got 2 guys down there. You have no idea what's going on upstairs. They've gone upper like 2 or 3 times so far this half.
Oh, and just that difference in 5 seconds of the timing.
And now it's not even their sight.
Oh, they're going to have to go back around the lobby.
Which, honestly, once they got caught off, it's just like, at least they'll have something extra out of this. But with no one here, every flank's going to be watched.
Yep.
Teaser in a terrible spot to rotate out. They'll have to come out through secret.
Bomb has been planted.
Ooh. Insertion finds timing, confirms 2 in lobby. Sticks around for only a moment. Wants that op to take the line instead. We'll see if the weapon change-up catches them. Missed shot by Torzi. Big opportunity, whiffed. Spinks now dead. It's only the site held onto here by MOUZ. Gravity shooting Torzi makes it weird. And sure enough, the retake comes through from 3D Max. So certainly frazzling MOUZ with that double lobby flank. And there's a world where just Xerxin gets a kill. There's a world where Torzi hits that shot.
I almost feel like they should have, yeah.
But they both missed their chances to take down the numbers to hold on to that bomb site, because if they maintained HUT, things get real problematic for 3D Max. But this sequence of nades, the 3rd one caught off the timing. You saw this player fully exposed. The 4th one just straight up kills the guy.
It's crazy because they're just trying to get vision, but they're getting damage out of it too.
And with that, 3D Max, 4-3 the lead. Tech9's in hand for MOUZ now. Earning a chance to run away with some free rounds on the other side of this one. It's a big pickup last round. This is your reward.
I definitely don't mind a ramp play here. Masuda has almost never had help, and he's also committed very hard to fighting. It's a good combination for taking it. And Maka's going to start to think about it. Maybe. No, he's going up into heaven. All right, Masuda.
Help is far away. He's dropping fire. Masuda, here's the exit. Goes for the stomp and then walks back in. Missed shot out of Maka. Masuda could be the hero, but he also is a one and done. That is weapons earned. Shadow advantage, but Gravity doesn't pull the trigger. PR is looking to give us an op show as the player in Lucky slips the net into Garage. MOUZ have hit the pause button, hanging around towards Hell. Kersey looking to get active from down beneath, but this position out of Spinks. Is there a world where his teammates get caught off guard? Kersey's no longer considering it. Spinks dismissed the timing.
Way, right? Okay.
He'll recover, thank goodness, here for MOUZ, but now the bomb's cut off. Lucky's got the angle. Spinks is gonna have to come help out this op, and PR's just gonna slot in to the locker room and wait.
Lucky's looking for a timing.
He's looking to throw the bomb, and as he does so, they line up! Lucky sprays through both!
Oh, that was a mess. They threw the bomb and double swung.
Ay, ay, ay. A round for MOUZ that could have been. They get the entries. They've got 2 defenders who had better weapons with only 1 kill between them. Man advantage for MOUZ.
And this is just not a great ramp situation again. I mean, Maka missed a shot. He's there in time, which is nice to see. But then Masuda comes back, full commits again, dies 1 for 1. That was just messy, man.
Tempo's on.
For Lucky.
Oh, now Gravity feeling the game. Goes for an aggressive start. Earns a 5v4. It's all in MOUZ once more.
Whoa.
Maka finds timing on the blinded op shot. And now they're going to test those smokes for the cross again. MOUZ are just trying to scramble for secret control. Something outside. Peek off of the red box, but you've got two players layered in front of the op. And so Kersey cleans house. Zershin tiptoes into his death, and 3D Max, one of their cleanest rounds yet, sweep guns under the rug and have a 6-3 lead secured with the money of MOUZ in the dumps.
It's an absolutely insane start to this game. I mean, out of both teams, but the fact that it's 3D Max as the ones peeling away is the most surprising thing of all. Early peak here for PR. It's a finicky flash. It goes so high, it's like an after image, so you know you can't just wait a long time, but it's synced up to the up perfectly in favor of 3D Max.
With pace towards ramp once more.
I mean, again, I don't mind them trying this.
Maka preoccupied outside. Did they pull the trigger? Again, you catch him changing guns. Fully blinded. They've known about his position. He will clean up PR. 3 more where the first one came from, and he will tap them out of this. Easy does it. Masuda eludes death, and Torzy waits for a chance to tap that Tech 9. He'll find the headshot, but by that time, Kersey goes for that full lobby wrap, and 3D Max will dispatch of MOUZ's attempt to take over ramp this time.
I mean, at what point does full tilt come into play here for MOUZ? It's not something you ever see, really, with them. You see them get frustrated, but again, one of the teams that's really good at playing from behind, but looks like some golden chances have been lost. Alex will try to make a meal of this. Ladder boosted, and 7-3 now for 3D Max. Again, you can't be completely happy about the way that some of these positions are being played, and if I'm MOUZ, like, going ramp makes sense over and over again. But at the end of the day, if you can't punish these really good openers, it doesn't matter. And it's MOUZ flying through their timeouts.
We have seen MOUZ shift gears so far during Bounty when they do switch sides. And maybe a fresh start on the defense will bode well for their chances of making this ground up versus 3D Max. But you still got 2 rounds left in this half where it can't help but feel like 3D Max remain in control. We got Size from the in-game leader of MOUZ now.
Oh, yeah, I'd be so frustrated.
They know they've got their work set out for them on their map pick just to try and get to Inferno.
Aggressive openings. That's what 3D Max do.
Oh, what are you doing?
No.
Spinning the butterfly. Spinks tries to recover this, and he will. Into the site he goes for the double kill. Fast flank, and Torzy's got the headshot. Ooh, that would have been a rough one, and it could still get weird. You've got Kersey inside Squeaky. Now, they seem worried, but they look towards heaven, and Spinks is going to get cut down for his efforts. Lobby maintained twice by Torzy. Pushes Lucky to the clutch, and he doesn't seem to want anything to do with that. Imagine if that whole round fell apart by PR.
I mean, I don't know, but it seemed like he jumped out because Spinks had already gotten across the site.
Spinks and Kersey, I believe, crossed paths on Squeaky.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that could have happened, I think. We're watching PR spin a knife, but...
I think for him, it's if Spinks is out here, it doesn't even matter. If there's someone in hut, they're dead, so...
Still sketchy. So good on MOUZ. We go back to Dust 2. It was a top-heavy Torzy and Zershin performance. Spinks tries to make up for the slack. Left burst out there for Nuke. Big double kill, same for Torji. 2 separate untradeable spots for MOUZ with him controlling lobby. And he collects both. 4 rounds on the T side for MOUZ, guaranteed. Would have wanted more, could have had more.
In the end, I think they'll be okay with 5 rounds. Won't be a half they'll keep on their mind, but
Just makes me nervous knowing they've still also yet to win a pistol.
Yeah.
Putting a lot of weight on that first round of the second half. And that's even if they get this 5th. Nice shot.
Such a good job with that.
Times it to perfection. Kersey to test those squeaky corners once more. It's him and Spinks. MOUZ off the back foot, do still have a player outside, and right now nobody's holding for it, barring the main entrance, but that's what's freed them up to have 3 players heavy on this A site. Maka misses his chance at a second, but does activate Kersey from inside the corner, and he's gonna land both headshots. There's that late main activation.
Yikes.
Torji 1v5 in the final round of the attack. 3D Max don't waste their chances. They throw more bodies on that A site, and with Maka's missed op shot, it is the Riflers to extend in front of him and to shut MOUZ down. As they were just looking to jostle for position, they get cut down to size on the approach. 3D Max happy to just swing wide and end this in 8-4 CT side that the French team should be proud of.
Have a few Maltese words on flashcards. If you give it your best shot, go through these one by one and try and guess how it's pronounced. Have a little guess as to what you think it might mean.
I shall pressure. Huh? Birkirkara.
Birkirkara.
I have no clue. Maybe it's something related to weather, maybe?
It's a place, one of the largest places here in Malta.
Ah, no chance.
Okay, then the next word is...
Next one is this.
Zurich. Zurich.
Zurich? Zurich?
Zurich. No?
Zurich.
Zurich.
Zurich, okay. It might be a place as well.
It's a city near the sea.
Next word.
Well, it's getting tough.
Algiotta.
It will be like Aliotta.
Aliotta.
I think like it's probably like some city or like...
Meaning?
It's a fish soup.
It's a fish soup. No.
Fish soup?
Imkaret. Imkaret.
Imkaret.
Imaret.
Imaret. The Q is not...
It's a
Oh, yeah.
For me, seems like it's some like dish.
It's like it's a pastry. It's a sweet pastry with
pastry. Gigi Poku. Gigi?
Gigi Foku or
Chivchivoku.
Chivchivoku?
Chivchivoku? Wow.
I have no chance.
It's fireworks which are put on the streets.
Ah, fireworks. Chivchivoku.
Chivchivoku.
Okay. The last one.
So, Kicha, is it right? No.
Will be like Kuchia.
Uchia.
Uchia. Ah. J is not.
C with the dot is a ch.
Ch.
I think it's some dish, sort of dish.
That's when a baby has his first birthday. He's got a few things like a ruler, pencil.
It's like a tradition.
It's like a tradition.
Okay.
Whatever he grabs is what he'll become in the future.
Computer mouse.
Yeah.
Or computer.
3D Max hit the ground running in Malta with a very tantalizing opportunity in front of them for a team that has not played a game of Nuke in 3 months. Well, Mo, they're sitting pretty 8-4 above MOUZ.
There's all kinds of crazy things about that half. You'd have to watch it back to get the full context, but it looked like MOUZ were going to take this one away in 3D Max. They just got better when times got harder.
Also, this series features 0 MOUZ pistol round wins. This has to be the difference. Spinks doesn't stop that vent drop. You've got a player downstairs. There's also nobody inside of the ramp room to stop that bomb to head downstairs.
That's
CTs.
2 out of 3 ways downstairs.
Brother, all they've got is now the 2 players into the vent. Oh, okay, that's a quick clear at least. Over towards control. PR is going to be swarmed by 3, and he doesn't get a frag. Spinks will. The Berettas sing for 2. We go man advantage MOUZ momentarily. Fight upstairs. Maka drops. Zershin kills himself.
Never do that.
Unbelievable, but the bomb's got to be picked back up, and Maka's now got the gush. He kills Torji. Zelex is given a duel as maybe Maka oversteps in the heat of the moment. Gravity was not nearby to trade. Critical duel. It's in the open, and Zelex will give MOUZ what they need.
Because 5 is the best number, and MOUZ needed that.
Whew. Zershin kills himself.
Never take the coward's way out. How did he even do it? Oh, that could have mattered. All I have to think about, it didn't matter. MOUZ win a pistol.
MOUZ win a pistol. Rounds on the scoreboard. Deagle for Maka and Gravity. Glocks for the core. MOUZ in multiple timeouts in that first half. You heard Cyclone, you heard Zershin talking about the strength of the CT side. We'll get there. It's fine. It's our side. Put pen to paper. This triple MP9 situation has SMGs on that A floor, flash and a check from Zershin. He sees presence outer. Oh my god, the Glock dinks from Kersey. Sets up Gravity for 1 at least. But with both the Desert Eagles now on the ground, all should be smooth sailing for MOUZ. Yeah, confidently gonna gun him down and keep 4 players up. Spinks with the triple. MOUZ 2 rounds from tying this game.
Man, Zelex winning that pistol might be the memory of the map here for MOUZ. Just makes this series so much more real. Torzi goes instantly into an up. And we'll have to see about this 3D Max T side, because as many doubts as we would have had about this map, their CT side is still better than what we've seen from them on T side. That's natural, obviously. But I guess the question is for MOUZ, like, what have 3D Max brought into this map, you know, to be ready to play it? Because, again, there'd be no doubt they would have brought in new stuff. It's also a question of will the rubber meet the road, because they've got to try it in officials now.
If you haven't won this map in 3 months, you better be trying new stuff. Zelex looks to stuff them, and first kill's clean, second just as good. A ton of damage on the follow-up as well. Talk about value out of that SMG. Ooh, yeah, okay. Rock solid by Zelex from the pistol clutch to that 2K plus damage. That is 3D Max turned out the door the way they came.
And there's no bomb plants in these last 3 rounds out of 3D Max 2. That'll slow them down. They'll come through with a light investment.
Surely that's such a sigh of relief for MOUZ to win the first gun round, but to do it with still the majority SMGs to get even more money on top of it.
It's the best way to win those, yeah, for sure.
All of this does indeed hinge on a 1v1 in the pistol. but MOUZ have most certainly made their lives easier to bounce back in this series. We don't get what we had in the first half, which was that messy back and forth. Looking to try this HUT group up again.
See if they time it after a reload here. Smoke's coming up.
T-Flash goes over. Maka's got another. This time they'll try to pounce, and it does find Zelex. Blind, no way! Double kill entry, that's what they're looking for. 2 flashes to set that up. They pounce on an A site that had bodies within it. And 3D Max on the brink of a robbery. Torji missed off shot. We're down to a single flash for PR to try to make this retake happen. You are kidding.
Wow.
They have done it again.
They did it on the I think they were almost excited to bring in that half by idea. Initial flash, 2 more to catch both players upstairs totally blind.
Oh, this is going to be
all utility.
This is a blemish on the series for MOUZ. It happened on Dust 2 at the start of Nuke, and now again, just when we thought MOUZ had control of the situation. Maka's first flash, nobody moves.
Yeah.
That second flash perfectly blinds Zelex. Well-timed snap of the fingers out of 3D Max. They swarm that site.
And they had the trailing flash out of Squeaky at the same time.
Wow. 3 players on that bomb site as well.
Yep. Had to kill them all. I mean, just how many disasters can you sustain?
But luckily, it was such a strong start from MOUZ that economically, they can stave that one off. It's an op immediately back in Torsi's hands, full grenades, kits and caboodle.
But it's not, it makes up also for the bomb plants, though, for 3D Max. They win, not even fully investing right there.
No, you're a threat across the server. Huge uptick for 3D Max.
I mean, coming through with a lot of set plays is a totally viable way to play Nuke. You can go for your more difficult defaults and try to take heavy control like we saw MOUZ try to do if you want to, but any mistakes on upper in a map where maybe the Ts want to do or heavy on it, like they do 3 or 4 of those on rifle rounds, and your economy is totally screwed, so they have to hold on tight. I was pretty excited to see PR and MOUZ's ramp overall because the rotations are going to be better, and I thought that might be the way that, you know, they guarantee this map. But already we see a vulnerability upstairs.
More set pieces. Torji, ooh, dangerous game. Oh, but he'll find it. Gravity blasted out of the round. Torzi hoping to be the hero. There's somebody in that smoke.
Wait.
Lucky and Torzi.
He got that. Nice, Torzi.
And just like that, 5v3 by Torji and Torji alone.
From the op to the knife. And now PR set up to succeed.
Yeah. Delivers on his end. Looking to make that last round nothing but a blip on the radar. PR with the 2 headshots. You've already got this lobby wraparound in position out of MOUZ. That timeout did not work well for 3D Max. MOUZ right back to looking rock solid. So sure, that last round, scary moment, considering the nature of the start in the first half. The fact that they lost the rounds like that on Dust 2, and it made a difference, but Torji decides, to hell with this. Op shot, headshot, inside hut to the vent backstab.
But the job certainly isn't finished. Still enough money to invest again for 3D Max. Still a 1-round lead.
And PR gives us a clean sequence too.
Yeah, look, his comfort here is so much higher.
Interesting. They go for a 2 AK buy. 3D Max still going to give themselves something to work with. I mean, they've won with less,
yeah,
so think of the odds that maybe they still...
He's
brother.
burned to 0.
Holy hell, down to 9 HP to a single Molotov. You can like Spice, but that's sick. Leg shot on Maka. He's wounded. Torji's nade will finish the job. Good lineup in terms of damage, and Torji is there to deal with Kersey's exit as well. Missed shot on the final blow. Gravity 1v4. 1 kill deep already, but there is a player here towards that single door. Gravity has all the time in the world to make this happen. Zelex swings the single door and then goes for the reposition over towards control.
I mean, a lower plant, it feels like would be impossible if you know there's 3 up.
Oh, what about a vent push? Do it.
Well, actually, he's found the place to plant because it's control side that's been taken over. A real big call out here. And remember, Spinks took 91 damage.
Oh, that's what you're looking for.
Oh, we're getting about haircuts now.
No way. Gravity, this is a 1 versus 4, and he's halfway there. And on top of that, Spinks has put himself on 9 HP. Zershin's hoping to trade, but he has 8 kills this map. Left side, easy. Gravity locked in. Oh, and Zershin brings him back down to earth.
Damn.
On the brink of a huge clutch, MOUZ tie the game instead.
Oh, he had the right read. He played that so damn well. He put some finesse on that. Very nice try, Gravity. Inches away from seeing that second frag he believed was there. But you're right, when they first came into this round, they half buy, even though they could have squeezed a full buy, and they just thought, we have the tactics to pull out rounds like these, and they nearly do it again. Oh, he's just barely missed that. Woo. That would have been a great highlight for him. But it's another 1v1 secured for MOUZ in this half.
Here's the full rifles. 3D Max come in with a bunch of tempo here as the game goes on, trying to change gears, but Zershin catching Gravity, and Kersey slips down through main, insta-kill back, but he doesn't get away. Zershin working with the most minimal margins on those kills.
Yeah, that was not easy.
Big 2K pickup, considering that the chance at getting those frags felt so slim.
I mean, how adventurous do they want to get? They're readying 2 pushes. They're both being watched, actually. And now it's kind of dangerous. I mean, I feel like you got to stay inside a hut.
Zershin's going to let him know there was a second player flanking,
here.
but he peels away from it. Masuda cautious, but will he expect Zelex this pressed in?
They're going to be hyper aware of this.
No, man. Ramp player, obviously the information found. Now they're going to wrap into the site, see no resistance whatsoever. Bomb plant goes down for free unless Torji tries.
Oh, he's missed his molly.
No way. This is falling apart again, but there's still a chance to recover. Torji's here now, and that quick peek out from Lucky's got a second to his name.
Oh my goodness.
3D Max will fight, bite, claw their way towards this victory. A 10th round secured.
You want to give out credit and criticism in all these rounds to both of these teams, but for 3D Max, it's so much more impressive that they find a way out. Zershin gets these kills. He drops in a mini. They get a second layer of that attack. And then it's Zelex who makes this move that's like, dude, they just saw a ramp push. This map is now, once you get the kill on the ramp push as well, they're looking for any remnants of that. Clearly aware of something inside of hut, and that's an advantage totally given away.
After Zershin starts with these,
yeah, he put in so much work. That kill was great.
Right? Oh, but then...
Oh my goodness, a comedy of errors here for MOUZ.
In the same round.
And this is where, even though you only get 4 kills in that previous round, it just becomes very expensive. MOUZ have their back up against the wall again.
Yep. Gonna have to pull this one off. There's saves on the other side if MOUZ can't find success here and now in round 20. Kersey's looking to drop, and sure enough, again it's Zershin dead, but there's players here. Kersey 2.5, fast to get out is Lucky. There's the answer from Torji. Great op shots out from heaven. It falls on PR for the clutch. He'll stop the bomb, but it falls down vent right into Gravity's hands. No?
Yeah. Wait, does he have to go up?
Where did it fall?
Wait, Gravity's going quick at this, and now dropping down.
On the escape, will go back downstairs. This man himself damn near pulled off the 1v4. So what's a 1v1?
He's got a lot of confidence in this position. He immediately grabbed that bomb from upstairs, trying to read this. PR now, who's walking around in mini, has to think about walking down the vents. Gravity can play this from anywhere.
What does he choose to do?
Did he plant backside?
No, he's inching over towards dark.
But did he plant backside?
Yes, he did. The bomb isn't for him.
Oh, he's making a risk.
Oh boy,
he's
Gravity.
making a big risk here. We got a smoke that could come out.
He turns back around. PR's now afforded himself the gap to the site. He's going to clear up above the rafters. Smoke onto the bomb, trying to flush Gravity out, and he does! But he loses the duel! Gravity making up for that one missed step with a 1v1, and he showed bravery as bomb got dropped. Didn't waste a moment. No. PR thought he'd have time to reposition down towards main. I don't think so.
Oh, big mistake here. Xerxin running out of ammo. It's Kersey again, dropping off into mini. It was the second layer last time around.
I thought the bomb fell down vent, but it just gets thrown out.
That was definitely a bit of a mistake from Lucky, because the bomb's going to drop where you're facing, so you should have just said, okay, you're downstairs, I'm going to at least get this to you.
And here's this next force situation. MOUZ playing with scraps. Couple FAMAS, Scout MP9. Smoke into flash, all they have left already at 1:35.
Insane this could be their first nuke win after 4 losses versus a team like MOUZ. They're letting MOUZ get curious. They pulled the goalie on ramp to try to overstuff other areas of this map. It's definitely good to take a risk if you're on CT side, but they wouldn't take a risk if they didn't have to. They're only doing it because they're broke. MOUZ know it's absolutely possible that 3D Max fumble this.
This is just a scout. Don't let your eyes fool you.
They feel so confident about their upper attack.
Oh, first chance missed by Torji. Player up in the rafters right above. FAMAS is going to catch Gravity off. Then Kersey, who has cracked open this bomb site one too many times, is only able to get a single. Masuda's on the exit. That gets covered off, and MOUZ will maintain. Bodies on the bomb site makes the difference.
That was a great risk that they took. It could have been a ramp hit right there. 3D Max went back to their comfort zone. They believed in their upper pop. Right into the stack.
It's an exchange of kills to start it that sort of forces you in for 3D Max. They think they can trade their way out. And then in the 3v3, they get nothing after. And they've got to crunch the numbers now because 3D Max even worse off than what MOUZ's most recent buy just was.
Yeah, they're the ones who have a round to spare. That's their resource right now. So they've got to let MOUZ mentally get up to 11. This is a round where they're going to try to do something tricky because, I mean, we've seen insane stuff so far this map. Mistakes by both these teams, but honestly, more from MOUZ, which is surprising to say. Surely we won't have to run the odds of 2 Glock rounds in one game getting lost. And Gravity will pick up the Tech 9. Got a Deagle on Lucky. 1 nade on Maka. He's got a smoke as well.
It's been nerve-wracking watching Xerxin get completely caught by those main drops from Kersey.
It's happened a lot.
Kersey making a real name for himself in this potential MOUZ upset.
Surely he'll be aware of his ammo this time around.
The big pistol advantage. They get 1 point. Oh, he just kind of awkwardly turns. Lucky's picked up the Deeg shot, but the Heaven player, ton of damage here for Torji. Still, 1 too many kills could make this way too weird.
Yeah.
But the cleanup in full effect.
Gonna try to walk over that bomb.
Just doesn't possess the bomb. Zelek's tapping his way through it. PR will find the frag. It's majority alive for MOUZ as they tie up at 11. 3D Max always knew the odds were stacked against them in that round.
Well, this is the fun part of the game where money is not really the problem here.
But as 3D Max get back to guns, do they think that they can still overtake that A site from lobby? You know, they were confident in their A splits, but once more, I think back to Kersey's impact on main when that success happens.
Yeah, they've taken upper other ways, so they kind of have options. I've been pretty surprised at the range that 3D Max have shown so far. They know odds are not in their favor, per se.
It's fast util usage out of Lucky. Duel's coming his way. They smoke it off. Oh, Kersey reacts.
Big mistake.
This time Zelix down with nothing. Spinks at 60 health. He's been found out. They just crash into them again. They pop open the main smoke. Xerxion's on the rebuttal back. Shots whiz by, and they have managed to slip Torzy into lobby. It's not quite being held,
doesn't clear
but it doesn't go around the corner. And now they consider it from the other side. Torzy's position's been found out. And as Maka goes back into it, he's got the edge. Man advantage earned by 3D Max on the brink of a 12th round win.
Oh, desperate moment here. I mean, given a little bit of time, this is instantly a save. And maybe those extra kills they got last round were enough to keep MOUZ low enough to not even attempt this. They do it, and they do it their way. It's it's the earliest A-pop that we've seen so far.
It's the same way they close Dust 2. Push to the brink. They tap back into that 3D Max style. Slam themselves into an A site.
That actually makes it expensive. We're going to be very low on grenades for 3D Max.
Oh, shit. Oh, boy.
2 kills at the end. It's a very nice save. Keeping the gun as well. Zelix dying once more inside of the hut. It's a great reaction. Spinks was blind for all of, I think, 10 seconds. Like, he didn't see this round at all.
Yep.
The flashes upstairs have been pristine out of 3D Max.
It's not horrendous, but it is 2 Galils.
Yeah, that's courtesy of Xerxion, so that'll be something. They'll take any advantage they can get. This one has a high likelihood of OT, but you never know.
Towards ramp they'll go. PR, instant.
Oh, my goodness.
Untradeable moment there. Oh, still manages a second. They try to take it to the ramp, but they don't really use a lot of utility on the approach. Gravity has been afforded space down secret. And there's nobody to actually stop this ramp push down from 3D Max.
He's keeping Spinks occupied. This is a moment where they can take lower, and they know Spinks is far back. Getting this bomb down quickly would be the way. They're watching the vent push.
Oh, and Kersey's got another. Up to 22 frags is Kersey. And he is the reason that numbers have been evened out. This retake is on. We've got utility short for MOUZ, but they need to find a way to get the hell out of this chokehold. This push out through the vents. Gravity lets them inch their way down the double doors. 2 sets of eyes here for 3D Max. It's all on Masuda. Down to 11 health. Ramp arrival makes a world of difference, and we go to OT.
Oh, thought it was 3 coming down control side, but it wasn't. A late rotation in here from Torzy. 1 kill, another 1v1 secured for MOUZ. And now we go post-regulation.
Kersey is a sledgehammer on the attack at the moment, breaking down these walls. The reason they trade out on the ramp, what started as a 5v3 for MOUZ, still comes back to the nitty-gritty.
Yeah. PR on the ramp has been a stud. Like, he's getting his 2 kills. He's staying alive. He's rarely had to fall back. He's playing all his favorite aggressive angles. This is great awareness out of Xerxion.
And great damage.
Yeah. Masuda, he just, as long as he didn't move, he'd be fine.
Damn, Cyclone with the instant pause. Trying to roll this momentum of a CT side forward.
Been very impressed by Gravity, the way that he's moved on this map. He got secret control super quickly as they were setting up their ramp play. And MOUZ have been extremely aggressive about making sure to keep vision outside on the cross. And both them and 3D Max have actually done a great job, both their CT sides. But it's insane that without a pistol, they brought it this far.
Maka on the prowl. Spinks in main, and Torji peels back.
Been looking for this.
Oh, Lucky just killed him!
Wait, are they gonna search for Torzy?
I mean...
There's a peek here for him, it's free.
Oh, and he hits it. Kersey down with nothing this time. PR spots contact inside smoke. Torzi's on a sequence. You've got this secret peek in a second from Zershin, and it's an offer on the... Oh, he misses! His chance to strike down the sniper. That is an open route downstairs.
Immediately.
Lucky almost catching a player falling off of the rafters. Now, this is going to preoccupy a player per team, but he just doesn't want him to drop down the vents. Slick move from PR to get close. Can he do it again? Mock-up missed shot this time. Bomb planter gets away. It's 89 damage, but Masuda lives on.
He's staying in the site. Torzy's watching the flank, he misses his shot!
Lucky's arrival perfectly timed. Zelex to show us something, uses the smoke to cross out. It fades, and he's found! They pulled it off!
You're joking.
3D Max strike first in a T round with a lucky 3K. His multi-frag's fantastic.
I can't even believe that. Zershin missing 2 or 3 bullets inside a secret allowed the op to get a line. An instant rotate down. Torzy with 2 kills outside. Oh my word. These guys really thrive in the chaos.
Put MOUZ on notice instantly in OT.
Man, 1 T round, that could easily be enough. MOUZ are on notice.
And without timeouts, too.
It's untenable, the amount of mistakes they've made so far this game. And I only say that because it's a team of this caliber.
And some of those mistakes their own doing, some of those mistakes feel like they were caused by 3D Max. Thriving in the chaos. Double Molotov into the secret stairs, gets the CT to peel back. Spinks is not going to be able to retain any kind of control outside.
Do they know the setup? A double molly there.
Man, this is something different. We waited until OT to get this many players in garage.
What a catch.
Masuda just swoops down into his demise. PR's collected the kill to Gravity. 3v5 demanded a 3D Max. But Zershin is cut off and having to fall back into his own spawn.
I feel like they didn't even know Zershin was there with the way Masuda died. But now Lucky's going to be hyper aware of it. This is still not an easy shot, even if you know where the fight is.
Kersey down lower, loses his head to Spinks. Lucky's got a tough duel here towards spawn.
He'll happily take it. 2v5.
Oh, and now, I thought that was him. It's Zelex dead instead, so this round absolutely fizzles out. We try something different from the 3D Max camp, and it will net them not any space towards a bomb site, not any kills.
Yeah, MOUZ gonna have to fight for this one. With that first round, 3D Max. I'm sure they feel they have the game if they grab this last one. This is it. Zershin with like 2 inches of space is catching these unbelievable kills. I mean,
Kersey caught off by the off angle, never opened the doors downstairs.
feels like 3D Max have gotten away with a lot of upper pops, but also without being too repetitive. They've really dressed it up differently a lot of rounds. They're involving outside a lot more than I thought they would, considering you know, how little success and how little they've played the map in recent times. And ironically, the round they win, it's a 2K from PR on the ramp where he's been actually fantastic. It's probably been the most solid portion of the map out of MOUZ. Just don't miss. It's a great spot for Torzy.
Yes, sir. Top of the board, but already Lucky did manage to exit, so at least your offer has been removed from the site. 3D Max will have that to work with. Kersey doesn't pick up the duel. Maka trades, and he's not able to get that shot back up to the rafters. They will stuff the approach this time. It is 2 rounds in OT for MOUZ's defense.
You gotta say it, man. Zershin, in these critical moments, just the 1Ks that he's getting, it's just driving the round forward, keeping player advantage, drawing attention from one player so that another can rotate in. And there's been tons of pressure on him inside a mini.
MOUZ instantly trying to give Torji an angle through Squeaky. Nobody oversteps it. Does Kersey have the nerve? It's a dangerous game in that doorway. But we can already see this movement from MOUZ over towards the ramp. 3 players inside of Trophy, bomb included. Masuda 13 and 20.
Yeah, he's been no PR, I'll tell you that much for free. This is the place to go, and also very little support for him, so great combination of reasons to attack.
And that gap has existed multiple times throughout regulation, right? His closest rotator is nowhere to be found. You've got Lucky throwing grenades outside because of that fake wall of smokes. This is all on Masuda. Delivers the first one clean and at least escapes. This is something for 3D Max to work with.
That's officially his best ramp round ever. He's out of there. He gets his kill, unscathed as well.
Kersey climbs up to hut roof. Maka, passive angle from lockers. This crawl forward out of MOUZ is going to give them space to the perimeter of that lower bomb site. And while Masuda got away undamaged, there's nobody else just yet. It is Lucky to press in behind them.
Could not be better. This is efficiency to the max. Easy flank.
Lucky gets his. We go 5 versus 3. Suddenly MOUZ are definitely going to feel squeezed. He tries to attack at the heels. Masuda's going to hear that drop into the dark room. Kersey's won the 1v1 lurk battle upstairs. This is going to perfection until Zelex gets his one. But 3D Max will be happy with that. Masuda with the peel away. It's exactly what they needed.
It's the only time he's both gotten a kill and got out. You can honestly get out without a frag and still be doing your job as a ramp player. It's not the perfect situation. If you're a god like PR has been, you can get 2 and stay alive. That's not expected of you unless you're literally Rops. For Masuda to do this is already improvement from what we've seen in the first half. And I, again, don't blame MOUZ for trying to test him one more time because he failed, I think, every single round that he was holding.
Still a scary scene to see him left to his own devices like he was.
Yes, it's always not, it's also, as you're saying, not always his fault. If there's no one on Turnpike to catch a rotation, to come in and frag after he gets the first kill, well, there's also only so much that you can do.
But we could also see that gap created by MOUZ's smokes outside. He had Lucky with hands busy chucking nades. But as MOUZ showed nothing outdoors except for that utility, it's Xerxin over Kersey this time.
Walking out in front of the smoke, that's a free one for Maka.
There goes your man advantage. And Xerxin tagged down to 1/3 of his health. 2 players in close proximity, but he's going to announce himself downstairs. Drops that utility, causes a scramble. Oh,
but it stays alive. It shuts off the ramp.
PR, nothing.
And now it's only those 2 guys.
3D Max up to the 4v2. That was a scramble across the map. And it is 3D Max to come out better off than MOUZ. The last 2 remaining paces with the bomb in their possession here on the A site. It's the only thing they've earned a chance at the plant.
They find the right play very quickly, immediately in this 2-on-4. Don't write him off just yet. Spinks is trying to take this to another level. He's pushed back out into the hut. It leaves Torzi alone.
Man, he's going to have to multi-frag as they set themselves up through the heavens. And also the player in the backdrop towards spawn. That's Flash's setup for this heaven push. Masuda's going to late play because of that low HP. They're already out. Torji pops up. 2 headshots. No way. A triple from Torji. Bomb past the halfway point. Spinks off of the flashbang. A jump and a bait. And they'll secure this. No. 2v4 and MOUZ take 15.
It's the triangle of doom out of Torji. What a beautiful sequence from him. Spinks just staying out of the way.
It had to be that clean from Torji. Gets the 3rd player out. Instant transition into gravity. And the prediction over on main.
Ridiculous rifle work to stay alive.
MOUZ's first chance to win their map pick. Ooh, and Lucky damn near dead. Big drop down through Secret. Lucky's the guy to rotate. Half health, but he keeps it so clean.
Oh, and 2 vent rotators and a lower player.
Oh, Masuda blasted out of it as PR gets right back to the headshots, but this isn't all of MOUZ in their entirety. Although Bomb is here on Torji, and he's able to adapt to that Kersey off-angle, unexpected position, and now MOUZ have the one-man edge.
Well, they know Lucky was down here. He's the one who got the kill, still alive. And Maka with a find.
This round is nuts. Things are getting so stringy.
And Lucky's just in the same place. He's got a door closed behind him. He can focus forward up the stairs. It's on this bomb to try to cross, but the T's want a little bit more information.
Ooh, there's some.
Spotted.
But it goes both ways. Bomb confirmed to be downstairs.
But still, that was the hard part.
Yep.
They've got control side. They have ramp as well.
Post-plant position secured. Gets across the board. PR slides down, and it feels like he's going to have a hell of a test coming his way. And then Torzi up in the rafters. I mean, what's he going to do if they all just start flying out that double doors? What a tough spot for Torzi's op to be in. PR full blind, dead with nothing. Torzi's hoping that they come in from single. And as he tries to get into the cover now, they're dropping U2 on the other side. He's going to go down with nothing. It needs to be Spinks, the trade out of Maka. 3D Max with time.
You couldn't even see him on his screen.
We go OT2.
I think Maka shot his sleeve off.
Oh, Torji wanted so badly for the CT retake to split up, but that duel never comes his way.
You know, we have that 2-on-4 win because MOUZ know how to play this map all the way down to low numbers. For 3D Max to pull this off, the double flash is perfect. A retake is the hardest thing. Get coordinated off. Look at that shot from Maka. He's barely got an elbow.
Ooh.
He didn't hit that, it was over.
Back turn to him the first time around, but that shot, a sliver. Still, 3v3 retake is the only thing 3D Max are able to find in overtime, but now Maka is tapping into the op ability, and sure enough, we go 3D Max 5v4.
He started 7-0 up on the CT side.
Aggressive test.
Honestly, that's the best place you could have Masuda. This buys his team so much time who haven't been rotating towards ramp. Even if he kills the clock with this aggressive position, it might be better than them execing late on him. The walls are closing in on MOUZ. With no one to draw attention.
Fake wall outside. Masuda's got a challenge coming soon, sure enough. And this is Torji who's opt to go to the AK, right? No op this round. He's a part of this pack. Shadow gives Masuda. Oh, they don't clear him! And he gets a double out of that spot. Not just time, but a huge advantage thanks to Masuda.
Oh,
and constantly on the prowl. MOUZ must feel hunted by this 3D Max squad as there's already another player inside of that lobby. Sershin catching contact here inside of the ramp. He didn't want to have to deal with this. They go wide to the right side and Lucky drops bomb again. It all falls on PR. 30 seconds.
You got to make this clutch.
They give him a bit of space to try to grab that bomb. He gets it through the railing, and he will run this down to the B site that's already occupied by 3D Max. They've got this perfect pinch set up.
Oh, yeah.
Single door swung, double door occupied, PR flailing in the middle of this bomb site. He will not even find a kill. 3D Max will pull forward into the lead.
Oh, lead. 3D Max continued to impress. We have new territory found out of Masuda, getting really aggressive. And once again, no one to even support him on the push when he goes through the smoke. It's a real risk, and everything has been very risky for him. But he's really making do and obviously delivers on this angle. It's not a great clear out of Zelex. Thought about it for a second, looked away. And that definitely increased his odds of multi-killing.
Oh, dangerous, always. And these two have been locking horns throughout both sides. It is Kersey to walk away, worse for wear. A slight liability on that 8th floor. PR's position revealed. Masuda's going to have a challenge coming his way, but it's a different angle.
Yeah, this is rough.
Ooh, but he start dropping nades. They're going to swing into him, and he'll deliver his one. Oh my God, the fire damn near spreads, but look at this. It's held. Torji turns around. A second one as well.
Okay. Mad awareness out of Torji.
Because it's starting to be the 3D Max swagger that they attack the flank like that. So Torji locked in on the hold, and you're not going to get away with it that time.
I was like, man, when at some point, when are they going to help Masuda? But also, is he just going to keep getting better and better? Is his damage nearly a kill and a half? And again, if not for Torji turning around. Ooh. Massive jeopardy.
That's meeting the quota of the first overtime. Nobody yet to win. 2 on the T side in OT.
Ooh, what's happening here? Masuda's already left his post. Looking to come in. I feel like he's just over encumbered with responsibilities. Like they can, go ahead and take this. There's not even a target here.
Oof. You got 2 players rotating back in, but by the time you get into the ramp, it's going to be MOUZ all over your lower bomb site. They're going to try to retain position for the retake. Kersey smoked off. Oh, the control. Damn near double lineup. Kersey tries to test the smoke, but they're so ready for that kind of a scramble. MOUZ gain man advantage off of the push from 3D Max.
Just becomes incredibly desperate at that moment.
Could have tried to maybe corral the bomb site, could have waited to see if MOUZ had to push off when you had 2 players ready to flush them down the ramp. But Kersey runs wild, goes down empty-handed, and now trying to regain a bomb site with man disadvantage. Tough ask of 3D Max. At least they flashed Torji once, but he regains vision. They're gonna drop fire at his feet, flush him out of here, but he's fine. It actually lands in the back of sight. Torji's comfort at these kinds of duels far better than that double retake, but still it's coming through. Gravity's got another. Xerxan makes the difference, and for the first time in OT, MOUZ secure 2 on the attack.
Yeah, they'll get the lead here with that one, and it's unfortunately this gaping wound in the defense right now for 3D Max that's getting exploited again and again. Masuda can't clone himself. And MOUZ are being pragmatic. They're going where definitely 3D Max haven't tried to stop them from going. And now MOUZ are in the driver's seat. They'll burn a timeout with a round lead. And in a battle of the weak T sides, MOUZ finally get majority rounds. Safe to say at this point, anyone could have won this game, but
battle rages on.
Yeah, there's no argument to want to be 3D Max in this position. You'd still rather take the CT side.
With a 1-round lead. MOUZ's wall of smokes in the attack had so much of 3D Max's attention allocated to it. Xerxan's going to try to follow them through. Oh, it's a brave move to make, but he's in the middle of it. Garage player turns right back around and executes him with only his one.
A 1-for-1 on Xerxan outside is, I feel like, a win.
You have to stomach some damage on Maka in the process, but
he's opping.
Torji could catch this off. Oh, they're worried about it. You're putting him on high alert, and sure enough, he'll deliver his. Gravity's down, MOUZ man advantage. And Maka walks the no man's land. But given space, as Spinks is going to test the flank. This is classic 3D Max used against them. But he still just keeps missing these timings. I mean, Lucky has yet to consider his flank. And so is Sitting Duck. Sure enough, Spinks keeps on the threat. And now last 2 players at 3D Max. Oh, they've gone unnoticed. But you can see PR still considering the threat. Finds the timing on the bomb carrier. And it's going to be MOUZ securing themselves 2 chances to close down Nuke. A hell of a hard-fought battle. 20 seconds left. Maka hears that drop out of heaven, knows this position would be open. shouldn't be able to get away with the plant.
I mean, now it's
man's done for.
Impossible to get out of here, surely.
Threats in all directions.
Okay.
Easy trade for Torji. Let him rack up those frags. 33rd kill collected by Torji. Driving force in MOUZ's success on Nuke. They will take 18.
Could have been a couple of chances for 3D Max to close this game, but looks like MOUZ have finally started to get warmed up. Fewer mistakes, some great positioning. And even Xerxin dying outside, he doesn't leave without a kill. I think most of the time when he's gotten caught off, it's been inside of Mini. When he's been roaming, he's had a lot more success. We're going to be fully out of prep now if you're 3D Max. Digging deep to come up with a new strategy.
I mean, last OTT side, they still threw out that like heavy garage wrap around. It didn't work, but they were trying to dig deep. OT Curse. Cursey 1-9 in overtime this map. Oof.
Damn.
And we talked a lot about that main impact he had over top of Xerxin. Body's outer. Look at this. Oh, no way!
That's free for Torzi.
Torzi just hammers it home with the lobby crunch.
He did not stop running.
Aggressive off the rip. Now you've got the secret player also looking to get into the action, dueling with Maka up above. Spinks wasn't ready though. Players come wide. Maka damn near dead.
Wait, they know he's over here. Look how he's hiding.
Oh, Xerxin. Xerxin's gonna get blindsided. Sure, Zelex still strikes. Trade's good from Masuda. PR preoccupied outer. And off of the rip with that man advantage, somehow 3D Max have bounced back into it.
Don't tell me this is still alive. I mean, Torzi's still got a good line. Bomb's roaming around, but...
Lobby entrance, back turn from Torzi.
What a flank.
No way, 3D Max, fight on. So many players outside.
I mean, what a move from Maka. I mean, even hiding from Xerxin when he was pushing outside on red. That's from a 4v5. PR knows he's got a target out here somewhere. Needs to deal with that first. And a fast step and Gravity just killing the clock. 27 damage off that. Let's see how risky he wants to get.
Make it happen. Molotov first, frag to get him in here.
Okay.
Top hunt held. Oh, scary when Masuda doesn't get that insta-kill because his teammate has 10 HP. But what a chaotic spot for 3D Max to find themselves in, not only after the man disadvantage from that aggressive Torzi push, but all the things that could have gone wrong outside.
3 people pushing that.
And they come out on top of it. Maybe an open door offered by Spinks, who was playing with nades.
By the way, that was off the tac pod. Something, like you said, brand new, where they've been bringing in brand new stuff in overtime. It's the perfect risk.
Door off the hinges. Oh, these oversimplified A-hits have gone badly for 3D Max before. And sure enough, 5v3. When they don't come in through main, it gets shredded. This round, no different, but is the recovery truly underway? 2 versus 4, the first step's clean. Maka needs to grab bomb and also dodge all looming threats. I love this layer.
Heaven.
Throw a body up, try to catch this player off. Smoke fades, and they've done it. Numbers even down. They've got the edge. They've got another OT. Style points from 3D Max.
A reverse boost into heaven.
Aye.
From a 2v5 to stay alive.
They are the chaos.
Can you believe your eyes? Not even one of them dying. Absolute perfection.
Flashes of exactly what MOUZ did back in regulation. 2v4 A site.
This is a new level we're getting out of 3D Max.
Xerxin right behind the red box. That's going to catch you off, Elgar. Gravity not ready for it.
Oh, there's no
Torzy
Sagan.
in through main. They're slamming themselves into the A side again. They know about this position, but Torzy's given 2 dry duels. He picks up both. A peek from the other side, a lineup, and Zershan's able to replace that offer. A whiff shot out of Kersey, whose curse in OT continues.
Oh, there's no mini smoke.
Not able to deliver. Kersey comes up empty-handed in what could have been another 3D Max smash of that A site.
Oh boy, did they miss that piece of utility. We're talking about overtime. No mini smoke when they're taking upstairs, and they get the opening kill as well. This should have been no chance from Torzy, and he ends up getting 2 from this spot.
Plus Zershan's 3 kills out of that main presence from MOUZ. Critical error here from 3D Max as this game's gone on.
Yeah, they trip over their own feet on that one.
It's an electric tempo, and it's this constantly evolving threat of Zershan outside. You can feel Maka nervous about it. And sure enough, Zershan still trying to press into his opponents.
He's never used this spot.
No,
Oh
but
my
those
goodness,
shots
shot
come
comes
right through, looking to keep his head tucked. But as he stays hidden, it has opened a door for 3D Max to surpass him.
He's padded it perfectly. Kersey's gonna walk into him. They're
That's better.
super aware of this.
Man advantage earned off of Kersey, who is looking for a chance to get back to the sort of form he had in regulation.
What a flank. This isn't being watched at all. PR has made it all the way around. In
Maka turns.
Oh, they're coming to see this.
Still too close for Maka to be ready.
It wasn't commed from the roof. He just came to check. Does
Venti
Lucky
goes.
catch this somehow?
Barely. He would have to have gone squeaky.
Oh,
But
he's
still,
immediately
3D
going
Max
down.
poised themselves to hit this A site.
This is huge out of Lucky. He's walking right by PR. He's
Heaven
going to have
player
an open hut.
on the challenge. It's going to elicit utility out. T's are going to have to hold off for the time being. Lucky's emerged from hut. Back turn, executes Zelex. There's a second known. Main player activates. Trade's good from Kersey. Multi-frag found. PR back in. Locked in. Finds the headshot. And when Masuda dealt with, it's Gravity up from heaven up next.
And he just got spotted.
20
Curly.
seconds.
Oh, no, he didn't. They don't know he's here.
Now they do. Audio on the fall down. Bomb procured.
Oh, what a fake.
Fake plant once. There's the activation. He delivers the first, but Torzy slides wide with the clutch. It is MOUZ to 20.
Absolutely insane rounds. Back to back, man.
Back to back, brother. Overtime to overtime. This shit's been non-stop.
I can't believe that they found Zershan here. This move from Lucky, he spots PR. PR goes ramp, he sneaks by out a hut. So many chances to multi, but it's PR who gets the last word with his second.
And Torzy just
every 1v1 since the second half started, though. It's. I think he had Gravity win one of them.
There's been 8 successful 1vx clutches in this game. 5 of those belong to MOUZ. 2 of them to Torzy. Zelex up in the rafters. It's him and Spinks on this A floor right now, and the rotations aren't that close. Never
Got a lot
mind.
of space, man, with no hut pressure.
Yeah, Torzy's arrival's swift enough.
Got to be.
They could just walk out dry. He missed his shot, but the player up above, Zelex, easy does it. Shooting gallery delivered. Spinks is going to emerge. Zelex on a tear. A quad kill late in this game. We've got finally a sweep, 21-18.
Damn, Zelex, that's the round he was looking for. It's been a nightmare for him upstairs. The flashes that they brought in on these attacks, he survives it all, crushes them as they come upstairs. Keep a meter stick between them and 3D Max now. Plenty of rounds to play with. It's all coming up MOUZ. One hell of a map so far. And all the fight that 3D Max have shown so far through this game might be going to waste. Just another nuke loss at the end of the day if they can't come back. 3 rounds in overtime on a perfect CT side. Can't say they didn't improve, though.
Torzy's on the brink of 40 kills. And that gap has widened from the top performers of 3D Max to the top performers of MOUZ. You're getting multi-kills and clutches that just sway the way of MOUZ ever so slightly. Flawless CT half demanded of 3D Max. Once again, do or die, map 2 of the series.
I mean, I'm pausing to let them breathe. I'm thinking about going ramp late again. Just clearing out Masuda in any kind of aggressive position will be the first thing. Where's Maka in all this? They've got lucky, pushed up to Unbreakable.
3D Max have been so blindsided from all the smoke presence outer. There's not usually this many players behind it. Good grenade. Actually, just 18 damage chipped away from Zelex. Lucky finds the first and another. And then as he spams through that smoke, welcomes the response. Gravity winning the duel inside, but barely. And as Zelex has managed to get himself through Garage, Zershin on the open ground outside offers up a distraction. Maka off the angle, missed his chance.
And now
Zelex is going to get the kill from inside CT spawn, but what he wants is more.
I mean, there's no... Oh, what's going to happen?
Taps out the worst. Now it's been figured out, but these guys got to go get that bomb.
Yeah, 2-on-4 situation. It's now brought down to a winnable chance.
CT's just give him the space because Gravity's working with 10 health and Masuda nowhere to be found.
And he's not going to try to make it downstairs. Running right towards Gravity. Both CTs are here.
Oh, Heaven player's dead! 10 health, and he's going to know that this is Gravity somewhere on site.
Is he sniping the wrong way?
He's missed his chance. Now the gun's back up. And as Zelex tries to find just the sliver of vision, he'll get it. Turns around, Gravity embarrassed in the 1v1. MOUZ pushed to their absolute limits. 22-18. And if not for Torji, and if not for Zershin, and if not for all those 1vx clutches, 3D Max would have just secured this series 2-0. But now this map deserves and needs a third.
I don't think anybody expected just how close this matchup would come to. Not before the series, not after the display that we saw on Dust 2, but to get triple overtime, to get to see everything that we were so lucky to get to watch, Boo. It feels like an unexpected matchup delivering more and more than anyone could have asked for.
I mean, loss regardless. 3D Max made some fans off that one.
Yo.
Some of the plays they were making in that game, even with the loss, with, I would say, inferior firepower across the board, and they're still pulling out a triple OT game. And MOUZ, they just bought enough time for Torji to come activate. I mean, we talked about Torji in the pregame. We questioned his current form. He is insane right now.
It's almost a shame that 3D Max walks away from this with still a 0% win rate on Nuke. It doesn't even compute for me with how well they played themselves back into this game against MOUZ. I mean, they were absolutely pushed in this one. A lot of players that probably wish they could play this whole map all over again, especially the 3D Max ones, with how close some of those rounds got. How many times they gave themselves chances to just win the series, but MOUZ are able to withstand the pressure. And also, the cherry on top for MOUZ has to be the fact that your rookie, who's having a really tough time getting acclimated in Zelex, is able to win on a clutch like that.
I mean, sometimes numbers or stats actually do lie, because you're right, to walk away, still have a 0% win rate on Nuke, but knowing that it went to triple overtime, knowing how far and the distance that this one went for, you really have to question, okay, maybe we gotta look more into 3D Max's stats. Maybe I can't just blindly believe that anymore.
This was an incredible showing from 3D Max. At the same time, I think MOUZ dropped the ball at least a few times. The fact that Torji, he had to become the pivotal player in this game. They waited for him to finally, he took over several rounds in this game. That's not the Torji you usually see. They leaned on him because the game plan, the 5-man stack, it wasn't working for them in the way that it's supposed to.
CT side, Torzi was just lights out totally. The way that he also started just getting aggressive with the op, it did remind me of what Torzi was actually like when he first joined MOUZ. I feel like eventually, as he learned what better Team CS was, he more or less clipped his own wings, that he didn't keep going for all of those plays that would determine who's getting the opening pick. But once he realized that he was the best player in the server, he totally played like it.
Before we were gifted all of these overtimes, I thought we were going to have a similar story of what we saw on Dust 2, where it was, okay, okay, MOUZ are put in a position where they have to claw it back. They need to be able to win a couple of rounds for themselves. They get it to close the gap, but they're never in the lead. Yeah, maybe they might tie it, but again, they throw a way around where you're like, that should have been a MOUZ win again, and it is eventually going to be a 3D Max win. But I think the most important one was the round 21, when they win a force buy, and you go, okay, actually, maybe MOUZ have woken up, and they're willing to take the lead in a map.
Yeah, this is where we thought that 3D Max were just going to run away with this one. I mean, it's 11-9, you're against a force buy, and the thing I like about this round the most is that we're in the mid-round here. 3D Max already put a bunch of pressure down, 30 seconds left, they go for the upper stack. Now, this is where 3D Max were finding most of their success in regulation, if we can remember that far back, but still, the confidence to go for the stack in a situation where if they just guess wrong, they're losing the game here. They're going to down to match point, and they have an okay buy, but not a perfect economy going into the final potential round of the game.
Yeah, pivotal moment, and I think highlights just the confidence in sort of understanding the tendencies of your opponents from MOUZ there, who finally just kind of they had to get a beat on their opponent. It took them a long time, took them 3 overtimes, but they showed those glimpses like they did in that round.
And finally, when that ball started getting rolling, when we got into that overtime again, the person that you're pointing out, Torzi, really stepped up. Not only was he getting more accustomed and aware of the flanks that were happening, but bro is out here being able to just clutch up, get a 3K in a 2v5 situation.
The way that Torzi was able to bring back this round, like Spinks left him on an island. I can't believe that he was able to get this 3K here. Like look at where Spinks is on the radar right now. This is Torzi or nothing. If he gets 1 for 1, it's completely over. So the fact that he lights them all up to get the 2 headshots immediately, the 3rd kill as well, puts this into such a winnable situation for Spinks, who also thankfully delivers on his 1v1.
That is such an incredible round from Torzi to have the presence of mind. There's a guy above him. He focuses the mini player. He knows that's the next angle, going to be attacking him there, and he gets taken down. But that really is almost a 1v3 there. He has no support. Spinks is finally walking back a little closer. Once it's clear, 0 lobby flanks are coming in, and that's where it feels like he started to get this urge, this idea that I am carrying this game. I can't just pick up the op and go for opening frags over and over. From that round, I think he got the confidence to propel him forward for the rest of the game.
Super necessary for Torzi to get this kind of, I'd say, fire back within him, because he definitely was falling off at the end of last season. There were a lot of moments where it felt like you weren't getting quite the Torzi that you knew was possible, because he was an HLTV top player for 2 years in a row. Right now, it actually still feels like he's slipping, but with maps like this on LAN, in an environment where it's do or die, you're starting to see why he's been such an elite player for years now.
And we're seeing a lot of highlights from regulation, but I think the key here is how he powered up into overtime. You don't typically see Torzi, as of recent, pulling out these carry performances where he goes for the opening plays, he goes for the hut push with the op in a pivotal round. He had the confidence into the overtime to actually carry his team and put them on his back in a way you don't usually see.
A statement being made for Torzi on who he is as a player, but on the flip side, there's also statements being made from 3D Max as a team, as individuals. They get themselves into a position in second overtime where, again, they're in a 2v5, and you go, there's no way they're going to be able to win this one and put themselves in a position to be seeing a 3rd overtime. But my goodness, again, they just over-deliver and make so many more fans of the 3D Max viewers out there.
The way that this round played out, it was unbelievable. I feel like this is one of the best team play rounds I have seen. I mean, it's easily the best I've seen this season. But I don't know if I expand it for the rest, but the idea to boost into heaven, to catch Torzi with this off angle, because you're now in the rafters, is just, it's pure brilliance. I can't believe they assembled that plan so quickly, because as soon as they had that idea, you could see both players start jumping up Tetris, and I think that's the kind of moment where everybody on 3D Max is relishing the fact that they're on a French-speaking team, because you were so quickly able to assemble that boost, put that plan in place, whereas the guys that we talked to from 3D Max that have played on English-speaking rosters, now that all of them are coming back, they're just so happy because they know they can just turn on a dime in those kinds of moments.
So many times in situations like that, you see a team go for a boost on hut and they get caught. They're a second late, they're 2 seconds late, that smoke comes down. The smoke came down right after he got boosted. He was barely up there. 2 seconds later, and he's getting caught with his pants down, getting boosted up. Instead, I think you're right, the communication, the speed of rotations, of plays, and afterplants and retakes from 3D Max here, incredible. That is a breathtaking round.
I honestly don't think there's a duo out there that could have been able to do what they did in that situation. Of course, I'm exaggerating a little bit because maybe you guys at home, you think you and your duo could do it, and if you wanted to put your skills to the test, you could head on over to Refrag because there are so many different scenarios. That is blowing my ears out right now.
That's not a feature of the product.
That's not a Refrag feature. They're also trying to deafen you to see if you can play out the crossfires in duo with no communication there. But yeah, you can have a lot of fun in that training modes.
That's just the arena simulator for how loud it is when you win and the confetti comes out.
That's actually the white noise that they're dealing with on stage, the players.
I'll just say it as I do, that Refrag is by and large the best tool on the market or for free. It doesn't matter. Any way you can access it, it is easily the best way to get better at Counter-Strike. You're going through live simulations of rounds repeatedly. You're honing your skills in environments that are very much mimicking what you would see in a live match. So yeah, get on that. Get on refrag.gg/blast.
Yeah, you don't get this type of practice playing against the standard bot in any other map. It mimics live scenarios, as you're saying. I think it probably is the best way to learn Counter-Strike or to improve your mechanics specifically.
So when are you going to start using it, Vu?
I have a subscription. I have a subscription to Refrag, and I used to use it when I played regularly. I was using it all the time, but it's been a while since I've launched the game.
All right, well, I'm excited for you to dust it off. Show me what happens your before and after Refrag training montage there. But for now, we're going to head to a break because a very deserved and an extremely hype Map 3 is coming our way in Inferno. were given the pleasure of what was a nuke. They're going to triple overtime. And of course, now that does mean we will be moving towards Inferno to decide who is the better team between MOUZ and 3D Max. And looking at the new season, the roster changes that have happened, it feels like Maui, for some teams, they're going to be a little bit more comfortable on Inferno when it comes to officials.
So this is where it gets really scary for MOUZ, because 3D Max have already played Inferno 4 times with this 5-man lineup, whereas MOUZ, they have yet to play it. So that's extremely scary. We've seen how that can play to the advantage of some of the underdog teams throughout this event thus far. And yeah, I think the 3D Max, the fact that they're on a 2-map win streak with this 5-man lineup is probably going to benefit them in just the fact that they've already ironed out some of the issues that they've had earlier.
And I think when you look at the way that 3D Max have found success in this series, you're looking at a series where MOUZ have been struggling when they haven't been given time to set up to their execs. When they've been caught in transition, I think 3D Max has really caught them off guard a lot. And so when you go to a map like Inferno, you have really obvious re-aggression points in brackets, in Banana, you have obvious plays that can be made, you have more experience, and you're playing against the MOUZ team that doesn't look like they did for much of last year, much of last season, where they were much more coordinated in these transitions. I think there's a lot of openings for 3D Max, and they're going to be able to attack them.
Now, because it's going all the way to map 3, I haven't really had the chance to ask you guys this yet, but do you think it's going to be a MOUZ victory or a 3D Max one, knowing the information you do have?
Oh, I'm actually, after how well 3D Max played that nuke, I'm kind of feeling it. I think the upset is very, very possible here. I think that there's a lot of moving pieces here for MOUZ that I'm not sure if they're going to be able to put it together. 13-11 MOUZ. I can't pull the trigger.
My heart says 3D Max. I love the way they're playing. I love the strategies. I
don't want to hear a but.
I love how fluent they are, but the problem is that MOUZ is just better individually to a degree with Torji activated. How could I predict 3D Max? Everything says 3D Max have a good chance, but MOUZ is going to manage to take it home.
Well, I'll give everyone a better one, right? My heart says 3D Max, but let's hear what our casters think. Scrawny and Launders.
That's a real smooth evasion, Nat.
Well, I like what you have to say, but I think I actually am going to go with 3D Max. I won't lie. I mean, I think prediction says otherwise.
Yes, it does.
But in this game, based on what we've seen, when it comes to individual level, I mean, Torzi was awesome, but I saw lots of individual skill out of 3D Max. Lots of clutches, and even teamwork that stood out above MOUZ 2v4s. They probably have better flashes. They got just as many opening kills. I mean, I don't know the numbers on that exactly. They did excellent work when it came to every portion of the round, many times in a row. Even their T sides. So we got a new map. That might be the thing that dictates this. But it's MOUZ who haven't played it with this lineup.
But it's not the clutch. That's where MOUZ still outshined them in the numbers. That's where the difference was made. Putting rounds on the board at the end of the day, you know, there were clutches for 3D Max, but MOUZ got away with more of them. And, you know, I think that's when that X factor really comes through. I think it really does Torzi is an animal at the moment. He has, you know, again, if you've seen great instances of 3D Max, that's fantastic. But we also saw Kersey, unfortunately, be a driving force in regulation, then taper off in OT. As that game went on, Torji was constant. And that could just wind up being the difference, too. If there's one individual who wins this third map, potentially, maybe it is Torji. But like you said, Inferno, with this 5, with the fact that PR has shown real struggle in some new positions and just kind of fitting in at times, will this be one of those moments where MOUZ are kind of playing, you know, man down or just slightly off kilter?
Yeah, it's not perfect chemistry with PR at the moment, and early signs of trouble may be just that, but right now we're in that early phase. It's a series like this where that could be an issue. We don't know if that gets solved right now. We don't have any Inferno data for MOUZ with this lineup, and so it is true. Kersey was kind of a worrying sign when B-Trans brought up that stat that he went 1-9 in overtime, but Gravity and Maka all the way to the end were inspiring, honestly, and it makes sense. They're the oldest dogs on this team, but they really did come close to bringing this home. I mean, you could look at that and go, yeah, like obviously MOUZ won. 3D Max still had map points. 3D Max were still 1 kill away from being able to win a couple of times. So It's not like it was a very clear victory out of MOUZ. And in fact, with all the fumbles in the beginning, my goodness, they're lucky to have even won that.
Now it's down to the wire, but the numbers at the end, 7 wins in the 1vX for MOUZ, 3 of them to 3D Max. Gonna have to just finish off what's in front of you if you're 3D Max. And a CT side, when again, they have won 3 of the 4 pistols this match. We'll see if 3D Max can keep it up, because Masuda pushes forward, catches first blood over Spinks. It is going to activate MOUZ into the B bomb site. Utility trickles in from both sides. Flashes find their marks, but the kills don't get found by the defense. A great tear-through moment from the young guns of MOUZ as they will put that bomb down, plant their feet, and find a 2nd consecutive pistol round win.
That's also something nice for MOUZ to be able to get now, obviously, after what we saw back on Dust 2, which feels like a year ago at this point. A long and arduous nuke. And that's the thing that makes it so cloudy, too. It's like you would have expected no chance for 3D Max on the premise that they're playing nuke. But they came into the series extremely prepared. And I thought when they got to overtime, it would be a clean sweep for MOUZ because, well, now you're playing an experienced team on a map you have very little experience on. Overtime is where you would normally fail right away. And they still survived and showed us new rounds. I want to say off their tack pauses, they were able to do that. I think they're really drawing a lot from their coach right now.
They showed us new approaches to rounds deep into multiple overtimes.
Yeah, like we mentioned with Kersey, they kind of stopped even trying that. It's not like he failed that play when they were going into mini. They just kind of phased it out, went into new stuff, and that still somehow worked. But yeah, I mean, what we're looking at is a new team with great chemistry, and on the MOUZ side, we're looking at a team with more experience and probably better players, but less chemistry.
Sure.
And I think that's the clash at the moment.
Yep, I like that framing. I don't know if we're going to get as exciting as a map as we did on Nuke, but at least here we get our conclusion. Single elimination.
French team on Inferno, man. It's going to be great.
Oh.
Oh.
If MOUZ can clean up in the department in terms of, losing to force buys, if they avoid that entirely in this third map now, I think that would also do them a lot of good. 3D Max and Chaos, they really went hand in hand as the game went on, and there were times where MOUZ were creating chaos and 3D Max came out on top of it. And there was moments when 3D Max created the chaos and they also came out on top of it.
It's a sneaky bad game out of Spinks, I would say, and Zelix. I want to say it was a bad game from Zelix, but it was also just like these upper attacks that were ridiculous.
Sure.
And actually
then he gets a couple quad kills.
Yeah. I think the most weird part about it is they were so solid on ramp because of PR, and yet still we're dropping CT rounds. Wow, that was a nice shot. Well, I hit all 3 of those shots. He's like, get away from here.
For the record, you brought up the opening kills and deaths back on map 2, and you said, I don't know the numbers.
Yeah.
But it was 22-18 in 3D Max's favor.
That's huge.
So, yep. Edged them out.
I think we had Spinks and Torzy win a 2v4. Yes. I think 3D Max won a 2v4 and a 2v5. That reverse boost into heaven. So it was kind of insane.
Was that a 2v5?
Some of the rounds. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That one was so ridiculous. All you have to do is get back on land.
Bringing into this gun round, or rather, round without guns, they buy up. Last round, save a few. Let's try to restart that. Everybody, excuse me. Let's restart.
We've all got guns.
Saving what they did in the last round and not getting full guns, 3D Max press into the rifles and find a 4v3. Please take it away.
And now, Zelix really needs to be the difference. He'll secure that kill with 20 HP. And the bomb doesn't get caught.
Nice recovery here, because 3D Max pushing into their opponents. Catching him off guard.
Man.
Again, Masuda finds the headshot on Zelix.
He's kind of going low-key. He's going crazy right now. He hit all those deagle shots in that previous round from the pit.
Spinks, though, he's up in the apartments, kind of clearing out positions that they don't occupy.
Spinks is super good at not letting these timings get away from him, but the CTs are so far. Oh my goodness, Masuda's crossed over towards B.
I do love this, though, because like Torji, remember, he catches the first one, and then he just hides in ramp, because they could have most certainly gone over to that B bomb site off the kill.
They still kind of have to find Masuda. I'm actually not surprised.
Well. Bomb delivery, and now 20 seconds. Spinks is stopping his way in.
Dude, he's hitting shots right now.
Straight up nails them. 3K in the round for Masuda.
I can't believe he ran forward down Banana. Masuda's a little crazy in these clutches, but he's hitting shots right now. You know what he should have done, though?
What?
He should have let Torzi plant and then defused it.
Well, hey, this worked.
Yeah.
Make it a 1v2 win already for 3D Max, and we are 3 rounds into this map. I think I left half my brain on Nuke.
I'm sure everyone's gassed a little bit after that. I mean, has a lot to do with Masuda's looking fine, though.
Makes this start to the game real interesting.
What's with these guys in interesting starts to the game?
Puts 3D Max in a great place, puts MOUZ at the bottom of their barrel regarding buys. Gravity locked into the half wall. Oh, second player catches it because the first one is full blind. Xerxin instead looks to hone in on the bomb site. They're already climbing up and over top of Lucky, and that was Spinks to come through with his full vision. So a couple of moments where MOUZ's members are blind, but the teammate behind them is the guy picking up the space and pushing this 5 versus 3 into the site. Maka's looking to interrupt the bomb plant. Oh, but he lets him get away with it. Now the retake's on. Masuda's right here with him. They pick up a kill between the two of them, but then the smoke's gonna cool them off. Xerxin taps through just in case they tried to pick up position in the corner. They're gonna open up the CT smoke. No, just a...
Yeah, I got 10 damage on Zelix. Couldn't finish him off.
Chance for the exit. Masuda, 1 for the road. And it's a save call pulled by 3D Max to keep majority alive. Maka still just floating around. Would love to get some extra damage in because you know that MOUZ's coffers are looking pretty bare.
Tactically, I gotta say, I mean, it's nice to see MOUZ getting some openings off of flashbangs. It felt like it was basically 3D Max showing them up in that department in most situations. They had unbelievable flashes, both on Dust 2 and on Nuke, by the way. Just an overall strong series from them from a util perspective. Back on Dust 2, it was great on the HE front, I think, from MOUZ. That was something to note. But this one straight up sets up the victory. And then get out of dodge.
Torji enters this final map with a 1.44 rating on the series.
Very much deserved.
Driving force on both Dust 2's hopeful victory for MOUZ and their actual Nuke win.
Trying to keep that flame burning. I like it.
Again, 3D Max have to stay tuned into the sorts of rounds they can rob away. Stylistically, we saw aggressive just decisions being made when the game gets tight that caught MOUZ off guard early in the series. That Dust 2 round 22 that put them on 12. A couple Hail Mary moments in the middle of Nuke to maintain control.
Round 22.
There's that top mid nade on Xerxin. Here comes Maka, only off on the field. Ugh, gives up the angle, teammate burning in front of him. Do MOUZ want to dive bomb Banana? It's risky business.
Just a fake smoke that Mac is in front of, but they just want to keep his attention. Oh, Gravity. Oh, maybe wanted to peek into that fight. PR comes in, cleans that angle nicely.
All on Lucky's Galil. Oh, and PR coming through the wide side of the smoke. It is another moment where MOUZ just worked their way into this B site.
Oh boy, that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, it's a problem for 3D Max, not for MOUZ.
Yeah, big problem for 3D Max. It's good to see PR coming into this having, it's like it was either he played well or they, you know, they could win without him. He does sometimes feel like he's a bit of a mercenary on the map, where it's not really so much his cohesion to his team, but just what can he do by himself.
Right.
And then everyone else can work around him, which I still have some, I don't know if concern's the right word, but I still have some questions about, you know, the Spinks PR. Oh, it's giving Rops Spinks. Or sorry, Frozen Rops.
Okay,
with
sure.
the little bit of overlap they have in their play styles. Maybe not necessarily just their flat out roles.
Rare sight. Inferno has been the least played map this Blast Bounty. Thank God.
Yeah.
I wondered why I was having such a good week.
I think it fits in nicely into a series like this, though.
He's having such a good week, and this might be why. And yet we've played so many games of Cash.
Also lovely.
Now, if only Premier could reflect the same numbers. An aggressive start off of the ops, switching into the Deagle Maka. Ambitious, but under pressure, and good on him. It's a Masuda slide into the Balk room to get that kill back. And Kersey's got the op falling away from middle as the smoke fades. They don't even shy away from this. They actually go back in for more, and it works.
Dude, he still hasn't died yet, by the way.
3D Max, lovely stuff, sending Masuda in for the action. However, they do lose mid-control because Kersey's missed op shot opens the door for Torji to come link up with Zelex, who gets another kill on this bomb site's approach.
I mean, it looks like Masuda has to kill everybody.
They're going to know that Masuda had to have fallen back through apartments because he's the guy that dropped this short smoke.
It feels like he could kill everybody, though, with the kind of game that he's having.
His teammate links up in Library. He reacts to the balcony exit, and now it's the 20 HP of Zelex that's left. Triple kill for Masuda in the round. Zelex has got the answer. Hell of a headshot. Bomb up top, and Gravity just doesn't shy away. Comes through, and as 3D Max take a second, it's with a sole survivor.
Little bit worrying that, you know, without Masuda getting a refrag or another kill in every single one of those situations, they would have had this site run over entirely. But he definitely put up his end of the bargain. Otherwise, it would just be like, we got a weak B site, and now we got a weak A site as well. It does feel like, as the desk was saying, though, with, you know, this map and the util on Banana, you'd expect MOUZ. They can hang with the best in the world when it comes to their util on this map.
Gravity trying to slam it home through the Banana smokes. Instead, first casualty of round 7. And even though Gravity and 3D Max have kind of shown presence and thrown things at MOUZ, they've never looked uncomfortable. Like you said, world class. Lucky escaping on 14 HP. That landed, by the way.
16 damage.
Through 2 walls. Thick walls. It's that thick European stone wall.
Man, good luck.
He's got another dude from 14 HP. Catches Zelex's head. Oh, Spinks has been killed off the pop-up. Now it's a 2v4 post plant. At least 3D Max have done the hard job of getting man advantage. Molotov just picked up here by PR. They're already very close. He's just going to kill Masuda, the heavy hitter of 3D Max. Awkward movement, but he's getting away and tucks into back sight. This opens the door for Torji to take contact. Now both players have delivered a headshot. And remember, Lucky's been low health from the get-go. PR down to the clutch now. Kersey over top. Time is ticking fast, and he'll find him on the jump up and over. Big round for PR, overtaking as the top-performing MOUZ player now.
Yeah, it's biggest round yet. Excellent 4K. Different positions for all those kills. And he's playing off a teammate in this situation, looking extremely comfortable here on the T side of Inferno. That's a weapon to have. It looks crazy this round even comes close with the way that it starts, and with Lucky getting hit down so low. These teams just might be an exciting matchup for each other.
But man, you've got to be ready for MOUZ at the moment.
But it's Inferno. You can't avoid a player, you know? If he's going to anchor on A, he's as far away as possible from B, and that means that, like they did in this previous round, they could pick off all his teammates. Before they get to him, they can go B, and he never gets a chance to retake the site.
I think the scary thing for MOUZ
very hard to carry as an anchor on this map.
It's how willing MOUZ, even though he's the anchor, has been inside of the apartments, ready for the trades, you know, a part of these forward pushes.
Yeah.
3D Max have been really right on the brink of aggression towards this A site. But if Banana falters first, he's never going to get a chance to shine. And obviously in this round, USPs for the majority. 3D Max really have no chance. MOUZ given a golden opportunity at finding breathing room in this series. For the first time in a long time, MOUZ are in control.
Definitely. And a stack like this won't matter too much with the correct utility. Can molly everything. Orange is second, orange is quad. Don't even have to if they don't want to.
It's 2 mollies for the approach. And they're off.
The one time MOUZ comes B, they go the other way.
They can smell him. Champagne and oysters.
I was going to ask what French people smell like, but...
Cigarettes and espresso.
Not cheese?
Nah, some of them. Depends on where they're from. Ooh, clean shot, Spinks. Few headshots for the road. And obviously, MOUZ feeling comfortable. Don't get too used to it. It feels like 3D Max. Once they feel like caged animals, will start to get crazier and crazier, and maybe they need that breakout. What they really need is somebody besides MOUZ to be able to step up to the level MOUZ have brought to this third map of the series.
Maybe one of the stronger teams on a half buy so far at the Bounty. But the war is won here on Banana.
Yeah, nice flash from the CTs to try to get up and over the half wall, but it is still just a 1-for-1 trade. Make it a 2K for PR as that nade just locks onto Graffiti on his exit. Ooh, interesting. Zelex tries to go back in, and that's where Maka is able to equalize the numbers. But knowing the ops over on the B site, they're going to try their hand at A. Problem is MOUZ's here, and he has been a handful for MOUZ. Will clip PR on that exit back and leave Spinks 1v2, no bomb.
Can we queue up a Spinks clutch? With all the time in the world and 100 health.
MOUZ is giving him the space for the bomb.
The bomb within reach as well.
And this is very much a 1v1. Maka still not close for the trade. If Spinks can somehow kill MOUZ with the lesser gun, predict his position locked in back sight, that'd be one thing.
Spinks is really thinking if time ticks down, they're going to try to join up, but it's not the case. So he really just has to kill MOUZ.
Turns from the duel. Oh!
You're joking, Spinks.
No way!
And here it comes. We got 6 HP on Spinks, and Maka will take a deep breath as he comes in with an op.
USP's out. One single bullet gets the job done. One single sidearm shot. Spinks, yeah, doesn't consider it. Maka just James Bond style tiptoes in.
It was scary, but...
Brother.
Yeah.
What a flick.
Welcome back, Hiko.
Are you kidding me? I mean, inhuman reactions. I don't care about the rest of the round. I just want to see that Spinks headshot.
Oh my goodness.
That looks nuts from Masuda's POV. Great 180, but also really cool, calm play from Maka to just test that smoke grenade. And that's what happens, right? You go towards Masuda late in the round. He delivered a hold. Cost MOUZ bodies as they got closer to that A site.
Wide open on Arch right here. Gravity's going to have a setup high and low with Urzi, but he can only get a single kill.
Zelex, and that's it. Masuda once more, very much outnumbered. Good for the first. Apartments player stomping in behind him. He hears that, so he tries to swing out and just deal with the short control. Isn't able to deliver a heroic moment this time.
It's too flimsy around him, man. There's just not enough support. It's already insane that he can get the kills that he does, but it's too many rounds now where he's kind of the only one coming up with frags.
Yep. Inferno has not been kind to 3D Max. At least not 4/5 of the team.
I'm really curious about interviews in this game, no matter who wins. Just what's the recap from their perspective?
Costly.
That's not bad.
Yeah, 2 frags plus an AK upgrade for Lucky. You take it. But they need more than guns saved at this point of the game. 3-7. MOUZ lead. 2 rounds remain in the half.
That goes to worse.
There's been a lot of risky openings towards Banana for 3D Max. Obviously, you can't just let it go for free, but it's been costly more often than not.
That's ultimately the crux of the puzzle on Inferno is, you know, if you don't fight, you lose. If you fight, you can look like you had no chance, but it's ultimately the only way you're going to win in the end. You got to take control.
There's a good conversation on the desk.
It's way more about spam timings and util than it is aim.
You mentioned Banana would be key, and obviously MOUZ have held up their end of the bargain. I think what none of us could have anticipated, unfortunately for 3D Max, is the individual drop-off from the majority of the team.
Yeah.
That's kind of what kept this series so competitive, and it's been awesome to see Masuda try to be the hero, but if he wasn't performing as he is, see Amaka, then they wouldn't even have 3 rounds on this measly CT half.
Yeah.
So forced into the save for the final attempt. It'll be 4 rounds best case for 3D Max's defense. MOUZ have indeed looked like a world-class Inferno team.
They let them into the series. Honestly, it would have been such a humiliating way for MOUZ to lose, to get eliminated on a map like Nuke 2 3D Max.
Yes.
And that reality was very close to happening, but they clutched up and they bring us here and they kind of change the entire narrative. They now show us that was just a one-off.
Big numbers.
Okay.
You know, I think what's been really cool about this T-side, sure, maybe we don't get the competitive element that many had hoped for after such a nail-biter on Nuke. Kersey? That bomb aim punch is so real.
It just displaced his aim so badly. Oh my goodness. That was not cool.
What's been cool about this T-side, though, is like there was questions around MOUZ's first time with this 5 on the map. PR is 14-7. This isn't Torji going 3 maps in a row. This isn't Zershin with big entries and a high rating, even though he's averaging 1.14 as his lowest map. This is Zershin 1-7, Torji 4-6. but PR, 14 frags to his name.
It'd always be a better compliment to Xerxen to be able to say that his new pieces are feeling comfortable, that they have new places they can go in their map pool.
Yeah, you're an in-game leader now. Those are compliments you've never had, and it's now sometimes fished for.
Individualistic now.
I mean, how many times has Gravity just kind of, I think, unfortunately, been fed to the beast?
Not a full buy, of course, but doesn't matter at this point. It's round 12.
Here we go. Kersey with an off angle, completely catching Spinks off. Unfortunately here for 3D Max, they may lose the B site.
They're so quick to find the right side.
By the time anybody can get over here, Lucky's gonna have to go massive again, and massive with 32 health. Huge ask. He will catch PR at least. 15 and 8 in the 12 rounds they've played out on this T side. It's phenomenal for the newest addition to MOUZ. Giving his team a chance to just lock down the post plan. Here's the CT test. It gets covered, sure, flushes the bomb planter off its first attempt. Kersey announcing himself up from the banana flank at 35 seconds. They're just trying to keep MOUZ corralled on the bomb site. But now as they try to fight, down on low health for 2 of the 3. Masuda, kingpin of the CT side so far, disengages back, gets caught off by this blind side. Xerxen's triple kill in the final round of the attack leaves 3D Max shattered. Zway's gonna be burned out. Do the library players swing to help him? ZywOo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Yeah. And that op is right in front of him if he ever wants to switch over. Ready for some kind of a peek. And with Short not being able to be pushed, they're gonna take a second here and throws Yellow over to this side. He gets behind the tall box, looking to cut down library. ZywOo 3 kills into this quad kill! 1v5! If he can, and he always can! The best! The absolute best! Quesarado trying to keep himself slim by the pillar. Oh, okay, dude, he's had some. Oh! What are you doing? Surgical precision on these shots.
That was Xantheris on roids. Because he doesn't have a teammate just yet, and this is...
Oh my god! ZywOo is an animal with a shot like this.
It's another KW
He's not
flick.
even on his screen.
Oh my god, he
is
didn't
this?
see anything.
Not quite the fireworks we had on Nuke, but there is something to celebrate, and that is MOUZ's arrival on a whole other level in this series. Truly putting themselves one step forward from the competition. This is a roster that's expected to be Spirit's biggest contender come Grand Finals Sunday, and they had to hold up their end of the bargain in getting there, transitioning into LAN for the first time as 5. Shaky stuff after Nuke, but here they are now dominating and given a golden road to victory in this best of 3.
Yeah.
They've slowly been able to win these pistols as the series has gone on. If MOUZ can find a 3rd consecutive pistol win, it feels like this one's over.
Probably my favorite setup for a CT pistol. Just kind of catch all with a little B-lean sprinkled in. Vision on every important choke point. They'll get flashed back. So this does actually draw the attention of Spinks when they lose vision of bracket. Not a bad setup here for 3D Max.
Beretta's to the back. Sershin gets there in the end. Flash is interrupted. PR's here to help.
Oh, he's farming.
Beautiful 3K for PRR off of the coffin. We thought Masuda was going to steal the show, but PR has now clearly surpassed him as the final boss of 3D Max tonight.
Yeah, he's looking awesome now. Everything has come together for PR. If Dust 2 was the last map, it would have felt different. It's a great closing statement for him to help MOUZ. I think we're all cheering for this map to be a little bit closer, but it's also, I think, important for MOUZ that, you know, if they're to go on and really see themselves have chances as this tournament moves forward, that they could close out on a strong note.
Needs to be in this form. And that's not to say there aren't other teams that could still upset MOUZ on their way to Grand Finals, but that's just where the predictions laid. Spirit hold up their end of the bargain and totally trounced Liquid earlier today. MOUZ tested as Zershin's anti-eco ace gets cut down 2 kills shy. And Spinks looking to deal with this SMG that actually doubles back to Banana and then has second thoughts. Ooh, okay. Gravity throws himself at Spinks.
That's a little wild.
Can they get that gun? Can Masuda work his way over, grab the M4? Because then suddenly it's going to be tough, especially as Gravity finds another. Forced by victory on the cards. Oh, Torzi locking him in with him. What a sick peel off from both sides to make sure MOUZ keep on the highway to victory tonight.
This just looks right at Cyclone. A perfect crossfire.
Did you see that, Papa? I'm clutching, Papa.
Oh.
Come rub my shoulders, Papa.
But that sort of feels inevitable at this point with Torji. Any chance? So it's a quick 11th in for MOUZ. And of course, a buy up in response here for 3D Max.
It's a bit crushing that this game falls as flat as it does because we had the fans in Malta on their feet for 3D Max back when they were fighting strong.
We won't forget how great Nuke was, though. That was a
game of the event.
That was a saga. That was
Map
awesome.
The event.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, actually, this event did have 100 Thieves eliminate Falcons, and
that's true, actually. You know what? Besides the actual name value of the teams, we casted that one too. I feel like that Nuke actually beat it. It's kind of insane.
Context aside, most fun map of Counter-Strike played at the Bounty. Zelex and Spinks on cleanup duty. These guns are not getting a single inch. Gravity and Kersey, the only two to answer back. It's going to leave Lucky in a clutch. And down he goes. This is MOUZ just trouncing 3D Max at this point.
Damn. They're getting ran through.
And again, for their sake, it's important that MOUZ stomp on an opponent as they'll look to get to semifinals.
They were probably a little bitter after Dust 2 as well. How close Nuke went, all the mistakes they made, so they'll go to sleep a little happier.
And obviously the second map, a result that definitely leads you to believe that you can claw back into games. You lost Dust 2, you lost the first half of Nuke. You kept telling yourself all Nuke along, guys, the CT side is ours. That's where we do our best work, etc. They were able to tap into that clutch factor, that wealth of experience that MOUZ do still have as a core, over top of the challengers like 3D Max.
But still got to say, for a team like 3D Max, who, you know, we're always reminded how streaky they can be.
Yes.
I feel like they showed so much grit in the series, and obviously on Nuke to nearly take it over the line, but I'm not surprised that they'll be gassed here.
As third map's going to kind of sour their success from the inside, but I think as outside witnesses to what they put on display in the face of MOUZ, it's definitely steps forward for 3D Max at the start of this season. And as an organization and a core, they need it. And we had high praise for the connective tissue, right? Their ideas flowed nicely one after one another. Now this MAC-10 swing into Banana, and any round that PR only gets one, well, that's a sigh of relief for 3D Max. They could try to just still flex the numbers into the B site where Spinks looks to lock down. Teammate inbound, throws the flash up. That's going to activate him. He can't manage the player in pit. And so he's going to start dropping utility to try to slow them down to get his teammates closer. And Gravity gets caught trying to get over top of the orange box. Masuda answers. He's been a monster throughout this map despite the round count at the top of the screen. Fake plant and a push.
Uh-oh.
Torji, though, is all too ready.
And the double push, it's going to continue. Kersey's got to seal this up. 28 HP to stay alive.
Doubles back. Zelex on arrival from Banana has already made it past that point. Toys with it, gives him the jiggle peek, and keeps Kersey locked in. This one's going to come down to a 13-3 victory. MOUZ not looking in their rearview mirror. Nuke, an absolute nail-biter. No denying MOUZ were pushed to their limits tonight, but powering up bodes well for their tournament hopes here in Malta.
Yeah, still a very fun series to watch, and I think some good memories for 3D Max as they sort of build on this new project, making a risk in the roster move that not a lot of people believed would work, and they're here to prove that themselves. So when they go up against a team that there's a bit of a mismatch, I'm still going to give them some odds. It was a strong performance, but overall important for MOUZ that they keep a meter stick between them and their opponents. And so the handshakes come in. It's you know, it's a solid moment here for 3D Max, obviously, because end of the road, they're going to be thinking about every single round that happened on Nuke. But if you zoom out a bit and they get a few days off to look back at the match, I'm sure there are some positives that they could draw from it. And they lost to a very strong team, and a team who picked up PR, who had an incredible final map.
Yeah, I think important that that final map has his name stamped on it. Again, we saw the awkwardness back on Dust 2. He has addressed that awkwardness in still some roles and positions, and yet this one on Inferno, where I think MOUZ's expectations will remain high. We're going to see MOUZ continue to play Inferno. It's a critical part of their map pool, and he is a critical part of that tonight with domination on map 3. Congratulations, MOUZ. We throw this down to James Banks to get a word from our winner.
Yes, that's right. We've got Zershan with us here to talk through this one. This was a crazy series, Zershan, to fight your way through. At the end, it looked a little bit too easy, but just tell me what it took from the team in terms of energy and how difficult it was to call through that, especially the nuke.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really crazy game. I think that they played well in many rounds. They put us under a lot of pressure, and we definitely got tested mentally. I think that we didn't show up with a good level for the first two maps, kinda. But in Inferno, we bounced back really well, and we actually showed some of the actual CS we can play.
In terms of that, right, looking at this nuke, you guys had 7 clutches that you won. There was so much back and forth in it. What was keeping you in that game mentally and keeping the energy going for the team?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that if we lose that map, we're out, right? So that's the time that it's either do or die. So I think we're pretty good in these scenarios. I think I'm really grateful that I have great individuals in this team. They won a lot of clutches that they didn't manage to. But yeah, I think on terms of the team side, we were not connected on Nuke and also on Dust 2. But individually, we definitely showed a lot of things.
And what did you talk about, and how did you keep that energy going into Inferno? Because I can imagine there was a lot of conversation about what happened on Nuke and how you could carry that forward.
Actually, maybe not. We didn't talk about Nuke at all. We just moved past it fast. We also didn't have much time. Everyone had to use the toilet. So, yeah, we just focused on Inferno. I tried to minimize maybe a bit in some way freedom on Inferno. I tried to control a bit more, make sure we're playing grouped, make it a bit easier for us. But I think PR and Alda played really, really good on Inferno, and he definitely carried us on this map.
There's a lot of adjustments, right, that you have to make through these moments, but this crowd out here has been very supportive the whole way through. Anything you want to say to everyone in the studio?
Thank you guys for cheering.
And there we have it. Let's go to our Bounty Bonanza.
Is back with our Bounty Bonanza. Of course, we have a new player, a new audience member, but big prizes to be given away. We'll start with that lovely lady standing beside me. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and I want to know, is this your first Counter-Strike event?
My name's Kelly, and yes, it's my first one.
And how long have you been supporting MOUZ for?
Since today.
Okay, wow. Torzy, maybe a bit of a good luck charm for you guys, considering how well you won that series?
Yeah, thank you for cheering.
Well, look, it's a lot of fun. You're not necessarily going to be winning the prizes on this wheel, okay, Torzy? But if you want to give it everything you possibly can to give your lucky newest MOUZ fan, Kelly, what she wants, so please spin the wheel for me.
Okay, let's send it.
You got to do better than Zontic, so like let's give a lot of oomph, bro. I know you've been hitting the gym.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Kelly, what are you hoping to win?
Anything.
Anything, anything. I think most people want the Bonanza. It's looking like a great win. It could be landing on the Bonanza. It's going just past it. The Bounty, oh, it's gonna be landing on number 12. Congratulations. Let's have a look though at what Torzy's won you, Kelly.
Okay.
Courtesy of IC Market, you've won a $100 Steam gift card.
And of course, it's for our player, one of our audience members, and you at home.
Invest wisely.
Coming out. Oh. Thanks to IC Market. I mean, Torzy, you also got one of those as well. It's a $100 Steam gift card.
I won
Kelly, yeah, you also, I know that, like, okay, I want to say not every player is winning a prize of this wheel, but you've gotten lucky, Torzy. You got a double win today. Kelly, $100, what are you going to do with it on Steam?
I'm going to go crazy.
Yeah, more Counter-Strike skins?
Anything, everything, all the games.
Anything, everything. She's rich. Torzy, what are you going to do with your 100?
Damn, maybe just put it on red and double it or nothing.
Torzy, that's exactly how we'll play the game. Thank you so much for joining me. That's it for our Bounty Bonanza. I'll let you go back, and thank you guys so much for playing. It's always so much fun when our players get a win, but of course our audience members do as well. Unfortunately, it was only MOUZ going to be walking away with a win. Torzy the double win, and 3D Max, whilst they put up a fight, and they also have a lot of fans in the studio with us, they went up and continuing on at Blast Bounty, despite it going to a third map.
I too am glad that one ended in 2 maps and we didn't have to see the domination on Inferno.
Oh yeah, this was a bit of a shame, and unfortunately, people are just gonna forget everything that happened on maps 1 and 2 in favor of 3D Max because map 3 just felt like MOUZ turned it on. But I'm not gonna forget what I saw here today. I'm not gonna forget how Dust 2 went in the favor of 3D Max. I'm not gonna forget how they pushed them on Nuke. I'll forget this Inferno for their sake, though.
People are going to be wearing pins of this. Never forget map 1 and map 2 of this series.
Oh, gosh.
It is a really really tough loss when you look at how close it could have been for
Yeah.
3D Max to be the underdog that gets the victory, to be those bounty hunters that continue on, to break the chain, to break everyone's expectations. Yeah, unfortunately, Inferno, despite not having seen it from MOUZ just yet with this 5-man lineup, it was pretty impeccable.
Unfortunately, this is a tale as old as time. You have two close maps. The underdog feels like they have it on the line. It's in their grasp, and if they fall apart, they can't pick it up. And then third map, MOUZ realize, hey guys, we don't win this, we're going home. Like this is, it's over. And they finally show up to the third map. We've seen this time and time again in the pro scene. Unfortunate to happen to 3D Max because I thought they were so impressive on Nuke, on Dust 2 as well. They just don't have it against the team of MOUZ's caliber when they play to that level.
No, and you could see that some of the stars from MOUZ just kind of turned it on there on Inferno. Spinks was just so untouchable also towards the app side of things. Like he was just peeking Maka, dry, killing him. He's peeking anybody on that site, dry, killing him. I just felt like he was thinking back to things didn't go well for me on Dust and on this map, but I got to get my rating up. I got to get some stats in this series. Okay, so he just took it right to him.
Yeah, I do also, everyone can see it on the screens, but I want to do a reminder that the Bounty Bonanza isn't necessarily just for our players, our audience members, although definitely a greater chance to be able to win something if you're here in Malta. But of course, online as well, there's a lot of gifts for you guys at home that you could potentially be winning. So it's always worth sticking around at the end of a series. MOUZ is going to be sticking around for us, though. 3D Max, though, outside of the hashtag never forget, I asked you when we saw Liquid going out here, but how far do you think 3D Max are going to go with this lineup into this season?
I think they're more impressive than I saw in the last season, but the unfortunate reality is what we saw in map 3 is too often the case when you look at 3D Max. They have great plans, they have great strategies, but eventually they're going to play against a team that just shoots better than them. They just shoot harder, and when that team is activated, no amount of strategy is going to help you. And that's why I mentioned the stat at the beginning. Dust 2 is their only CT side above 50% because you're going to have to hold your spot. You're going to have to take a straight up engagement, and MOUZ is just better, as are many different teams individually.
And you could see the peak of 3D Max in this sort of series where they're able to win a map that they're very comfortable with, that they can even push you because they expect a pick coming in, but when it comes down to just multiple and repeated engagements between their players and another tier 1 team, it's just very hard for them to hold their own. And that's kind of what harkening back to some of my questions about 3D Max with the roster moves that they made in the offseason, this is kind of what you're gonna get, where yeah, the power of friendship will propel you through a map and a half, but it doesn't really get it over the line all the time. So I mean, I don't know if I'm going to see 3D Max all that much this season, but I'd be kind of surprised if they get this close versus elite teams much more often.
That's the joy and the fun of the Blast Bounty, is everything it gives us. Matchups you wouldn't expect to have later on in the season, when a lot of it rests on those invites, right? And you get the complete opposite ends of the spectrums. You don't have to work your way through a tournament in that regular sort of format. But for friendship, sometimes it just really comes out on top.
Is it friendship or French ship? That's
okay, I knew you had something up your sleeve. I could see it. There was like this mischievous smile. I'm like, Bro's got something else to add. There's always an extra 2 cents when it comes to Vu, but he's not the only one giving us some last opinions here. We did get to catch up with Maka as his exit interview before he left the building.
3D Max put up one of the best performances of the tournament and a dominant fight on that nuke. It was amazing to watch how things would go down, but it still didn't go in your favor this time around. I want to ask straight away about this, the mentality you guys showed seemed to be an improvement from what we'd seen in, say, past 3D Max. Is it something that you guys were trying to work on and trying to push through? Because in past games, I'd look at you guys, it's often places where you would fall down, right, and you wouldn't be able to battle back, but you guys kept going.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something we keep working on. Mentally wise, we try to improve our mindset and try to be on the same page and keep fighting every time, even though plans that don't go the way we want or we don't respect plans as the coach would like to. And we keep assuming we'll do mistakes. We keep doing mistakes, like everyone does, even Vitality, even Spirit. And so we just keep going on, and I think it worked pretty well on both maps, the first map I mean. And I think on Inferno it got the mistakes got the better of us because of the lack of energy, maybe the lack of mindset clarity. It was probably a lot of exhaustion after those 2 maps. Yeah, it's something we try to work on.
Was it hard also going into Inferno, just the fact that you might be in your minds of, we had them, we could have won it?
I don't know. I'm not in the head of my players, but definitely it got a bit in my head, like for like 1 or 2 minutes, because we had the match point on 12-11, and I got out of the plan, and I wanted to do something risky, and then I was pretty sure it would work, but it didn't. It was a clutch situation in the end. We could have won. We didn't close this, and yeah, for me individually, it was a pain in the ass about that run, but yeah, we tried to bounce back, and we didn't think about it going into Inferno. I don't think it was in our head when we went into Inferno.
Overall though, right, if you just sum up how you guys performed from the online stage coming in here, as a leader, are you happy with the improvements that you're starting to see, that maybe we're getting 3D Max back to where it was before?
Definitely, I will always like find ways to improve or find something to improve, but I'm pretty happy and proud of my teammates and the way the coaching staff is working. And BK and Wasing are putting a lot of effort. It kind of pays, even though we didn't win a LAN match today, but definitely see improvements in our map pool, our communication especially. I hope we keep going on the same road and we show even better 3D Max for EWC. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you very much, man. See you next event.
Thank you very much.
There's a lot more in the tank, it feels, for 3D Max, but is it necessarily going to be at this level in these environments again? I'm hoping so. It feels quite, not necessarily inspiring, but uplifting to be able to have some faith in them. And again, nobody's going to forget what happened on Nuke. And whilst they're not necessarily pondering or dwelling on those sorts of elements of, yeah, maybe we could have clutched it up, it's nice to also see like the reality check of, but there were also other moments in which we could have improved. It wasn't down to that, just that one scenario.
Yeah, I like that he took responsibility for the call 12-11. He says he changed up. He tried to go for a risky play. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it fails. I do respect that he was willing to own up to it and say it in an interview. Usually you're gonna see a player just pretend that never happened. I like a lot of what I see out of 3D Max. The thing is, I'm not particularly hopeful for them to be all that much better this season than last season, maybe a bit improved, but this is one of the few chances, unfortunately, they're gonna have, I think, to play against a tier 1 top 5 opposition. It's not often you have a tournament like Bounty where you actually have a 32-man bracket, and 3D Max fell quite a ways down the rankings since a couple seasons ago.
Be careful what you say, Vu, though, because nothing fuels success more than spite. So maybe they're listening in just a little bit and saying, this Vu guy, he doesn't know what he's on about. I do want to remind everyone that our Bonanza isn't just for our players and our people here. We also have our winner from chat there, Joe Monies. So congratulations on your $100 Steam gift card as well. But what a day it's been. A lot of giveaways, a lot of player wins, which I was quite surprised about, Maui. But unfortunately, no unexpected results with Spirit taking our series against Liquid earlier.
No, yeah, unfortunately, I mean, maybe it's fortunate for the people that are rooting for the favorites, but I would have at least wanted Liquid to put up a better fight. I think that the big win, though, for Liquid is to see Jorko in action on land, to look comfortable, to take the fight to Spirit. So a little bit of solace here can be found for a new Liquid that I find to be a hopeful prospect to enter the top 10 or top 15 teams after a pretty dreadful last season.
I would say it's almost reversed, right? Everyone expected there to be that fight from Liquid, a map win for them, but we actually saw a closer series on our second best of 3 here, the MOUZ and 3D Max one.
Yeah, I think we saw Liquid, we saw Maui predict the hot take. It was a hot take. He admitted it was a hot take. He thought Liquid would pick up.
Right.
I thought he was reasonable. I thought that was likely to be the case.
Didn't even sound like a hot take to you.
Now in hindsight, it is.
The Anubis pick, I thought they were going to be very dangerous on that map. Turns out Spirit do their homework. They plan for these matches, especially when their coach is here with them. And it's the 3D Max preparation that I think got them a map win here and almost a series win. Sadly for their fans, no win to be found for the actual series.
There's always that silver lining, just like I'm going to give you one right now. The fact that our day here has concluded doesn't mean our Counter-Strike has, and not by a long shot. We've only found 2 winners in our quarterfinals. Of course, we need to find the other 2 that make our top 4. We have FaZe up against Mongols and Astralis up against Pain for our tomorrow quarterfinals.
I would expect these to be better.
Better in
Closer.
what way?
Closer.
Yeah,
Closer.
okay. I was
Hard
gonna
to
say,
be
what is
closer than
better?
that nuke game, but in total, I think you'll get 3 maps in one of them, and the third map will actually be a very competitive affair.
And this prediction is what means that they will be absolute blowouts, 2-0 both
guys.
games. We're certain that these will be close series, and that means they're going to be blowouts.
Darkmeister, Tikuwak, taken phase by storm.
This is what happens. This is like when you take a wish on a genie and then it subverts expectations. You think that there's going to be something unexpected that happens, and the unexpected is that it is that blowout.
What have we predicted in this event? Vitality make it to the LAN final?
Yeah, wrong.
What Falcons make it to the LAN final?
Wrong.
Furia make it to the LAN final?
Liquid take a map off his spirit? Wrong.
Yeah.
Donk will have his best event ever.
That one is still up in the air. Potentially
It's a good
could
take. Still
happen.
possible. It's a good
Yeah,
take.
but that means that we would have to conclude the event, and we aren't close to that just yet. But we are going to close out our day 1 of playoffs here. Make sure you guys tune in for the same time tomorrow for a lot more quarterfinal action here at our Blast Bounty Season 2, presented by Polymarket.
Welcome to the Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. This happens during the live draft shows, taking place before the tournament first begins and after each round of play. Bounty hunters can choose from the most wanted teams, deciding if they want to choose their opponent based on strategy, past history, or simply going for the biggest prize available. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?